Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kinakina, ki uta, ki mā taratara, ki tai. E he aki ana, ti atukura, he tū, he huka, he huahu, ti hei mauri ora. Morena everyone, and kia ora. Fantastic to see so many people here to our Planning, Environment and Parks Committee. Today we have a massive agenda, 22 items, and I'm sure we will be done really early as per usual. So just I'd like everyone, if we can, make sure that we are succinct in our speaking turns. We will try and keep questions to a minimum. We have a large public forum in attendance that we would like to hear from. It's slightly larger outside standing orders, but we do think it's important to make sure the community voice is heard on these issues. We have apologies. Cool. Oh, do I do that now? Okay. There we have one item I've deferred. It is item 12, I think. Item 14, the spatial land use strategy for Dairy Flat and Silverdale Future Urban Zone. I've been speaking to Louise Johnson from the local board and Councillor Sayers last night and this morning. I've spoken to planning staff, and there are some, the local board is at odds with what is in the report, which, you know, is fine, that's okay, but I haven't had a chance to have the discussion with Councillor Sayers. I didn't realise there was that difference of opinion, so there is time before April to have that conversation with planning staff, myself, Councillor Dalton and the board, and yourself, Councillor Sayers. So we've deferred that item till the February meeting to ensure that we're all at least on the same page and understanding the issues there. So I thought it was going to be a straightforward report, but the feedback come through the local board is not so keen to delay that. So thank you to Member Johnson from Rodney for bringing that up last night, and so I hope that's fine with you, Councillor Sayers.
Yes, it is, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank you for your due consideration. I think it's probably important that you and I and the relevant officers have that discussion prior to Christmas to get any direction on reports or advice we might need. But again, thank you for your due consideration. I think it's the right and appropriate move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So that won't be here. Thank you, Mayor. Kia ora, Mayor, and kia ora to our IMSB member Ashby, as well as the councillors. We've received apologies from Councillor Mike Lee. He's absent today. Lateness, Councillor Henderson has I think an medical appointment. He'll be here. He's going to be a little bit late, but he's on his way. And early departure from Mayor Brown. I think about 3 p.m. you might have to be leaving, Mayor. Right. Could I have a mover in that? Councillor Darby and Deputy Mayor Simpson will second. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Any call declarations? No declarations. The confirmation of the minutes. Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton, would you like to move? Councillor Baker, second. All those in favour? Right. Now, first up, we have a petition from 350 Auckland Community Renewable Energy Projects. I'm sorry, I don't have a name for the speaker, so you'll have to introduce yourselves. Oh, Alva, I think. Now, just for committee members, on petitions, we don't have usually any questions or any debate on this. So we will hear the presentation of 5 minutes, hear the petition, we'll receive the petition, and then move on to the public forum. So that's the appropriate way to deal with petitions. Kia ora, and apologies I don't have all your names, so please introduce yourselves. The button on the right to talk, if you turn that on and off. And yeah, thank you very much for being here.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Alva Tokingua. I work for 350 Aotearoa, and I'm accompanied by Alicia and Iara, who are members of our local climate justice group 350 Tāmaki Makaurau. Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, dear Planning, Environment and Parks Committee, we thank you for the opportunity to present today our petition. Our petition is calling for decentralised community renewable energy projects in Auckland. And now, why do we need these projects? Well, there's 3 key areas that I want to touch on today as part of our handover. One is that we want to give our communities cheaper power and control over their own power. We've seen that in the last 30 years, household power bills have increased by 79%, while commercial rates have dropped by 24%. Just in the middle of this year, the Energy Hardship Expert Panel has put out a report, Te Kore Te Pō Te Ao Marama, that has found that we've got 110,000 households across the country that are spending more than 10% of their income on power bills. These people are living in energy poverty, and many of these people in our city. And we know that community energy projects are a really effective way to help bring down power prices and support those communities. Secondly, we want to increase resiliency in the face of extreme weather events. Just one example, the Piha community was cut off from the main grid by the storms earlier this year, and from our understanding, there is still no solution in place for the community's future power supply. A week after the cyclone, 5,500 homes and businesses in Auckland remained without power. But power outages don't just occur when climate impacts hit our city. Waiheke residents regularly experience power outages due to heavy weather that is impacting the existing system. We need a local power supply to fall back on that would help mitigate these risks, and decentralised community energy projects is one of the key solutions to achieve that. And thirdly, we're a climate justice organisation, so I will briefly touch on emissions. We will need to reduce emissions in line with our climate commitments. In Auckland, residential and commercial buildings power share creates 10.5% of our overall emissions. Now, Aotearoa has been known for its high share of renewable electricity, but most of that is generated in the South Island. We, on contrast, consume a lot of electricity. We are the biggest city in Aotearoa, and we are also very close to the Huntly power station that in recent years has burned excessive amounts of coal. We know that we need to build renewable electricity, and we want to do that in a way that benefits our communities. Now, our petition is calling for three things, as you can see up there. We want to promote and support local renewable energy projects by creating an accessible and comprehensive online community power hub. This hub would enable access to essential skills and expertise, as well as support communities in setting up or looking to connect with existing projects. Secondly, we want to remove procedural barriers and streamline the process of setting up local renewable energy projects, because currently most of these projects fail due to the long and complicated consenting requirements. And thirdly, we want Auckland Council to be open and transparent about the use of renewable energy in Auckland. For example, we don't know how much Auckland Council is doing to provide support for community energy projects at the current, which is why we're bringing this petition to have this conversation with you. And we also don't know how many projects have been set up around here, or even what renewable energy usage Auckland Council has. Our petition demands are aligned with the Auckland Council's climate plan. The plan has a goal of having 20% of residential and commercial buildings installed with solar panels by 2030. The time is ticking for that. And action EN5 in your plan is to develop, deliver and support local and regional decentralised renewable energy solutions. Your climate plan explicitly states that we must make urgent radical changes to how and what we do as individuals, communities and businesses, and it also highlights the importance of equitable solutions. We believe that community energy projects represent solutions that benefit both people and the planet. Thank you so much for listening and letting us hand over this petition this morning. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Thank you for that powerful presentation. I think most of us around the table would definitely agree with the intent, and our council through Te Tarakia Tāwhiri and the Sustainability Office team are doing some great work in this space. Our community facility, we are looking at many opportunities for renewable energy on our buildings and more efficient buildings, but there is a long way to go. There is no debate on this item, but I will allow 2 questions. Councillor Sayers, you did have a question?
That's very kind of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. I represent the Rodney ward, which is in the north, where they wanted the landfill, that Dome Valley landfill, to go in. And there was a lot of feedback at that time about renewable energy and putting our waste to energy plants in place. My question was around if you had done any investigation or research around waste to energy, and is that on track, that kind of concept on track with what you're presenting, your positions trying to support? Thank you.
I think it works now. Yes, well, I think the name already implies that waste is not a renewable energy. Waste is a waste product. We are wanting to build cities that are less reliant on waste. And even though it is a byproduct at the moment, we don't consider waste to energy a solution for communities for the long-term sustainability. We know there's lots of other options. One of those is solar, decentralized solar. Up north, there's a number of examples of community-led geothermal, which also provides storage solutions, but also wind energy. But currently the cheapest and most easiest for communities is solar. Yeah.
Kia ora, thank you. The Mayor did ask what is the slogans on the T-shirts that you're wearing? All right, cool.
We can build a fossil-free world.
Thank you. Now I will come over and I will move, and Councillor Dalton would like to second. So receiving the petition, we'll also forward the petition to the Chief of Strategy, Megan Tyler, who's here. We'll also get some information back to you on what we are doing and also what may be incorporated from your direction as well. So thank you very much. I'll come over and physically receive your petition, but we'll do it through our resolution as well. All those in favour? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right, we'll move on to public input. First up, we have the Avondale Business Association relating to the future of Avondale and the Auckland development. I think I have Marcus and Cynthia down. No, Marcus and Ross. Kia ora. You just want to introduce yourselves and your roles, and then I'll just get you to switch that mic off. And thanks. Sorry about that. Kia ora.
Kia ora, te alofa lava. My name is Marcus Amosa. I'm the chair of the Avondale Business Association.
And Ross Clow, I'm just a local board member and supporting.
First of all, I want to thank our elected members here for the opportunity. I stand here speaking on behalf of the Town Centre of Avondale as the representative and chair of the association. For those of you who don't know, our town centre has a heart that has been derelict for the last 26 years. Just a little bit of a background on our main street. There was once a thriving supermarket that locals know as Three Guys. The supermarket was closed in 1997 and the building was demolished. Since then, there's been a derelict concrete place that has been the heart of Avondale. 4 years later, after the 1997 council was meant to develop the site with Rawson's development as a mixed retail development, but that never eventuated. This is our heart. This is Avondale's town centre. as you can see, and this is probably looking at its best in the last 26 years. We do make use of the grounds as they are. We're a creative and very resourceful suburb. We've used it as a art centre and event space that we have activated throughout the years. Recently, Council has supported the Iki Panuku's Unlock Avondale Master Plan, which we are very thankful for, and the Tihono projects. I want to thank the elected members who are supportive in having the funding get over the line for that, because this is another important part of this site, which is just adjacent to here. Iki Panuku's chosen partner for this, the revitalisation, has been Marituahu Iwi Auckland Group, which we're proud that they've chosen a partner such as this to deliver the much needed revitalisation of our heart. We are here though to, we understand that there are some issues with the development partners in Panuku in delaying this project, and we want to make sure that this project does continue, and we're here just to support the development proceeding without delay. The delay for us isn't months and years, it's 26 years that we've had to live with this concrete jungle as our heart. As you can appreciate something, these are our aspirations. We understand the positive impact that this will have on the community and the local businesses in the area. And I really want to urge all of our partners, council members, to work together so that we have a future that we can be really proud of. For us that live here, the delay affects us. And I just want to really stress that point and urge we need to work together. We need to find ways to make things move forward, come to resolution, because it's the community, it's us there that will suffer for any further delay. Avondale's such a unique and creative place, and I really want us to work together on the shared vision. Thanks for the opportunity.
Kia ora. Did you want to add anything, Ross?
I think what Marcus is saying is basically there's been a breakdown in the relationship between Auckland and Panuku. It's not a breakdown, but it's things could be improved, and I think coming here, which maybe is not the appropriate committee, I'm not sure, but whether it just needs a little bit of mediation in the middle. Panuku is doing a great job and is following the dictates and direction that the council wants, and obviously a developer has other views, but really it's, I do remember a very old Split Ends song called Diffraction, Too Much Friction, and that's really sums it up in the relationship at the moment, and it is holding back this key development, and we just endorse, we're delighted that Auckland is the developer doing this, but yeah, it's at a bit of a stalemate.
Kia ora. Thank you, Ross, and thanks to the local board as well for supporting this. Thank you, Marcus, for that presentation. I know that Councillor Leone and Councillor Dalton, as the elected member liaison to Eke Panuku, understand the issues here. I don't have all the details of the negotiations between Eke Panuku and Auckland, but keen to work with Councillor Leone and Dalton on this. We will put up a resolution to refer this to the board, and keen to sit down and help. Obviously, these are, I assume, commercial and private negotiations between Auckland, so obviously don't want to be talking about those here. But yeah, really excited that you're supportive of that development, and obviously we know that when the Business Association, the local board and everyone are keen to see that sort of development and those residents coming into the heart of your community, that's great, but let's just hope we can get a positive outcome. One question, then just check if there are any more. Councillor Leone.
Kia ora, ngā mihi nui, kia kora. Thank you very much for coming in, and I know that you felt that it's really important that you have an opportunity to come and speak to the governing body and to the Mayor about this issue. Look, I just really wanted to come back to the impact that it is having on the community. I know that we've seen the pictures and we've already got one of the buildings from Auckland that have gone up, and I just wanted to see if there's anything you wanted to add specifically around the difference that has occurred, the vibe in Avondale with the other building already gone up, and the impact that has had.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yeah, it's had a positive impact. I live right next to that building. I advocated for it even though it blocked my view, but it's had a positive impact on the people walking on the street. I walk to and from work from around the area, so I can see there's changes coming. And for me, I want to make sure that we've got the diversity, we've got everything going for us in Avondale, and I want to see that continues.
Thank you for your mahi. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Are there any other questions? No. So how many residents, how many apartments is that first building that's gone up? Do you know?
114.
114, yeah. And having the people in the centre has helped.
100%. Yeah.
Thank you. Right. Well, we have just got a small addition to the resolution, thanking you and also referring it to Eke Panuku Board. I'll keep abreast of the issues, see if there's anything that we can do. Usually elected members stay out of those sorts of negotiations, but happy to see if there are things that we can help with, because we do want to see this development happen in your community. So thank you very much. Councillor Leone to move. Councillor Dalton, Deputy Chair, to second. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, so the next number of public forum items will be focused on the agenda item around Kitchener Road, around the Milford to Takapuna walkway. How we're going to do this is we're having Alex Whitten-Hannah on behalf of the owners first, so he will be able to give the presentation and the views of the owners and the story behind that. There'll be some questions. I'm going to try to stick to 2 questions per public forum, but if there are more for Alex, I would understand that, because it's there may be some more information you need. I've got then, I think, 4 items, because normally we wouldn't be able to have this many people together, but thankfully the groups have agreed to do 4 sort of public forum items within 10 minutes, and then there'll be questions there. So, and then there's also Milford Residents Association as well. So we will start with Alex Whitten-Hannah. Would you like to come? Thank you very much. If you'd like to introduce yourself and give whatever you would like the committee to hear, you'll have 5 minutes. There may be a couple of questions after. Thank you for being here.
Mr Mayor, Mr Chair and Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the owners of 9 Kitchener Road. I am going to start by jumping to the conclusion of the submission of Dr Dunsford of the Milford Association, because she has summed this up very, very succinctly, and with her permission, I'm going to quote from her conclusion. To divide the walkway in half, as Council is suggesting, would be an act of vandalism. We ask for the voice of the people to be heard and for common sense to prevail at last. And respectfully, Mr Mayor, I can just hear you saying, just fix it. In 2010, one of the late owners of 9 Kitchener Road, Paul Firth, commenced negotiations with Auckland Council for the Council to provide Paul with a suitable settlement in compensation for his provision to the public of continuing access across the property. In 2011, after a storm demolished a bridgeway which provided access across the Firth property, Paul Firth allowed the community to cross his front yard within a few metres of his living room, a generous gesture that was much appreciated by the community. In 2012, Auckland Council initiated a plan change designating the old batch on the property as a Heritage Category A building, the highest possible category. And you wonder what planet they were on when they did that. This went through to 2013, apparently without Paul Firth's approval. Subsequent to the heritage listing, Paul Firth negotiated with Auckland Council for the purchase of the whole property as an alternative to the construction of a new bridge. In 2018, Paul Firth and his sister Anne's estate entered into a heads of agreement with Auckland Council, which provided for Auckland Council to purchase the property at 50% of its market value. Another very generous gesture when you consider that the property was worth at least $6 million at that stage. Council accepted responsibility for restoring the batch at an estimated cost of $800,000 and the maintenance of the cottage, which Council has estimated at $25,000 per annum. The property would have made an excellent resting place for the tens of thousands of people who walk through the property on the Takapuna-Milford walkway and would have provided permanent, safe access over the most difficult and dangerous portion of the walk. When entering into the heads of agreement, Auckland Council expressly recognised that the Firth property is unique among all the other properties on the Takapuna-Milford walkway in that it is the only property where public walk directly across the front yard of the existing house with no stone wall or other physical barrier separating private living areas from the public walkway. Auckland Council also acknowledged that a future owner of the property might well exercise that owner's right to prevent public access across the property. As it was legally entitled to do, in August 2022, Auckland Council withdrew from the heads of agreement 4 years after it was signed, advising its intention to close the walkway. The attached Auckland Council report gives an understanding of the reasoning behind the Council withdrawing from the agreement. Particularly relevant paragraphs have been set out in my submission. By the time that Auckland Council made the decision not to go ahead with the purchase at 50% of market value, Paul Firth had died. His beneficiaries, together with the beneficiaries of his late sister's estate, have asked Auckland Council to remove the heritage listing in respect of the derelict batch, and in exchange, they have offered to gift to the people of Auckland the land required for the walkway. And as an aside, I want to note that while Paul Firth had no children of his own, of his blood, his beneficiaries were his children of the heart, his heart, hence being his beneficiaries. Paul regarded them as his family, and the feeling was reciprocated. Removal of the heritage listing will require a plan change. The owners insist that Auckland Council initiate the plan change. Auckland Council put the listing on, Auckland Council can take it off. Auckland Council complained that the cost of that process would be around $100,000, a sum that apparently Auckland Council can ill afford. I suspect that a lot of that $100,000 comes from utilising existing employees' time. However, given that it would result in the walkway being preserved for the people of Auckland in perpetuity, that would be a small price to pay. Paul Firth did not object to the listing in 2012-2013. He had no reason to object, given that he was negotiating with Auckland Council to purchase the land. In 2018, that is what Auckland Council agreed to do, and set out in the heads of agreement between the parties. Had Council gone ahead with the agreement, there would have been no issue over the heritage listing or the walkway. To bring matters to a head, the owners set a deadline of 29 September 2023 for Council to agree to initiating a plan change. If nothing happened, the owners advised they would fence their property off, closing the walkway. The deadline passed, with Council having done nothing. The fence was erected on 29 September 2023. If Auckland Council agrees to initiate the plan change, the owners will remove the fence within 24 hours. They only have to agree to initiate it. There is huge angst in the community at being prevented from accessing the property so as to be able to walk safely along the coastline between Milford and Takapuna. Early in October 2023, in only 2 weeks, nearly 7,500 people signed a petition which was presented to Auckland Council on 17 October. Auckland Council accepted the petition and it's being discussed today. In the meantime, the walkway remains closed. Members of the community are being injured trying to navigate around the property over jagged lava rocks. Council staff will tell you, oh, we've put up signs, you can climb the 59 steps back up to Hurstmere Road, walk along Hurstmere Road and come down further along. But that's really just not acceptable. It's not human nature. People, young and old, are struggling around the lava rocks and are being injured. Auckland Council has suggested that to lift the heritage listing and accept the gift of the walkway would set a precedent that would adversely impact Auckland Council in respect of the other 71 properties that border the walkway.
Mr. Whittenhanna, you're at 7 minutes. I'll let you go. I'll let you round up for another minute or so, but the 5 minute slot is ticked past. So just to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. All of the other 71 properties are fenced off. The Firth property alone has a walkway going across its front yard within just a few metres of the beach. The proposal by the owners to gift the land required for the walkway would establish a good and valuable precedent and might just inspire the other 71 owners to do likewise. I won't quote from the council report, which makes it clear why this building itself is not suitable for preservation. The derelict batch cannot be rented out. It's uninhabitable, it's decaying, deteriorating roof, complete with asbestos. The structure is a manifest danger. That is reflected in the report referred to. Auckland Council, when it withdrew from the heads of agreement, decided it could not justify the expense and has left the burden to the owners. That is grossly unfair and unjustifiable. A resolution to the current impasse is required urgently, not simply because the fence on the owner's property prevents the walkway being used by the thousands who wish to do so, but perhaps more importantly for the safety of the public who try to scramble around the lava rocks from serious injury. That point is now being known as ACC Central. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for that presentation and explaining some of the history there, Mr. Whittenhanna. I have a question from Daniel Newman first. I know the Mayor would like to have a question.
No, I think I better direct my questions to officers at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Mayor Brown, do you have some questions?
Who are the owners now? I mean, it's changed hands, isn't it?
Yes, the beneficiaries of Paul Firth, his children of the heart, if I can call it that.
The children of the heart are a bit heartless. They're the ones who actually closed the walkway, didn't they? And my understanding is they haven't paid their rates for quite a while either. And so I'm not mad about dealing with people who don't pay their rates and close things off as a way of persuading people to their views. So, and as far as the heritage thing, why don't they do it themselves? They're sitting on several $1 million worth of land, which is clearly what they want to get their hands on. So raise it yourself. I mean, it's not the sort of behaviour that I approve of, really. You either become part of the community or you don't.
Mayor Brown, maybe just if we could
just ask the question.
There's a number of questions wrapped up in there.
Okay. So,
well, why haven't the rates been paid? Because these young people have mortgages of their own and simply can't afford the rates. There is a statutory notice on the title so that when the property is sold, the rates will be paid. If the heritage listing is lifted, the property can be sold and rates aren't an issue.
Well, the rates are an issue to the extent that they have transferred the ownership already, and you shouldn't transfer an ownership unless you've paid the rates. That's one of the basic things there. And if you can't tell me that you can't raise the sum of the rates against a piece of property of that value, and then why don't they raise the application themselves? Because this would set precedents. Lots of other people allow their property to be used on over there, and so this would set a trend.
Mr. Mayor,
can I... 76 of these people coming along, and the other people are generously allowing people to walk on their land. So,
we could just stop and allow.
Mr. Mayor, you please appreciate that the Firth family have allowed the public
very
to
good.
walk across the land, not just for a few years, but for decades and decades and decades, since the end of the Second World War.
Well, good on them for that.
Good on them, indeed. Now,
agree
so
with
to
that.
answer your question about why don't they bring in, initiate a plan change, the answer is simple. Firstly, of course, the cost is horrendous, because if they initiate seek to initiate a plan change, council officers will have a field day, a feast. There will be reports from planners, from historians, from all manner, Uncle Tom, Cobley and all. The costs will be horrendous. Now, if Auckland Council initiate a plan change, they can do so efficiently. They'll use their own staff, and it's almost inconceivable that the commissioners would be likely to maintain the heritage listing. Council can do it, and it can do it quickly. But importantly, sir, if council initiate it, if you agreed today to initiate the plan change, the fence would be down by the weekend.
It's blackmail, really, isn't it?
No, it's not blackmail at all.
Why isn't
No,
it blackmail?
Well, blackmail is a criminal offence where you threaten somebody. If they don't do something, that they will be liable for criminal prosecution. It's not even remotely blackmail. It's simply making council sit up and take notice. Instead of taking years to reply to letters, my first letter was 9th of August 2022. So can you imagine how surprising it was that the reply was in August 2023, a year later? This is not the efficient council that you stand for, sir.
All this took place well before my time. I mean, but so you can't blame me for things that didn't happen. But I still can't understand. I mean, why would it cost more if the people are applying, not out of the beneficiary of their heart, they're applying so they can greatly improve the value of their piece of land. And so other people raise money to invest to improve the value of their land.
So
I don't see what's special about this lot, particularly
very
people
special,
who've
very
upset.
special. There are 71 properties, other properties,
Yes.
none of which have had a heritage listing put on. Only this one has had a heritage listing put on by council. Apparently all they did was write a letter to Paul Firth. There was no reply. We don't know whether he ever got it. And then council agreed in 2018 to buy the whole property, eliminate the issue. And then last year, because I pressed them, because nothing was happening, nothing was being said, I pressed them. In August last year, I finally got a reply, oh, we're not going to buy that section. And this is extraordinary, sir. They also replied, we intend to close the walkway. Well, can you imagine that? The Auckland Council didn't own the land to close the walkway, but yet that's what they said they would do. They would close the walkway. Now, Your Honour, Your Worship, you will hear shortly from how thousands upon thousands of people on the North Shore want this walkway reopened. Council can do it by this weekend simply by saying, we will initiate a plan change.
Well, I mean, I don't see why they can't initiate a plan change and do it themselves.
I've just explained why, because of the...
No, you haven't, because as soon as we do that, everyone will want us to pay for their plan changes. We get dozens of... I mean, I've put in plenty of plan changes myself, and I haven't asked anyone else to pay for it, because the beneficiaries are the people who apply. So I'm just... We can't do... I don't want to do things that set a trend that's going to go all over the district. Suddenly we're going to pay for everybody's plan changes because a group of inheritors don't want to pay for their bills. So you haven't answered the question, but why would
quite
do that?
unfair.
Mayor and Mr Wooden-Hannah, I think we're becoming debating rather than questions. There will be a chance, Mayor, for debate at the item. I guess the one question I have, Mr Wooden-Hannah, just on the, I know that previously, a couple of weeks ago, your recommendation was if we remove the heritage listing, you will open up the walkway. But now it's, if we initiate the plan change, you will remove the fences. But I guess my question is...
Not even that, sorry, I need to be absolutely clear. If council says, we will initiate the plan change, you don't have to do it, but they say, we will initiate it, the fence will be down with 24 hours. If the committee resolved today, council will initiate the plan change, it'll be down for the people to walk this weekend.
No, that's fine, but the advice we've had is that a private initiated plan change and a public initiated plan change by the council is exactly the same process, just depending who leads it. My question is, if we don't have control over the independent commissioners who decide whether the heritage listing is removed or not. If we processed it or somehow got budget for that, and the independent commissioners said, no, we will not be removing the heritage listing, will you put the fence back up?
Look, that's a hypothetical question it is almost inconceivable that the commissioners would maintain the heritage listing on this cottage. It's
Mr. Wittenhanner, so the advice we've had is that the reasons, anyway, we'll come to the item, but I guess my point is, I understand your question has now changed from removal of the heritage to initiating, or at least saying we'll initiate a plan change. My question is, if the independent commissioners do not agree to move the heritage listing, which is the advice we've had would likely happen, would the fence go back up?
I'm not going to speculate to the answer to that right now.
I guess that...
It's some distance down the track, but I can't imagine it happening because the commissioners would hear evidence from many, many people and about how important this walkway is. It's part of the heritage of the North Shore, far more than that derelict cottage. It's the walkway that is the heritage here.
Thank you. So I guess the speculation that this puts us in a difficult position to spend up to $100,000 of ratepayer money if we're being told it's likely the heritage listing wouldn't be removed. And are you saying if we initiate, the fence comes down, but then independent commissioners don't agree with the direction and keep the heritage listing, which we can't, as elected members, control, the fence would go back up?
I didn't say that.
No, but would the fence stay down regardless of what the...
I said I can't speculate that far into the future.
Okay.
But to say that it's a little specious for council to say it costs $100,000 for council to initiate a plan change because they're using employees that are sitting behind their desks already.
Okay. Well, I was just making sure that for myself, the understanding is that the fence could go back up if...
It's a possibility, but what
Right.
council needs to be aware of, they can fix this and have the walkway open by the weekend if they've got the desire to do so.
Right. Thank you very much. Now I have questions. Sorry, I had no questions. That's why I questioned. Councillor Newman.
Good morning and thank you, Mr. Wittenhanner. I've been fascinated to hear this exchange. I'm not from Takapuna, I'm from South Auckland, but just from my understanding, and I'm not overly familiar with this, I see from documents that there has been discussions previously about acquisition and what have you. Has any local authority, either current or previous, ever tried to negotiate to establish an easement for access? Has it only ever been about a discussion around purchase of land? Has there ever been a discussion around the easement rights?
Yes, back in 2010, if you have a look at the heads of agreement which I've attached, right at the commencement of it, you will see that in 2010, Paul first started negotiating for compensation for the use of the walkway, and necessarily the implication of that is that it would include an easement. Council wouldn't pay compensation without a pedestrian walkway, obviously.
Thank you, Councillor. Member Tohenade online.
Kia ora, Chair. My question is about mana whenua, and there are a number of iwi groups around that area. Have you contacted them in any shape or form about this issue?
No, I haven't, but I can tell you this with absolute confidence, that walkway has been used by mana whenua probably for centuries as a means of getting between Milford and Takapuna along the coastline. And I cannot imagine that the mana whenua would support the Auckland councillors who say that this walkway doesn't matter.
Would you entertain an approach to mana whenua groups with a view to maybe seeing if they would be amenable to going in with you for a plan change?
Yes, if I was provided with the people to contact, or they would be welcome to contact me. I'm probably one of the easiest people on the North Shore to find.
Thank you, Chief.
Good, thank you, Member Henare. Right, thank you, Councillor Darby.
Just one. Thanks, Alex. Look, I get your frustration. I've been dealing with this issue for a long time as well. But I guess a Heritage A listing it's a high classification. It's our very best.
It's bizarre that it was put there.
Possibly. So I want to take you there. And no doubt you've accessed all the writings of Paul Firth. And I've seen public comments that are recorded in, media, print media, where Paul has spoken with a great heart for the uniqueness of the place that he lived in. Not just the land, but the building. He spoke about that uniqueness. And look, I've seen the correspondence that went to him when the heritage status application was being highlighted, and while there's no record of a letter back there of either objecting or supporting, there was a record of his deep interest in protecting that place, by the comments that he made. He made those comments. So are you suggesting Paul, because you're saying it is about Paul, it's about Paul's wishes, are you saying that Paul did not cherish that place and he did not in any way anticipate a Heritage A listing?
I have never said, nor have the owners ever said, anything like that. Paul Firth was lulled into a sense of false security by Auckland Council officers who entered into the heads of agreement that said, we, Auckland Council, will buy the whole of this property, we will undertake the preservation of this cottage, we will restore it, we will keep it as a writer's residence or an artist's retreat. Auckland Council lulled him into a sense of false security, and who would be surprised that Paul Firth would not be enthusiastic about that? Indeed, his late sister's beneficiaries were so enthusiastic about that they offered to gift their half of the estate. Paul wasn't, but Paul was enthusiastic that Auckland Council said, yes, we will preserve this property, we will preserve this cottage. But then, August 2022, Auckland Council backed right down and said they'd close the walkway. Now, if Paul Firth had still been alive and that had been said, he would be sitting where I am now, with smoke coming out of his ears.
Thanks, Alex. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Right, I'll move and Councillor Darby will second. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you very much, Mr. Whittingham.
Thank you.
All those in favour? Any opposed? No, thank you. Okay, right. Right, so the next we have Sandra Allen. Cool. Thank you. You all want to introduce yourselves individually to the committee one at a time, so you'll need to use the mics on and off when you're speaking. And so you'll have 5 minutes for your presentation. Thank you very much and welcome. I'll just wait till you're settled before we start the clock. Kia ora, Sandra, you're going to lead us off.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Sandra Allen.
Stephen Salt, Chair of the Takapuna Residents Association.
Brandon McCarthy, Committee Member, Takapuna Residents Association.
Is Franco Belgiorno, Takapuna Residents Association.
And Emma Davis, Takapuna Residents Association.
Thank you very much for being here. So.
Good morning, tēnā koutou. A couple of months ago, we presented a petition with 7,500 signatures gathered in a couple of weeks to save the Takapuna Milford Walkway. Since then, Council has had several interviews, articles, one of the biggest, Our Auckland articles, laying out the challenges to keep the walkway open. The local board has had a presentation on options. We're getting concerned that there's a lack of recognition or weighting of how important the pathway is to the community. The issues are all laid out, and we can have a debate about those, but some of the things that have come up, you know, the path crosses other properties, that's technically correct, but the path is below the physical boundary of all those existing properties, and property owners have shown goodwill for decades. And why do we assume that that would change now? And I can tell you that the community would not support an opportunistic approach by other property owners. We've had a lot of debate about the heritage listing. It's clear that council can't make that planning decision. There is a statutory process. But council can show their support and their recommendation, which would carry some weight with the planning commissioners. And with the emails of planning changes that go through Auckland at the moment that I've seen, you know, there is not so much difficulty with a planning change when it's for the public good, such as a road, a bike lane, drainage, a park. One of the other issues we've seen is the replacement of the bridge poses a challenge due to climate change. We're a coastal city. Climate change is here. These are the sorts of things that we have to deal with. In the papers today, it talks about a safety problem. At the board presentation, they talked about that the path is 1.5 metres wide and council standard is 1.8. It talks about, you know, people might access the path or a bridge during a storm. Well, that might be true, but people might go out in boats in storms. You know, you can't, you can't control poor decisions by some individuals. It talks about the council is exposed as a PCBU. I'm not quite sure why this particular area of path is so special compared to the thousands of kilometres of other pathways and that the council currently owns and manages. And the current situation is actually likely to lead to more serious injury, if not a fatality, if it continues the way it is. And we totally support the council managing its cost and prioritising its resources. But the question here is just what is going to meet the threshold for council to spend its resources. You know, this is not only a community asset, it's an Auckland asset and even a national asset. It's used by thousands of people. It supports well-being, recreation, sporting events. It aligns totally with all the council strategy. It's our version of the Bondi to Coogee walk. You know, it provides economic benefit. It draws people to Takapuna. It makes Takapuna a destination in line with the Takapuna strategy. And it actually has very minimal maintenance costs, so it provides a very good payback for the benefits it provides. So I'm not sure if it's risk aversion, embarrassment that little has been achieved in the last 10 years, bias against Takapuna, but it's disheartening to see so much weighting put on the challenges and so little weighting put on the benefits that this walkway provides. So what I'm asking this committee is to recognise the pathway is of city, if not national importance, and deserving of this committee's support. And we're asking this committee to show some leadership and work with the community to restore this well-loved and used assets and encourage officers to seek solutions and not avoidance. And ideally, if they can, find even a temporary solution to get the pathway open for the summer. You know, as community representatives, we recognise the solution may be challenging, and we're willing to work with the council to find a solution, but we do not support capitulation and doing nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you, Stephen, for the presentation. Councillor Ferry, question?
Thank you. So I grew up on the shore and have used that walkway a lot. I used to sail from Milford Beach with Awataha Young Mariners. So I know the area quite well, even though I lived over in Glenfield. It is a beautiful walkway. I think the question that I struggle with is how we prioritise this particular stretch of walkway as opposed to other walkway projects that we have. Like we have one in my area that we weren't able to progress because the funding disappeared due to COVID. And building in the coastal environment is really expensive. So how would you say we should consider prioritising this over potentially other investments? It's not, I'm sorry, I can see I've upset you with this question, ma'am, but I'm just trying to get my head around, a lot of our decision making is prioritising. So how would you prioritise this over some of our other similar projects? Thanks.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question. And we have other walkways in the area that, have looked for being built and development. I think the prioritisation comes from the number of people that use it and how much benefit it provides to people. The significance to not just the local area, but also citywide. As we say, it's of national importance because it's also part of the national trail. I think also the economic benefits, because it does help Takapuna become a destination. It is bringing people into Takapuna. That becomes a very busy area in the weekend. It's part of the sporting facilities. There's the Coastal Challenge and various other sporting events that pass through that area. So it ticks an awful lot of boxes. And I think if you lay out those boxes and compare it to some of the other walkways and projects, I would expect this one would float very close to the top.
And the walkway is to be gifted.
Well, supplementary then, because one of the challenges in that space is obviously we don't own this land. We don't, it's over a number of private properties. So even if we did purchase this portion, there's other portions too. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Some of our other walkway projects, we already own the land, for example. So any comments on that in terms of what could turn into an acquisition for us?
Yeah, with the other properties, the walkway, if you go along there, you would not think that you're actually walking on private property. And it's an issue because they're very old titles and they go down to the high water mark. And the current Auckland plan is that if those properties are developed and subdivided, then actually that coastal land would come back to council. I think there is a fear that those property owners could turn around and say, well, you've been walking across my land and I'm going to put a fence up over these rocks. And that, there is a potential that some property owner might spend thousands and thousands of dollars trying to fence off lava rocks. But I think you have to judge what is the risk of that compared for the cost of them doing it, the goodwill that's been shown. There's been no suggestion anywhere from anybody that could happen and would happen. And if somebody did try to do that, then that's a risk, but it's so small.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watson, you have a question.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation and agree absolutely with the iconic nature of this walk and the, I think it would be the heaviest used walkway, north of the bridge. It has been, for time and eternity. So my question is then, given the impasse that exists, and I agree also that the diversion is not a solution, essentially two separate walkways taking out the link, just that's not sustainable, and I would suggest not acceptable to the community. So there's a lot of well-connected individuals in the various associations, and there's a lot of creative building and construction that has occurred in Takapuna and Milford. Has anyone, and it goes to your notion of an interim solution or something that can help in the short term, has there been any ideas emerged from the community itself in terms of any structure or intervention that might be doable in the short term that allows the walkway to continue and allows people to get past this bit without risking life and limb clambering over the rocks as I had to try and do myself. Has any left field suggestions coming up by way of construction or overseas examples that have occurred to anyone?
From what I've seen, there hasn't been, but I have to say that we haven't actually been involved in trying to find a solution. This seems to be happening basically between council and the owners, and it appears to have become slightly combative, and the community has not actually been that involved, if involved at all, in trying to find a solution. And we would love to be involved because we recognise there are challenges, and we're really keen to find a solution. But no, I haven't seen any left field ideas.
Thank you. And last question from Mayor Brown.
Look, I have a lot of sympathy for this, and I've walked the thing myself beforehand, but I'm not mad about being held to ransom. And I'm not mad about setting precedents, because there are 70 other people out there, and you can't rule out one of those people isn't going to do exactly what you've suggested, block off their bit, and it's not that hard to do, actually. The community, when you said it hasn't been involved, well, bloody well should be involved. This should be something that doesn't get this far, to be quite honest. I'm disappointed it's here. Because when it comes here, it sets a precedent across an area that goes from Wellsford to Pukekohe. And you've got a situation there, just so they understand, if you lodge your own plan, it'll be contentious. If we lodge it, it'll be contentious. Because if you want to be contentious in Auckland, all you've got to do is something. And so it'll be contentious. If you lodge it yourself, the lodging cost is about 30 to 50 grand maximum, okay? If it gets to 100 only if it's appealed. If we lodge it, or if you lodge it, the same process goes through. Now, I can't believe, if the solution is to lodge it, I can't believe that on North Shore there isn't enough people to whip round and find the 30k to put it in if the owner won't do it. And then it becomes an application by the community, which is quite different from an application from the council. The council is the authority that approves or doesn't approve these things. And so we can't be enthusiastic or unenthusiastic about it. So it strikes me that the community, if I was living on the North Shore, I could find 30 grand in about an hour.
Yeah,
if that's what the community truly believe. But you've got to put the onus of these things are not there, they're their inheritors. They're trying to get an advantage for themselves, which is human nature. I completely I can see that, you know. Here's an opportunity, get them by the balls, squeeze a bit. Suddenly a piece of land's worth a lot of money, and other people will observe it along there, so it's more tricky than what you think. But the community should definitely be involved. The community should be solving this. I would really like to see, rather than this be solved here, that the community come up with a way of dealing with this. The community could say, we will lodge on behalf of whoever it is that currently owns this, who don't appear to be locals, from what I can gather. Otherwise they'd be here.
Mayor, just
so my question is, would you? I mean, I'm surprised when you say the community is not involved. You're here. Get involved.
Yeah, if I can answer that. So, as an association, we don't think it's appropriate that we start getting involved with private property issues. It would not be appropriate for us to lodge a plan change on behalf of a private property owner.
So why is it appropriate for us to do that? Because we don't do that normally. Because councils don't lodge on behalf of private property owners under normal circumstances for exactly the reason that you just explained why you would.
Well, I'm not sure that's entirely correct, because the council, if it needs land for a road widening, bike lanes, that sort of thing, and the road is not designated correctly, then the council can lodge a plan change.
That's not on behalf of a private property. That would be on behalf of the residents of the greater city. Now, in a way, this does advantage the residents of the greater city, as you've carefully explained. And I mean, I would like to see it open as well. I mean, I'm almost painting myself into a position where everyone say, oh, he's an arsehole. But I'm not. I'm trying to say that I represent 1.6 million people, of whom a lot of those people would see this as a great advantage. And so it's quite tricky. And the idea that we or you or anyone lodges this and it's a guaranteed thing is another question, because there are a lot of people out here that will, in our community, that will arrive at this thing and saying, we want to protect this heritage. Now, you and I may not think it's a great heritage, but I'm not everybody, and nor are you. And so I'm wondering if the best result is the community go away and think, now what can we do? How can we sort out with Mr. Wittenhanner and his customers who we don't know, how we can come up with some sort of solution which doesn't, or perhaps if the other 73 potential properties agreed that they weren't going to do this, but you can't speak on behalf of 73 people unless you ask them.
No, that's quite correct. But we would be willing to sit in a room with council and the beneficiaries and see if we can work on some sort of solution to
Well, that
this.
might be a solution out of this, but I think a voting solution around here is not a good solution, because if you take a risk of it being no, and I don't think that's a good risk if I was in your situation. I would ask that perhaps the chief planner and the chairperson of this committee and whoever is the council for that district and the head of the community board, local board over there.
Mayor, I have one of the resolutions that I'll be putting up later on says that whatever happens through the debate, we continue discussions with the local board. I can add the local community if that's appropriate. That would have to be have to be negotiated with the owners first to bring other people in. But
so I'm just saying this. You know, the legal solution from the lawyer is kind of a bullet at the head, and that is not a good way to deal with me. I can tell you, mate. You know, I'm not like that.
This council represents the people.
Mr. Wittenhanner,
mate, I'm talking to people who represent the people, not people who represent a customer. These people represent.
Mayor Brown, we'll have the opportunity for debate, and so we've just got to try and stick to questions. I think, yeah. So there will be through the resolution some of that I'm willing to put forward to try and get those sorts of discussions happening for solutions. But there are no more questions, so I will just Deputy Mayor, would you like to move? And I'll second that. Thanks to the Takapuna Residents Association relating to this item. We thank you for your presentation, and we'll definitely, no matter what happens here today, we'll be keeping you involved as much as possible, but obviously those discussions need to happen with the owners of who they want around the table, if they want to meet around it. So thank you very much.
Right, thank you.
Right, so next we have a bit of an... all those in favour? Sorry. Any opposed? Thank you. Right, so we have a bit of an omnibus. Thank you to Trish Deans from the co-chair of Devonport Heritage. She's organised and with the willingness of the people she's attending with to try their best to fit all their presentations within 10 minutes instead of having separate presentations. So I've really appreciated your work on this, Trish. So we have Trish Deans, we've got Bill Rayner, Jeff Chappell, and I think that's all. So Trish, I think, will lead off, and if you do this however you feel is right within 10 minutes, and there will be questions as well.
I've put my timer on. Thank you for hearing us this morning. I guess I'm going to cut to the chase because you've heard so much, so we might as well get on with that. Council's always acknowledged this property as unique among the other properties, and that's in the heads of agreement, and that was agreed with Paul and Anne, essentially. There has been a legitimate process that has been undertaken in terms of the scheduling of the property since 2012, and I'll go back to that in a moment. But you've heard, this is an invaluable walkway, and I'm not going to go over that. So, Council, we're asking you for a negotiated settlement or a negotiation behind the scenes, really, because that's what's being suggested, and that's very sensible. We're putting in, and I'm putting in, well, Heritage Group is putting in an idea that since Council has had a divestment program, North Shore has been at the centre of that divestment program. In terms of the following parcels of land, we have had the Takapuna car park, the Gasometer site, Mary Thomas site, to the Strand, 3 Victoria Road, 3 pocket parks, and 2 lots of the Own Your Own housing scheme by council. So we've participated in divestment. So we feel that we've paid our dues in many respects. Now, on the 8th of February 2022, the Finance and Performance Committee agreed that on a case-by-case basis, the surplus may be used to fund investment in another asset of a higher strategic priority than that of the asset sold. So in other words, paraphrasing, you have the ability to use this authorisation from the Finance and Performance Committee to use funds associated with the North Shore through the divestment program to purchase this property. So we're putting that in front of you as an idea that should be considered. We know the central stalling points around this. We know that funding the purchase would be a key issue. Which parcel of land, how much, the value and category, the value of the category A to the community. What area, will the area being discussed or bought actually meet the needs? So what we're doing is asking council to purchase the full property. It's a rare opportunity. Now, Jeff will discuss some of that currently. Council needs to open negotiations with the family, assess the unencumbered value of the property, discuss the heads of agreement wishes of Anne and Paul Firth, and arrive at a settlement. And we're asking you to do that in private, not here today. But that's where we need to head. That's where we'd like you to head. Now, this tricky thing about the scheduling. I was around, as was Councillor Darby at the time. Plan Change 38 was going ahead. So if you look at Plan Change 38, a vast document, actually was led by Jerry Salmon. So it's not a flippant document by any means. I'll just check the time. It's very much described as part of the arts program of the North Shore and identifies all the writers who've been around and how that property and how Clifton Firth was associated with all of that. I'm not going to go into that, although I just did, but you've got the public pamphlet in 2012. You've got some idea of correspondence with Paul Firth, and you've got public statements as well. It was a properly a legitimate scheduling process for that property. And there was an opportunity in Plan Change 10 to address that, and a letter was sent out to the owners at that point in time that was addressing anomalies. There is also in progress at the moment Plan Change 82. Now what that comes from is the AUP said certain properties in North Shore should be re-evaluated, and that's what we've been doing at the moment. That property did not come into that plan change. It was not ever progressed by the Heritage team. I'm going to leave it at that. Just to reiterate, please consider the purchase of this property. Jeff.
Thanks. I'm here representing Te Araroa Trust and also Te Araroa Auckland Tāmaki Makaurau Trust. And there's a letter that's been distributed which sets out our position, which is of support to Devonport Heritage, that council buy the property, gets it valued at whatever the market rate might be, and purchase it, whatever the market rate might be, unencumbered, and purchase it at that rate. Now, I'm sure the Mayor may take a step backwards at that proposal, but as Trish says, there are funds which have come from other sales which could fund that. A couple of reasons why. This is the great entrance of Te Araroa into Auckland. I mean, it's absolutely world class. The Pahuta Kawas are coming into bloom just as the walkers come through, coming down from Cape Reinga. It is a fabulous part of our walkway, and if we just devolve for the moment to sections, Okura through to Devonport, which is 27 k's, this is the highlight. This Milford Takapuna section is the highlight of that 27-kilometre walk. Why? You're walking across lava rock. You're looking across at Rangitoto, the youngest volcano. You're walking on the lava of the oldest volcano. I think Pupuki is about 250,000 years old. So, and I've looked at the cadastral on this property, and I think there are enormous advantages of the council actually owning it. One of the things is that the right-of-way, which has never been developed, pops out onto Kitchener Road right opposite the entrance to Henderson Park, where you go down to Pupuki. So from having a look at the youngest volcano sitting out there, in Carl Stead's words, sunk in its stone composure, he wrote a poem for us as we opened this part of the walkway, and that features in his poem. Lovely, lovely description of Rangitoto, and then you can zip up the old right-of-way and have a look at the phreatic crater of Pupuki, the oldest, the youngest. There you go. So there are those sorts of advantages. Now, there's something else I want to say. Obviously, Te Reo wants it for the reason that, we've then got our through walk back down into Auckland. But the other thing is we always try and develop the trail corridor and make it a rich experience for the people who are coming through. We want them to see what New Zealand culture is like. And this humble little vernacular cottage, sitting more or less in the shadow of glass and steel international architecture, is a fantastic contrast, those two things together. Yeah, the old Pākehā thing of building a tin shed on paradise, if you like, and then, market values predominate in the long run, and so you've got the mansions. Well, sitting at the foot is this wonderful little place. So, and the other thing I want to bring up is that as a journalist, I set out to find who owned these properties. And I have found out, and I'm not going to say publicly who they are because I don't want to put them in a spot, but let me say that half the owners are what you might call have acted always for the public good. A guy I know who is now dead, but he helped renovate the Riwiali cottage in Moeawatia. He, in Wanganui, he preserved their tramways, the old trams and so on. So he was all for renovation of heritage, if you like. Now he, in combination with Paul, they were the two who said, yes, this should be developed as a heritage site. And they have inherited, that family has inherited, I think, half of this property. So were council to spend their $6 million to get this, to satisfy the owners, so-called, they might get some of that money back. And that's why I would support that they set down. There's more than one lawyer involved here. There's Alex, but this other property holder I'm telling you about also has a lawyer. And they would be I'm not going to present their position in any way, but I will say that that it would be worthwhile sitting down in a group with not just Alex Whitten-Hannah, but also the lawyer from this other group, and just seeing how that money, were it to be, were the $6 million to come from council, and then council has the property, that, how that money might be used. It's not only, I suggest, for private gain.
Okay. And Bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a slightly different approach. As you know, I'm Grey Power, and Grey Power's had a long involvement on the shore on Auckland with community projects, looking at a positive approach and solution-focused attitude. And once again, my submission arises out of finding solutions that the Mayor was talking about with the Devonport Local Board, asking them to take a dynamic, positive, proactive approach to retaining the Firth property and connecting with the community, the developer community in particular, to raise whatever the necessary funds might be. The paper's included in your agenda, which gives the full details, but I appreciate I'll give the bullet points. We've talked about the iconic nature of the shore. The other point I like to make is the in our previous times, you might put it, council and the business community and the community in general had a linkage. It was just the nature of the times. And I would point out that there are situations like the North Shore Aero Club and the Millennium Centre started from businessmen's initiatives with the community and developed into the wonderful facilities they are today. This is no longer the case. With the corporatisation and the internationalisation of the commercial world, the local linkage with the people in the community has been lost, and it needs to be re-established and new connections made. Trish has made the point about the amount of property that's been sold from the North Shore into the general sort of council fund, and this is an issue shared with many local communities. And I also understand that the current sort of development levies do not apply to community facilities, but just infrastructure impact. And also, it was interesting, Ross Clough is here today. The North Shore Council holds a residual city fund of $3 million from the old Takapuna Camping Ground Yachting Centre project that did not proceed. This was brought up by council to be given to the Yachting New Zealand, but it was turned down. Wayne Walker was very involved in that. He will remember, and Ross Clough was the chairman of that committee who was here today. So there's $3 million in essence of what you might say funding in the council process for North Shore situation. The other point that I think is particularly relevant is the intensification of the city has created mega millions of capital gains and income flows for the major property developers in the local area. This is compounded, one, by the legislation on intensification, also by the recent commissioner decisions allowing extensions. Takapuna is a metro centre. We have 4 huge, intense developments taking place. We'd be happy to send them to Avondale, and it's a special situation. The heritage cottage should be retained, as I say, could be developed as a sort of as a rental accommodation. So all we're asking, basically everybody else, is that the council buy the property. The $5 million is probably not a significant. Pick up on what the council and the mayor have done with the Botanic Gardens. It's a situation that had to happen. It's the right decision. It was done. And we ask you to do the same thing for the walkway. Just buy the property. We just should do it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the three of you, and adding to the challenge, quite different recommendations, which shows some of the complexity behind our the decisions here. I have 2 questions so far. Councillor Dalton, Deputy Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. Trish, just a question for you around the heritage status, Category A heritage status. Mr. Witten Hannah says that shouldn't have been applied by council. But listening to the three of you, it sounds like it is a heritage site that should be maintained. What is your view on that?
It's not a matter of having Mr. Whitten-Hannah's personal view or mine. Council listed the property as Category A back in 2012, I think it was it? And assessments were made. Those assessments at the time, and I have listed them, relate to all sorts of, where is it? They relate to social, historical, physical, knowledge. You have categories there already, and those categories were further developed by the AUP. So they become standardised in Chapter D, which the council will be aware of, but not necessarily the public, of course. So it's not my personal opinion. It is listed as a Category A, and along have come the experts and said that is what it is. And they've judged it on those categories.
And there were 2 further plan changes. Well, Plan Change 10, which addressed any anomalies, and then Plan Change 82 at the moment.
Yeah, we've worked hard on Plan Change 82 as a group to try and retain some as A's. Yep.
Thank you. My second question is for Jeff. You mentioned an unencumbered valuation. I just wanted to clarify your meaning of unencumbered.
Well, I think Alex would agree that at present the Category A is an encumbrance. That's the way I would define that. And I would say assess the value, were that not on it, and buy it the council buy it at that value, but the category A stays on, if you see what I mean, because council has now got a category A heritage property on its hands.
And thank you for bringing perhaps a financial solution to the table. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Mayor Brown.
Right, first of all, Jeff, thanks for the terrain book. I really loved it. A tour of New Zealand with someone who understands geology is my favourite book. And I think you might be surprised by my response. I think this is actually this is worthy of consideration. It is a sensible solution. It doesn't seem to hold a gun at anyone's head. The property does have an A category on it, and that makes it worth less than if it didn't have an A. That's the situation. That is the world in which we live. And clearly, Mr. Wittenhanna's customers would like to dump it and make the profit from the difference. It's got a value at the moment, and so I think just buying it as it is, with what it's got, is a solution. And if they want to change that and challenge that, they should use their money to change that. And so I think this is also showing it's a little bit more complex than the people in the back of the room want. I think this is worthy of further thought. And it comes to what we were talking before. I think later in the day, the chairperson of this committee is possibly suggesting that there is a group of people that might talk about this. But it is a Category A site. It has been listed. Just because we might lodge a change, there's no guarantee that that's going to produce a change at all. So we spend all the money and the bloody fence goes up again because they're upset. Well, that's the sort of people they seem to be. So good on you. And I'd love to have a beer with you and talk about terrain.
Anytime. Who pays for the beer?
I'll pay for the beer.
Terrific.
Right, we might, thank you, Mayor, we might move on from the beers. Member Henare, you have a question online.
Kia ora, Chair. Has anybody looked at the precedent of council buying a private site?
Member Henare, that might be a question for the item. We'll have all the...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll have all the experts to discuss anything that that we can openly talk about.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
But we better change Jeff's name, otherwise we go out of here all
Is it Ellie?
Oh, Chapel. Okay, sorry. Is it Ellie?
Ellie.
Apologise. Apologies for that. Right. Councillor Darby would move and Deputy Mayor would second. All right. We're having fights over who seconds and first, but we all agree. Pick two, Sandra. All those in favour? All right. Thank you. Oh, just one, out of order from me. Just one question. I would assume that if we did put a plan change through that Devonport Heritage, or you would know of other groups who would be submitted in opposition to, I mean, I don't want you to put you on the spot here, but...
Well, we haven't discussed it, but you could assume that, yes. It's an offshore property that's listed. And if it can't simply be, we don't like it over there, it has to be, and it's not a simple matter, it's the IHP, the Independent Hearings Panel, has to be appointed. It is a costly process. So, and you won't necessarily, people won't necessarily get the answer they want by any means. That's up to the hearing commissioners.
And my last question, because I have been asked this by media, could us choosing to make a RMA-based decision based on a deal set precedent for other Category A deals?
I'm really not able to answer that. That's a legal question which you may ask.
No, that's fine.
Staff.
I haven't obviously sat on the other side of a hearing panel like you have, so it's just...
Yeah, we're very cautious.
Thank you. Right, we'll move on to now we have... We've got Milford Residents Association. We've got Chris and Debbie, Norma and Richard coming to speak. Thank you all for being here. If you just want to introduce yourselves as you speak, The buttons to turn on the mic are on the right. You just have to turn them on and off when you speak. Thank you very much for being here. You'll have 5 minutes starting now.
Kia ora, Mr Chairman, councillors and Mayor. We're here today with Debbie Dunsford. I will speak first. Excuse my voice, it's a little bit funny at the moment, about this, the bigger issues regarding this hugely popular walk that's ended up closed, basically because nothing much has been done. Debbie will cover the significance of the walk to the community, including its historical significance. We believe there is a simple, low-cost option to rectify this situation. The officer's report for this meeting recommends the do nothing option, that is, walkers should use the footpath. People do this walk because they want to walk along the coast, not on busy roads. This is not acceptable to our community. The Category A Historic Places designation placed on the property is the crux of the problem. One can only wonder how it came about. I know Trish has referred to the criteria, but I'd be really interested to read the actual assessment of it, especially a Category A designation, because you look at other buildings with a Category A designation in Auckland and it's, well, there's no comparison. But it is clear that in 2018, Council intended to buy the property and entered into a heads of agreement. This was withdrawn, but Council officers are now saying they do not support purchase of the site for reasons that it is not, including that it's not of sufficient importance. If this is the case, and given the dilapidated state of the property, how can the retention of the designation be supported? Because of council inaction, the owners have felt forced to take action and close off the walkway. The Milford to Takapuna Coastal Walk is available because of the goodwill of landowners along its length. Council has no involvement or liability. This arrangement over the Firth property could continue if the council would initiate a plan change seeking the removal, as we've heard. The owners have also offered an encumbrance on the title, providing for public access if the designation is removed. Why is this so hard? That's what we can't understand. It seems to be an obvious, low-cost, win-win situation that benefits all parties, most importantly, the public. We don't believe it is reasonable to expect the landowners to apply for the plan change. They never asked for it, and the council's reneged on its intention to buy the property. The simplicity of the solution addresses many of the reasons given by council officers for doing nothing. It's low cost. The land is not vulnerable to storm surge, as it is on a high promontory of rock. No structures are required with an associated consenting costs. No land acquisition is needed. And that means there's no need to consider climate change. And it will not set a precedent, in our opinion, for other properties along the walkway. No land is being purchased. All the community wants is to get the coastal walk back as it was. No changes. Removing the designation via the plan change process is a simple way to achieve this, and the council would be seen to be acting in a positive way for the community we serve. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, councillors and Mr Chairman, I'm Debbie Dunsford, co-chair of the Milford Residents Association. The Milford to Takapuna coastal route has been used continuously by tangata whenua and more recently continuously also by Pākehā residents and visitors to the area for more than 90 years. And there are newspaper articles from 1926 and 1935 that give strong evidence of the role of that walkway as a tourist attraction and as just a part of local people being able to walk up and down that coast. And it really is a truly significant piece of coastline, nationally significant for its geology, but regionally and locally significant for that unique way that the beaches, the volcanic rock and the sea all come together. That clambering walk over rocks and seawalls is an energetic and uplifting part of everyday life for many in our community, and it has been for generations. Many of our families go back several generations, and our parents walked this track, so it's part of our collective memory. And it is truly part of Milford and Takapuna's heritage. We feel that Council's recent reports on the coastal route have ignored this long history of customary use and, as a consequence, have discounted its importance to the local community. We had assumed up until very recently that common sense would prevail in the matter, that negotiations were happening behind the scenes with the owners and that eventually there would be an easement made of some description. We're now alarmed at Council's position that the through route has so little significance that Council is not prepared to buy the property, to obtain the easement, and is actually prepared to cut it into two distinct halves. So it will no longer be a route. It will simply be a couple of patches of coastline. We're also advised that the route is in the process of being removed from the local board's greenways plan. And we ask, when was this decision made that it was acceptable to divide a route used for 90 years and remove it from the local board's greenways plan? Who made this decision? Our elected representatives or council staff? And how can a route with 90 years of continuous access be suddenly cut in half without any consultation with residents? So the Firth family has allowed the public to cross their land since the 1940s, even though it certainly impinged on their privacy. The wooden bridge that was constructed in the 1980s, 1990s, I'm not sure exactly when, was an effective move by North Shore City to solve the privacy versus access issue, until it was destroyed in the storm of 2011. So this was an example of a previous council actually acting to solve that problem actively, and it was actually quite a good solution for a while. So previous agreements and failed negotiations with the late Paul Firth are now in the past, and the opportunity exists for council to either make this go along with the gaining the easement for a footpath in exchange for council instigating a plan change, or in the last set of discussions, for council to again look at purchasing the property, especially to protect that heritage property. But we don't expect a family to be expected to carry the financial burden and loss the heritage listing has imposed. This is too much for the average family in Auckland. And really, I don't think that our local community expects them to do that. The local view is unequivocally that the dilapidated house has questionable heritage status, but the coastal route itself should be designated Heritage A++ status. Council does need to acknowledge that it has underestimated the route, the importance and significance to its community, and to let the situation go this far would simply be plain stupid. It is a stupid solution to have the thing cut in half, and I can't see how the council can possibly think that that's a possibility going forward. I think that our community will never accept that position. We want to see that route open, and we will work actively to ensure that that happens, and we ask that the council cooperates with us.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Mayor Brown, did you have a question? No. Was there any questions to this presentation? None online. Deputy Mayor will move. I just have one question. So, seeing the presentation just before this, there is a suggestion that is the easy, simple move is removing the Category A. I guess from your perspective, do you understand that actually that isn't we cannot remove it? Yeah.
But I think that we would dispute the fact that it is more of a burden on a community group to go out and raise that sort of money. I mean, Mayor Brown can apparently whistle the money up with no problem at all from the North Shore, but I think that a local group would find that a huge effort to actually undertake that. And we do feel that the council has a role in this, that the council has allowed this set of discussions and negotiations and heads of agreement to go on and on and on. And now we've got to this point where everybody's, people have dug in, and that we think that there is a role for the council to actually help this achieve a solution.
Thank you. First of all, Councillor Fletcher, and then you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. The difficulty that I see is since amalgamation, it is very difficult to come up with bespoke solutions, which are often required in complex situations, because we've got, and we are all elected to be regional councillors, and we've got to look at consistency across the region. Is there an appreciation, because I understand that you are submitting that you just expected common sense would prevail on this. Is there an understanding amongst your group that we can't just tailor a bespoke situation here? And is there a willingness to actually work perhaps with other groups to try and initiate this in perhaps the manner the Mayor has been proposing?
Sorry, who's been proposing? The Mayor, right, okay.
I think that if the council was prepared to purchase the property and the walkway remained open, that would be, I think everyone would be happy if the council was able to do that. We were just working on the assumption that any solution would need to be a low cost and simple solution. So we've come up with an option that we think would fit that bill. And from what I understand from the officers' reports, that the cost of initiating or doing a plan change for the council is estimated from $40,000 up, but for a private person to do it would be more expensive, 50% more expensive. So, yeah, there's an added cost there for a private individual to initiate it.
And I think that although...
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh,
my apologies.
I was just going to say that I'm sure every councillor from every area has got wonderful walkways with views and particular spots that are sitting there. And so this could be a situation that happens anywhere in Auckland. And I just think that the issue of something that's been in customary use for so long and can now just be cut is an important issue in itself, and it does need to be resolved. And maybe we do have to set a precedent or have a bespoke solution. But I think that it's a possibility of something that could happen in anyone's area to an iconic part of their particular area. We're just trying to...
Yeah, I can see what you were trying to propose, and I know that under the legacy councils, there was greater scope for these types of solutions, tailor-made solutions, and I know in the case of Legacy Auckland City, prior to the formation of the Te Puna Maunga Authority, there was a property that was purchased in Epsom on the slopes of one of the maunga there. But I haven't seen other examples of that during the duration of the amalgamated Auckland Council. But I look forward to participating in the debate that Council will have on this somewhat later. But thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Two questions. Why didn't they fix the bridge in 2011 when it first came down?
Very good question. Again, it's part of the history.
Because the council stopped communicating and stopped negotiations. And so that's when the heads of agreement began.
Cool, we just can't have conversations happening from the back of the room. Thank you.
Do you want to repeat that?
Just have the answer from the table.
As I understand it, that there was a lack of action from the council on this matter, and that's why it didn't happen.
There must have been a bit of a lack of action from the community too.
Please keep it to questions.
All right.
We were able to walk across it because Paul Firth allowed us to.
Okay, nice of him.
Access was maintained throughout.
So, and the next question, because it seemed this is the first time I've debated this. So, just to remind you, who actually did close it off? It was the people who put the fence up. It wasn't actually me. Just please remember that. So that was my next question. Who actually stopped it? It wasn't me. It was.
There hasn't been any suggestion that it was. But the history of it is that because of the lack of action, I guess the landowners felt that it was necessary to try and get some action, bring it to a head.
I accept it.
Yeah, which
But
is
the
so
lack
that's
of action that suited the particular person who put the fence up, it doesn't mean to say that's the lack of action. So that I'm proposing that we examine all opportunities, and we just had a completely different one from the people who were sitting in that place 5 minutes before you. So thank you very much for that.
Well, I think your suggestion of purchase, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that suggestion at all. And I think all potential solutions should be canvassed.
Thank you very much. Right, all those in favour? Aye. Aye. Thank you. Now that completes the public forum for today. Thank you very much to everyone who came and presented such differing but clear options and opinions on this very important asset to our community. Right, we have the Councillor Turner, we've got the local board, and then we're going to have a break, and then we're going to go to the item, and then you can see some of the resolution. Cool. Thank you. Right. If we could just have some quiet in the room, so then the local board can present. Thank you. It's great to see all 6 members of the Devonport Takapuna Local Board here. Thank you, Chair Van Tonder, Deputy Chair. Terence, if you want to introduce yourselves or you want to introduce your board, you can just lead off there, Chair. Thank you.
Ka pai, thank you very much, Chair Hills, and tēnā koutou katoa, councillors, IMSB members, Mayor Brown. We have here Peter Allen, Gavin Bush, Terence Harper, George Wood and Melissa Powell. This is the whole Devonport Takapuna Local Board. Let's bring that a bit closer. So our job obviously is to present the views of the community, but you'll have seen that they've come themselves and presented their views loud and clear. We don't have a lot more to say on top of that, other than the fact that there is a history here that is very problematic, and there's a lot that council could have done, and also the beneficiaries have made their own decisions around access at the moment that, you know, I think are problematic on both sides. I want to put that to the side. You've got our resolutions that we have put forward to you. Ultimately, they say that we want to see the access maintained, and that we want to see, yourselves and the legal representative, Alex Wood and Hannah, as well as beneficiaries, and us sit in the room and discuss this further, because quite clearly what was proposed is untenable, and we acknowledge that, but there has to be another solution. And one of the things, and whilst it's not in our resolutions, we're unified in our thinking that we think council should just buy the property outright. We should carve off the easement and then put it back on the market, either upgrade it and maintain its heritage qualities and values, or sell it as is. It is Takapuna, you will have remembered from your long-term plan discussions around open space. Takapuna is a priority 2 location for the additional purchase of open space. It was presented that there is an option through the LTP to add budget to address the need for open space because of the infill housing, and Takapuna is identified there. So there is an opportunity for you to look at that process. In the future, if we were able to procure the property behind it, that would actually create a really valuable piece of open space for the people of Takapuna that connects to the coastal edge and maintains access for people going along that walkway. Auckland Council has agency. We have opportunities to make something happen. And I think when we go to the negotiating table and both parties walk away feeling a little bit hurt, you've probably come to a good outcome. And that's what we would encourage you to do. Is there anything else we want to? So we're happy to take any questions.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair Van Tonder. Great to see the full board here, and I know that you're doing some great work, and you've done some great work advocating for this very complex issue as well. The Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Tony. And boy, it's always impressive to get the whole team. Means that you're really very, very keen to progress a solution, as am I. So I want to look at all options to try and help find a solution for you. So notwithstanding, I'm going to ask some other questions to staff in the item. My question to you is, have you considered potentially a targeted rate for this? Or would you consider? I'm not saying that is the answer. I'm just saying, looking at all the options, would you consider?
No, we have not considered that, Deputy Mayor. That hasn't come to us. We don't know what the cost is. We haven't been party to negotiations around the cost, and we haven't socialised that with our community. Obviously, this is part of the conversations going forward, in my view.
And the second question is, you know, obviously we've got, I'm hearing from the community that there hasn't been kind of a bit of a joined up conversation here. This is your area, you know. Are you willing to help facilitate more conversations around the landowners, the community, etc., to help find a resolution as well?
Yes, we have a role to play here, and we will do what needs to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you team for the presentation, and the Deputy Mayor actually asked the exact same question I was going to ask. I'm from the Manukau ward, and in our ward there are some things that are really important to our community, and I know that this is something really important to your community, and we have put targeted rates on in order to provide those facilities for our community. So I do want to encourage you to consider that as an option. It does mean that the local board can drive that, and I think because this seems to be more of a local issue, although I accept there's some regional benefit, but to be honest, the people from my area, from Otara, from Papatuatua, from Mangere and from Otahu, don't generally come out there. So there's a strong local feeling here, and I'd encourage you to consider the targeted rate as a possible solution. Kia ora. Thank you.
Sorry, I would like to say one thing. It's really important for our community that the fences come down ASAP, and that's going to require a pretty swift call to action to sit in a room and discuss this with the lawyer and the beneficiaries, because that's the most important thing. There is a massive health and safety risk for the people who have been going through that property for over 10 years since that walkway was broken. They continue to expect that that is still available to them to do so, and they are clambering over the rocks and they are breaking their bones. Okay, this is a serious health and safety issue that we must address one way or another. That's my only call to action at this stage, but we want to see a happy outcome for the people. Kia ora.
Are you saying that it would be a requirement to take down the fences before a negotiation started, or?
No, I would like the negotiation to start ASAP so that we can get those fences down ASAP. Member Wood has something to say.
Can I just say that we haven't been sitting on our hands over this. Last term, the chair in the first part of the last term, Aidan Bennett, he had negotiations with the beneficiaries. This is before Paul's death, and subsequently we had a meeting out at Ranui with the trustees for Anne Thurf, and Paul came to that meeting, and we also had another meeting with the beneficiaries, and Paul was at the meeting at the Albert Eden local board office. And the other thing is, we were not parties to the memorandum or heads of agreement in relation to this property. So that, you know, we've been working very hard, I think, to get a solution here. And I mean, when Rod Sheridan was in charge of community facilities, he had a lot of dealings with the family, and that just seemed to have dropped off the radar. And so, you know, and we tried to find out what was happening. He was saying and talking and promoting our idea of purchasing the property, taking off the track across the front, and putting it back on the market. That was his way forward. So, you know, we've been asking for that for, you know, a number of years now, and a number of terms of council. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Just a question on that. and I have had questions from other councillors, there was a priority the board put on last term for the proceeds from To the Strand to be purchased, but then halfway through the term, the priority changed, which meant the money couldn't go on this property. Do you have any information about that?
So we have an endowment property, which is Aotakapuna Library. It's number 2, the Strand, which I'll note is category B heritage listing, and it's up. We will receive the funds to give good community benefit. We would love to see that listing removed too, but we won't be doing that. In that case, when we decided the prioritisation of the projects, an amendment was put that Member Wood and I supported to prioritise the first property, but the chair used the casting vote at the time to switch it around and put refurbishment of the library as the first priority, and this is the second priority.
Thank you. Councillor Darby.
No, you've just put my question. It's just been answered. Thank you. I thought there was some history there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Darby. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. So I'm interested in thinking about the need to formalise potentially all of this, not just this one property. So, I mean, probably a bigger discussion than we need to have today, or have the capacity to have today. But is that something that, as a local board, you've looked at? Yeah, I mean, it is quite a lot of the walkways that we invest in are, publicly owned land. This one is quite unusual in that sense of 72 separate landowners, none of whom are council. So what's your sort of the board's thinking, medium to longer term beyond this specific property about how we can resolve that? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry, for your question. Yes, we did put a recommendation that we would like the whole access to be formalised or that to be reviewed. There's some information in the officer's report around the cost of that. I think it was around 17 million possibly. We accept that it's really difficult. What we tend to see, and people who don't necessarily work in council all the time, who come into council, like pretty much this whole board, the thing that frustrates us most are all the reasons why we can't do something and all the potential risks, all the potential things that may happen, like we've got a crystal ball. It doesn't satisfy the common person. We have a problem, we need to fix it. And the rest of the stuff we will do as it arises. But right now, accessing that piece where people are hurting themselves is our number one priority. And we would look to have that bigger conversation later when all the other things in the city are fixed, and we might have some money to spend to formalise it properly. But right now, we have one critical thing that we need to remediate.
That's all the questions we have, I think. Yep. No more? Right. Thank you all. Oh, I did have one last question. I don't know the history. Obviously, in the attachments, George, it obviously says that the councillors at the time supported the resolution to put the heritage listing on. Do you remember advice at the time on the specific... I know it was a number of issues going forward for protection, but do you remember the discussion at the time? I know you've had lots of conversations with Paul Firth, but...
Vaguely I did, and Paul, he was keen to get to pursue that as a artist retreat, and that's where it was. And Paul's given me the history of the property and his father being involved with the arts and writers, people of the North Shore and across Auckland, and also, the fact that he was connected with the artist, the photographer Winkleman, who took photos of Auckland, which is very historic photos of Auckland, which still looked upon as important for the history of Auckland. So there's all those kind of things. So Paul he was happy of that when I talked to him. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, George. Yeah, for me, I was trying to understand, because there's a lot of assumption that at the time the council just did it, but actually the politicians at the time, there wasn't a controversy around, as far as I can see, in that first term of council, putting that forward for the protection, and that's part of our struggle here today. Mayor Brown, you have a question now?
Yeah. I mean, it's a sorry situation at the moment, but when people are walking around here, is there a sign there? I mean, this is the city of red cones. I'm trying to change that, but it's there, help yourself to plenty. Is the sign saying don't do this, or are they just wandering around and willfully hurting themselves?
The signs say don't do it, but they've been doing that for decades.
I mean, it has changed. There is a fence there now. Do they not notice?
It's hard to miss it.
Okay, well, that's interesting.
Where it actually the fence is, there's a step down, so people can naturally just go down at low tide and walk around, but it's really slippery there. I mean, we would love to see this fence removed as soon as possible. Let's get into a meeting room and talk about it, and we call on everyone just to let's remove this fence and make it safe. And then we can talk and find the long-term solution.
Bit of concrete around the bottom made over the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Do it up north.
Right, so I'll move in. Councillor Darby's keen to second. Thank you for all your work on this team, and obviously we'll be working with you on this going forward from today. All those in favour? Right, we're going to have a 5 or 10 minute break before the item. Oh, sorry, there are no extraordinary business. No, good. We're just going to move through a bit of a break so people can catch up, but also so we can see if we can prepare some additional resolutions or discussions with the Mayor and Deputy Chair. Thank you. Quick break, but I think the pertinent thing to do would be have a half-hour break for lunch. We'll work with the local board on discussing resolutions. Staff and councillors and members can have a half-hour break for lunch, and we'll be back at, what is the time?
It's 12:15 now.
12:15. So 12:45 we'll be back. We just obviously don't want to rush the conversation, and it could be, well after lunchtime that we finish the debate to move to lunch then. So I think it's important we go now for half an hour. Thank you.
Yes.
I think we have a quorum. Right. I think we're going to have Taryn lead off. Right, everyone, we're going to have the presentation will be based on what is in the report and the recommendations that are in the report. We then will have questions. I'm sure there will be many. There is advice from many parts of council about the process that has come to get here, and also what possibly could happen going forward. Some recommendations. I will get them emailed out as soon as possible during the item, so you have a lot of time to digest them before we actually get to the debate. Thank you. Cool. Taryn.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. I was going to go through, step through a lot of the key points in the report today. However, you've spent your morning hearing quite a lot
from members of the public in different areas around the complexity that is around this walkway. I am joined today, I've got Anthony Lewis, he's our Specialist Technical Statutory Advisor. We've got Kim O'Neill, Head of Property and Commercial Business, Paul Kleineck, our GM, Resilient Land and Coast, Megan Patrick, Team Leader, Heritage Policy, and Catherine Hickling, our Principal Legal Counsel. So they are all subject matter experts that have helped to form what you've read in the report, and are here for any questions later on. I might just cut really quickly through, and then I'm going to run through a presentation of a couple of pictures that we've taken of the walkway to just help build a picture for those that haven't walked the walkway. But what I just wanted to emphasise is that there has been many, many years, as you've heard already, of debates and discussions around the walkway. And unfortunately, none of those negotiations have been able to be concluded, and that has largely existed around the heritage status on the property and the disagreement, I suppose, in terms of what that value then becomes. We absolutely acknowledge, and having walked the walkway on Tuesday, absolutely acknowledge how important and how iconic this walkway is for the North Shore residents. That's not the debate here today. And we would love to find a solution that is able to minimise the risk and cost for council. It is a very well-used public route, and I might just mention that although we refer to it as a walkway, it is definitely, and you'll see in the pictures, a coastal access route, I'd say, across the 72-odd properties. The closure of the access was initiated by the owners, as you heard this morning, and has been positioned by the owner's representative as a response to the fact that the dwelling on Nan Kitchener Road property has the Category A heritage listing. And the owners restoring public access is contingent on the council undertaking the process to remove the heritage listing. It is acknowledged by the staff that the heritage listing has a negative impact on the commercial value of that property, and hence the reason we haven't been able to reach agreement. In terms of the report itself, we do cover off three different options. So one option is to ensure, to recommend that we do not initiate the plan change on behalf of the owners, and that we seek to continue to use the access route informally. As you've heard this morning, there is a slight detour. It's about 10 minutes. It's definitely not as beautiful and pretty as the coastal way, but it does allow you to still walk around most of that walkway. And that is more around the fact that the pinch point of Nan Kitchener Road is a particularly dangerous area to try access over the rocks. There is a second option in the paper that is that council would initiate the plan change. That would not be the advice of staff. And a third option that includes, again, making clear that we would not initiate the plan change, but we continue to look at investigating alternative options for the route and access. You will see in the paper there has been a number of options canvassed. Those have included purchasing the property outright. They have included looking at an easement agreement with the owners, and as I mentioned before, none of those have come to fruition because we've been unable to agree the removal of the heritage status and the value. So I might just quickly step through the presentation just to give you a bit of a flavour of the access route for those that don't know it. It does extend along the coastline from Milford to Takapuna, and the light blue area is the property of Nan Kitchener Road, which is around halfway along that route. As you can see, right along the access route, there are private walls that have been built, some of which are on the boundary, many of which are not. And public access and formal route along those areas is largely along private access. And as you can see, typical of a coastal rock kind of area to walk along. As was mentioned this morning, we have put up signage where just before the closure of the walkway, and that was just to inform the public of the closure and minimise any of the health and safety risks on that particular point. This slide just really outlines the footprint of the property, which is outlined in light blue, and probably not as clear maybe on your screens a little bit, but you'll see that there is a heritage overlay on 3 properties in that picture, one of which is 9 Kitchener Road, and there's also significant natural heritage overlay, particularly in the coastal management area along the front end of those properties. Just quickly step through just to give you a little bit of a sense. This is from the north, adjacent to the Waterkey pump station and the walkway that existed before, the fencing that's been erected, which currently prevents the public from walking through, and then from this end just looking north. So I might just stop there. Hopefully there has been quite a lot discussed already today, and we've got a number of people here who can take questions, and as Councillor Hills mentioned, an alternative resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. Sorry. We first up have Member Henare with a question, and then Member Ashby, and I'm sure there'll be others. But I think there's a lot more staff can say through questions. There's a bunch of information, but this is the very high level, and obviously you've got all the attachments as well. Member Henare.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, a raft of questions, maybe only 1 or 2 really. Who put the fence up? What involvement has mana whenua had throughout this issue? And I will want to comment later.
Kia ora, thank you, Member.
Kia ora, through the Chair, so the family did put up the fence on 29th September. Just in terms of mana whenua engagement, normally of council acquisition of private property, it's a discussion between staff members who've been delegated by the governing body and the private landowners. Only after the property's been acquired, then incorporated into pathways or open space plans would we engage in mana whenua. But certainly, and as mentioned in the report, should council formalise some sort of access along the route, there'd be further engagement with mana whenua in terms of what council could do to this walkway.
Okay, so there has been engagement, or there may be engagement?
Through the Chair, not to date, because the discussions with the private landowner have been going on for nearly 11 years. We haven't come to a conclusion, so we haven't had the opportunity to engage in mana whenua, but certainly during that time, council engagement with mana whenua has occurred for pathways plans, open space network plans, unlock Takapuna.
Yeah, hang on. Don't muddy the waters. All I want to know is, over this issue, has there been any engagement with various mana whenua organisations?
Through the Chair, no, it's just been conversations between the landowner and council.
Kapai, thank you.
Thank you. Member Ashby.
Thank you. My colleague has asked one of the questions I had. My other one was, can you just confirm for me how many properties specifically, I guess, make up this walkway, this private kind of connection, if you will? Is it 30 or is it 70? I've heard different numbers.
Through the Chair, there's 72 properties that can be affected. Of those 72, 33, the public tend to always use or cross to access the route. There's another 31 which, at low tide or calm sea conditions, the public have the opportunity to walk further down the beach off the private property. And the last remaining 8 which you need to go out and survey to double check. It's too hard to determine.
So there's at least 30-ish that could potentially end up being in exactly the same situation as we are now?
Potentially, yes. And of those 33, some are cross-lease properties or strata title apartments.
Thank you. I'm going to reserve my right to comment.
Good. Thank you, Member Ashby. Councillor Turner, sorry.
Ken's fine, Mr. Chair.
So, because I don't understand the process all that well, but you said that the heritage status impacts the value of the property and that seemed to be the pinch point of negotiations. From what I heard this morning, council put that heritage order on the site. Now, when that gets put on there, is there anything taken in consideration? Because when you put it on, you reduce the price value of the property.
I'll just ask our heritage experts to come up to answer that.
Yeah, so probably Megan, if you could introduce yourself to all of us, but also maybe explain the process of what you know of how we got to this point on the heritage listing and the process, and how a private owner would be involved through that process.
Kia ora, I'm, through you, Chair, I'm Megan Patrick. I'm the Heritage Team Leader Policy. The work to put the place on the schedule began with the Legacy North Shore City Council. That work was adopted by Auckland Council, and the evaluation was notified as part of what we call Plan Change 38. There's two main components when we notify a plan change. One is the heritage evaluation, which is what are the heritage values of the place, how do they stack up against the criteria that originally was in the Legacy North Shore City Plan, and now would be the Auckland Unitary Plan. The second component, which is where your question comes in, is what we call the planning component when we notify a plan change. One of the things that we look at is not the value of the property and the effect of that. What we look at is, or required to look at under the RMA, is reasonable use of the property. So watch this, when we notified Plan Change 38, we would have looked at, are the heritage values significant enough to justify its heritage protection? And it met that test. And then the planning test looks at multiple things under the RMA, including whether or not it meets a test of reasonable use.
Thank you, but my question is, the place is worth Z on day one. On day two, when that heritage order is put on, by the sounds of it, it goes down to T in value. Now the entity, us, who caused a effect of reducing the retail value of that property, is trying to buy at the lower price. Am I right? Is that too simple? Is that too simplified? Is that where the problem is? Why with negotiation? That.
Through the chair, I'm happy to take that. This is the other Megan. Thank you, Megan. There are things, regulation that council, well, government or council puts in can sometimes have an impact economically, positively or negatively. And so there are some instances where, say, scheduling from a purely market perspective has what some would say a negative cost, in the sense that the property otherwise would be worth less than it would be if you didn't have it. There are other situations where it actually increases the value of that property because of the heritage protection on it, and that is really clear. So regardless of whichever way it goes, that is not something that we can take into account when we make decisions about whether or not something is protected or not. Therefore, into the future, either by removing it or purchasing it or doing whatever we might do, the value of the land is irrelevant and doesn't have any bearing on our ability to do any of those things. That is just the nature of a property market in this particular place and time. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. So I guess to your question, we are able to both be a regulator and then make decisions on the public use or otherwise, or something of a piece of land, and we just have to deal with that piece of land at the economic market that it is in at the time.
Probably to Megan or Megan, I guess and what I've said to media on this, could you confirm that under the law we have to consider those two things separately. So non-regulatory impacts and regulatory, that a decision around walkways or house prices or whatever, we can't, and that's why it's independent commissioners largely, can't consider the regulatory decisions made through a plan change and like a decision around a walkway or other.
That's right, we'll wear two hats, and so there will be separate decisions about the regulatory element and separate decisions about a public act or an act as an organisation about what we might want to do with a property. Yep.
Thank you. I was just looking for the common justice outcome in this, and I think you've answered it. Thank you.
And maybe just one, Megan, just to, before you leave, the understanding I have, there was lots of conversations with the owner at the time, but also that it was a publicly notified plan change and anyone had the opportunity to oppose that. Is there anything you can talk about that process?
Correct. When we add a place to the schedule, we follow the RMA process that requires us to notify all landowners and occupiers of land subject to the plan change. It's also publicly notified, so within the newspaper. We do call for public submissions. Anybody has an ability to make a submission. In relation to Plan Change 38, which is the plan change that placed this property on the heritage schedule, we received no submissions, meaning no submissions in support or opposition. There has been a question raised of whether or not the property owner was notified of Plan Change 38, and we can confirm that there was a letter sent to the owner of the property.
Thank you. Councillor Darby, is it for Megan? Yeah, Councillor Darby.
Yeah, thanks for that, Megan. And look, you have responded to my email on this, but I think it's good to flush that out. And then when the plan change is confirmed, a letter again goes to the property owner. Isn't that the correct process?
No, a letter notifying of the decision goes to submitters.
Goes to submitters.
Yeah, of which there wasn't a submission on this from the owner.
I thought there was a letter that also went back to Mr. Firth on the 25th of January 2018.
So plan change, through you, Chair, plan change 38.
Oh, sorry, no, that's the notification letter. Getting it.
Yeah, so plan change 38 put the property on our heritage schedule. Following the Auckland Unitary Plan process, that property was included in the Unitary Plan through a submission from Auckland Council. Following that process, we notified an additional plan change, which was called Plan Change 10, where we identified an extent of place. And at that point of time, again, publicly notified, letter to owner, and again, throughout that process, we didn't receive a submission on this property.
Okay, that's clear. And I'm earlier in my questions of Mr. Whitten Hannah, I alluded to, my memory was a bit vague at the time, though I had read this material, and I've now found it. It was in the, not the Import Flag stuff, the Rangitoto Observer from about 3 years ago. And one of the quotes there, this is the writer interviewing Mr. Firth when he was alive. And one of the things that Mr. Firth said, and it was quoted there, the 75-year-old has been lobbying Auckland Council for formal acknowledgement of the cottage's history. Now, Mr. Firth's not with us anymore, but are you aware of, is that referring to the protection that the Heritage A and PC 38 put in place, or is it something else that he was looking for to formally acknowledge the cottage's history?
Through you, Chair, I do not know the answer to that question. I didn't come from the Legacy North Shore. I do know people who have spoken to Mr. Firth, and understand from their recollections of those discussions, which were a decade ago, were that he was aware and supportive of the scheduling of that property. And again, that is not information that I am aware of. I'm repeating things that staff have said to me. So apologies for not being able to answer that question more clearly.
That's fine. I've got another question, but it's not heritage related, and I'll take it when you're...
Thank you. Councillor Fuli.
Kia ora, thank you, and thank you for that clarity around the process. I've just got questions about the options. I've got a couple of questions. The first one, the staff do not support option 2. Could you explain a little bit more why staff do not support option 2? And that's the option for council to initiate the plan change. Could you explain a little bit further why staff have taken that position? And then I've got a follow-up, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you for the question. I'll kick off. My colleagues want to jump in as well. I think it's just around that we appreciate there is the heritage value on the property. As we've mentioned, it has gone through a due and proper process, and there would be risks associated for council initiating that plan change.
Kia ora. Could you explain what some of those risks might be?
Start off. So through the chair, I think one of the risks is the precedent that might set. So if we were to start initiating plan changes on properties on behalf of private owners, that could set a precedent and a request for further from other similar property owners in that space.
And just my final question then, we heard a little bit about targeted rates, and I'm from an area where local boards have applied targeted rates to things that the community feels strongly about and wants to retain. Was that not an option that you looked at, and do you have any knowledge or advice on that? And I appreciate you haven't had a chance to think about that, but do you have any advice that you might be able to provide in this short space? Kia ora.
Through the chair, so Parks and Community Facilities have been undertaking investigations and negotiations in accordance with the 2012 Regional Development and Operations Committee. A question of a targeted rate is probably more of a financial policy question. That was slightly outside of our scope.
Okay, kia ora, I accept that. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, did you still have a question? No, I think so. Cool, thank you. Councillor Newman.
I wanted to go back to Plan Change 38 and the heritage matters, if I could.
Megan may need to come up again. Feel free to sit on the wings if you'd like as well, if it's easier.
So just for clarification, when Plan Change 38 was notified, did you receive a submission from the property owner on Plan Change 38?
We did not.
Okay, and in the subsequent plan changes, when council lodged submissions to add this particular property to the schedule as per the proposed Auckland Unitary Plan, did you receive evidence, any submission evidence from this property owner?
We did not.
And you couldn't, by all reasonable accounts, you would not be able to decide to get a commissioner to enter into an evidence statement, statements to the effect of a third party had heard from the particular owner at the time that he was very aware of the plan change, or that he wanted to achieve the same objective as what was sought by the plan change. It doesn't meet the evidence standard, does it? If the purpose is to try and confirm that the late owner agreed with any plan change, that the only evidence standard that would be accepted is a submission from that person.
That would be the standard process if the owner supported the plan change and we had evidence of that support, that would usually be through a submission to the plan change.
Of which you've confirmed there wasn't. The other thing is that there has been some discussion about public plan changes and private plan changes. So could you confirm, or could somebody confirm that a public plan change initiated by council to revoke the heritage status of this particular property could well be a plan change that the council could end up being a submitter on opposing that?
A council initiated plan change, especially one that was simple, i.e. in terms of its scope, i.e. proposing the removal of a scheduled property, it would be unlikely that council would submit on that. They could, but it would be more likely their position would be in the notified plan change. In relation to a private plan change, council can and often does submit.
And in any of the discussions with the affected people here this morning, or anybody involved in these discussions previously with the property owner or the representatives of the property owner's estate or what have you, has council ever advised that in the event that there was a private plan change, that council could well be a submitter and be a submitter in opposition to any attempt to revoke the heritage status?
As the team leader heritage policy, if there was a private plan change proposing the removal or a council initiated plan change proposing the removal, it would be unlikely to be supported by the heritage unit. In relation to whether or not a submission was lodged, that would not be solely the decision of the heritage unit, but I imagine we would be quite loud in our opinions.
Yes, but that wasn't my question. My question was, had that scenario been communicated to people who may well end up being applicants through a private plan change?
Apologies, I missed that part. I have been involved in correspondence and inputting into correspondence that has gone from council officers to the owners, and we have advised them that the heritage unit would be unlikely to support a submission, unlikely to support a plan change proposing removal. There has been no discussion on whether council would submit on a private plan change.
Well, thank you. What you have provided is very interesting. Thank you.
Councillor Darby, is that for Megan?
If I may, before Megan might disappear to the back again. I heard you say you've been involved with Taryn's team and others on correspondence that's gone to and fro. Has there been any, in the correspondence coming from representatives of the property owners, has there been any expert evidence from a heritage expert that's being conveyed suggesting that there is merit in council pursuing a plan change? So have you cited any expert evidence that has come from them to us?
The only heritage evidence or expert opinion that I've seen is from council in relation to the heritage values. That meant we proposed its addition through Plan Change 38.
Yeah, and I'm talking more recent, so you're confirming there is no expert evidence supporting the argument that council should pick this up and run with it, a public plan change, because we've got the evidence? Nothing like that?
Correct. There's
Okay.
been no heritage expert evidence that has been seen.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of my questions have been asked. One of them, one that I do have is around any valuations, because I might have this wrong, Taryn, but in terms of us trying to either purchase or get an easement, I think you mentioned we couldn't get to agreement on the values. So, obviously work out a price. So have we gone down the process of actually getting valuations done? And were those valuations done prior, or I guess post the heritage going on it?
Through the Chair, the most recent valuation, a registered valuation by an independent valuer, was from February 2022, and that was $4.25 million with the heritage status in place.
Okay. Thank you for that. I hope, for mentioning the figure, I hope that's okay. And so nothing post, right? Just confirming that.
Nothing since then, and the owners have not offered up their own independent valuation either to show what they believe the property is worth. Unfortunately, that's a bit of a vacuum.
So, look, I'm just talking about the vacuum. I got the impression that some of our presenters in the public time felt that we hadn't done a lot for a while. There had been a void there, and they're a little bit critical that nothing's happened. So, in terms of work being done, this being an active case, has it been dormant for a little while and coming up today, or has there been a period of non-communication because of the breakdown?
Through the Chair, Mr Whittenhanna did outline that the last formal communication between Council and himself was August 2022. Since that time, there's been further condition assessments. There's been assessments of a service requirement, either as an artisan residence model or for open space purposes. They weren't supported. And also further, I'll just go back a wee bit. The 2012 RDOC committee resolutions were based on an existing North Shore need. They weren't assessed against any Auckland Council open space provision, open space acquisition policies. That work's been going on. We've done that since that time. So there has been work going on in the background.
Okay, there might not have been visibility of that, so thank you for answering that question because that helps. And I guess the final one, Chair, would be if today were resolved in good faith to set up, I don't know the right term, a working party involving the local board, etc., to try and find alternative solutions. If we do that in good faith today, has there been any indication from the representatives of the owners if they would also, in good faith, if we entered that process, take down the fence prior to summer? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. I don't want to speak on behalf of the owners or the representatives, but to date the request has been that we initiate the plan change, and on that basis they would remove the fence. So we haven't had discussions about removing the fence in good faith due to ongoing negotiations.
Okay, and that may be because that might be just flushed out today as an option. So I guess I'm just, if that representatives listening, they might want to indicate to the council if they might act in good faith in that way as well. Thank you.
And maybe just a quick follow-up for Councillor Sayers for members who haven't heard it a lot of times, but I guess the issue with the discussions and negotiations, they've changed considerably throughout the time, the conditions, the expectations. Is there anything you want to further outline around, basically starting about reinstating a walkway, then it was about potentially artisan residents, then it was more about the plan change when the owners changed?
Through the Chair, yes, the negotiations have come up with different conditions of sale that included bronze sculptures of penguins, mosaics, information signage, writing off of rates arrears, permission to build a garage on the property, permission to access the property with a vehicle from Audrey Lane, offers for 1.5 metre strip for an easement, so that they have been evolving over time.
Thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. So I've got a few different questions. Sorry, it might sort of rattle around a bit in terms of who needs to answer. But I guess just to continue on the plan change discussion first, if we were to initiate a plan change Are we then constrained in terms of being able to submit against that plan change succeeding? Ordinarily you can't say, hey, let's make this change, but also we're going to submit against it. But I know that RMA stuff can be a little bit more complex. Sometimes we have parts of council that are in favour of something and other parts that are against. How would that play out? Megan. Other Megans.
So many Megans, so little time. Sorry, just confirming the question was if there was a public plan change, if there was a plan change of some sort and the different roles of council. Was that the question?
Well, it's more if we make a public plan change, can council submit, on balance, we actually don't support this plan change going through because of these heritage concerns or for these other reasons? Or can we only, on balance, we might raise concerns, but we would still on balance have to support a public plan change? Is there any flexibility?
Thanks. Yeah, look, there is. So under the RMA, new one or old one, whatever one we're talking about, we can, so council has two roles. Council is the regulator role, which of course is the one that prepares the unitary plan in this case and the rules around it, and is the regulator in terms of putting public plan changes out. One of the other roles or hats we wear is as the local authority for the region, and we've therefore got rights as submitter on all of those things. So we have rights to submit on our own regulation if that's what we want to do. So in that case, if this committee, for example, on balance, decided to initiate a public plan change, we would have to ensure that we had somebody who could support that position. That may not be, for example, our internal heritage staff. That might need to be a consultant. I'm making that up. It's just a suggestion. If that is true, then council as the regulator, so that's as council as the regulator, and so whoever as the regulator considers that plan change and makes the recommendations through to the independent hearings panel, who will then make that decision, that would need to be somebody else. And so that, for example, could be a consultant, could be acting for council to initiate the plan change, and there could be either the internal staff or another consultant would act for council who would be advising the independent hearings panel to make that decision. So what we do is we ensure that they're not the same people or staff members or teams, they are separate. And it can be done, and it's been done before.
Okay, so we could, in theory, end up in a situation where we initiated a public plan change and we're effectively, or part of council was effectively saying we oppose this plan change.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. I mean, it sounds complicated, but yeah. So then my next question was around the rates arrears. So have the owners applied for a rates remission deferral postponement under the policy? Have they actually applied, or has that only happened through the negotiation process?
Kia ora, Councillor, through the Chair. My understanding is the owners did apply for a rates remission while Paul Firth was alive, but that remission ended when he passed away. So there's been no further application since then in relation to the rates.
Okay, so so they had rates remission while Paul Firth was alive. They have not reapplied for a deferral or postponement under the policy since that.
That's my understanding.
Okay, because there's some advice in here that were it to be assessed, it's unlikely that the property would qualify, but they haven't actually applied, have they? Is that?
I will check with our rates team, but my understanding is they haven't.
All right. How many years has that been? Is it 2, 3?
2021, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's useful context. The 2012 negotiations, so the papers we have indicate, obviously you've talked about there being 33 properties, but there was 9 Kitchener plus 2 others that were identified as being particularly acute to enter negotiations with. I note that in the advice we have here, it says that the agreements for the other 2 properties, we don't need to talk about street numbers, I suspect that might be quite sensitive, that the conditions or something had lapsed as of now. So I just want to understand that a little bit more, because we seem to be quite focused on this one property, but it seems to me we're at risk for 33 properties, and there are 2 other properties we have actually actively tried to work with. So I'd like to understand that a little bit more, please.
Yes, through the chair. So the subject of the coastal route went to 2 RDOC committees in 2012. First one was initially that council would seek access arrangements of 30. Was then the concern of staff that because the negotiations were dragging on between these 3, which are at the pinch point where the bridge had been washed away, that we should proceed and negotiate with those 2. The other 2, they supported what was proposed, either a bridge or an easement through number 9, but their support was conditional on the owners of number 9 approving. One of the other ones may or may not have had a condition that council approved the construction of a seawall. That they lodged a resource consent. I'm not too sure what the process was, but they never constructed that seawall, and they've since now sold that property. Those 2 other properties, the former owners from 2012 are no longer own those properties.
Okay, so one of the reasons that's really helpful, I sort of had in my head that they were at different points on the walkway, but understanding that it's all to do with that particular pinch point is really useful. The other aspect there is, so potentially we're talking about one property here, but this may set some precedents that potentially owners of the other 2 properties may seek similar treatment. Is that a risk?
Through the chair, we have it identified as a risk in the report that if we come to an arrangement with the owner of this property, whether it's an easement or acquisition or whatever, that could initiate other such interests from other property owners.
Okay. Is there a reverse opportunity there, which is that if we reach some kind, however we reach some kind of resolution to this with 9 Kitchener, we can then seek to apply that to those other 2 properties, or indeed to others on the... it all has to be willing seller, willing buyer, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. So it gives them a precedent, but it doesn't give us one.
Yeah. Through the chair, the negotiations of all the property owners dating back to 2012 have been by negotiation, not through a compulsory acquisition under the Public Works Act.
Okay. Now, my final questions were about whether we have, well, we is the wrong term here, because obviously council doesn't own this land, which is why we're having this conversation, right? But are there other walkways of this nature? Perhaps we're noting that there is some public land on the full stretch, where we have multiple landowners like this, or is this quite an unusual case? I mean, I guess I'm thinking about, often we will have an informal pathway that's through one person's land, but to have it across multiple landowners like this, is that common? Do we have other examples of this, or is this quite unique?
Through the chair, option 3A in the report mentions at a very high level discussions with the Walking Access Commission.
Yep.
We have spoken to them, we have spoken to the partnership teams within Parks and Community Facilities, where we have a similar case up in Matakana, where Access Commission and Council worked together to set up a community sort of led model where there was community-led negotiations with private landowners to enable a walkway. So there is another example. We did look at that, but we haven't had time to further see if that's feasible, and that's one of the options 3A that we could go away and look at it more and see if that's viable.
Okay. Are you aware if the Walking Access Commission has worked on this pathway in the past? I was quite keen to ask the Te Araroa people, but I thought it was more appropriate here.
It was, through the chair, it was on their radar when we had the discussion with Dr. Dalziel from Walking Access Commission. We had a lengthy discussion with her looking at some of the options moving forward. Again, it's an option 3A that we could go away and look at it more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. got Councillor Darby of move and second, and Councillor Darby would like to second the motions that have been put out to us. But we've got last two questions, Councillor Darby and then Deputy Chair Councillor Dalton. So just want to cut it off there unless anyone has a last question. Councillor Darby.
I've probably got a question for the whole team, and of course, Taryn, you're the lead on that. Look, there's been a suggestion that council's been sitting on its hands, I think from the Takapuna Residents Association, and they say they don't support council doing nothing. I've been around this since the North Shore City Council days. It's been a really hard nut to crack. I personally know of how many stops have been pulled out and how much has been looked at, but do you want to just maybe take this opportunity to comment on how many cracks you've had at trying to crack this nut over the years, and what has been the absolute commitment? Because I know there's been a massive commitment to it. It's not resolved, and I'm not looking for an excuse, but look, the local board's worked with you. Richard and Chair and I have worked with you. We know that you've pulled out the stops, but I want you to tell us, just give us a sense of the time and commitment and all the various strands that you've been working on to crack the resistant nut.
Thank you, Councillor Darby, for your question through the chair. I probably don't have as long a history as you do, and a number of my other colleagues who have been working on this for many, many years. But I think if you step through the report, what is really clear is we have been looking for a solution. It hasn't been that we don't recognise the value of the walkway. We absolutely recognise the value and what it brings to the North Shore residents and visitors to that area. And I think the complexity of the issues, the consideration of the risk, and I heard earlier this morning, don't look into the future, don't be so risk averse, but we do have to take that into consideration because a number of those decisions then that risk falls to council and the liability falls to council going forward. So I would say I understand the frustration, I suppose. Anything taking this amount of time to find a resolution will be frustrating for the owners and others before, but I can wholeheartedly say I know that there have been a number of options, and many of which I outlined in the report, that have been canvassed, that have been looked at. Some of those come with a degree of significant financial cost, others don't, and it is just an unfortunate that we haven't been able to resolve that and reach a resolution to date.
And one final one, going back to that article in the Rangitoto Observer that I mentioned, and you may not have read it, but it's an interview with Mr. Firth, and he refers to another part of his family, and he talks about a relative agrees with the idea of gifting the property to the people of Takapuna. He talks about Takapuna because that's the community he knows. So it appears that there's the beneficiaries, maybe there's multiple, and there's possibly one of those beneficiaries that has a different view to others. Have we, in our negotiations, have we negotiated with a representative of the beneficiaries, plural, or have we had discussions with the beneficiaries independently? Because it appears that possibly there's a party that's quite amenable.
Through the chair, since August 2022, we've mainly been dealing with Mr. Wittenhanna. Prior to that, you touched on the point about half the family willing to gift their share in the property. That was correct. The mentioned 2018 Heads of Agreement document was that council had the opportunity to acquire the property subject to conditions, and one side of the family was willing to gift their 50% share, so it was effectively half price, and council would only pay the late Mr. Paul Firth for his share in the property.
Yeah, I guess, look, I'll probably leave it there, but I'm thinking, there's still that other party there that is maybe still has a different view to the others that could be explored. Probably just leave it there.
Yeah. Through the chair, we haven't spoken to that other side yet.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. Paul, I'm just wondering, I'm not familiar with the area But could you tell me about the protected areas there? So on the photo that we had up before where it had all the rocks and everything, how many protective layers are there in that area and what are they?
Kia ora. Through the chair, you're correct. There are multiple layers of significance along that area. So ecological values are pointed out as well as geological values. So it is a previous fossilised forest. You can see evidence of the lava flow encapsulating what was forest, coastal forest. The logs have since rotted out, so it makes for some extremely unique and quite highly valued geology in that space. Those values combine to ultimately make it difficult to apply for any resource consent for a structural response in this location. So reference to a boardwalk or piled structure that might exist in the coastal marine area, for example, outside of the property boundary, would be a non-complying activity.
But people can walk on it. I mean, it must have significance to mana whenua, but it's still okay for people to walk on it, just not build a structure on it.
Through the chair, that's correct, and I think we've spoken at length around the type of geology and the difficulty attributed to traversing that area, and that's made more difficult depending on the tidal levels as well. So the tide pushes you up further towards the private property boundaries, and I think it's worth noting as well. We've spoken to this, but when you walk the actual track itself, what appears to be a private property boundary, because it's the sort of termination of the property with a seawall or a retaining wall, it's important to note that property boundaries extend out and over the coastal marine area, so essentially into the tidal zone, into tidal area. And those are the bits that people typically sort of traverse on the walkway. So when we talk about accessing private property, they walk through those areas, not on green space, not on lawn, essentially on a rock formation or the basalt itself, but still traversing across private property.
And just on that boardwalk that washed away, was that a council asset?
Sorry, through the chair.
Sorry, on private land or public land?
So through the chair, that was essentially a structure, a timber boardwalk structure built at the top or at the end of the Firth property, predominantly on private land, constructed by council. I think the complexity came when that structure was damaged during a storm event with a storm surge that essentially removed parts of that wooden structure. It was difficult for council to intervene and repair that structure because it didn't have a resource consent to enable its occupation of that space. And also there were some agreements and discussions at the time around the need for Mr. Firth to agree to those repairs to be undertaken, and hence the structure was demolished and completely removed because it was unsafe.
Okay, thank you.
And just on that, because people would wonder why it didn't have consent, I've tried my best to find out details about that. What details do you know about, when and why that was built in the way and why it's not exactly been easy to try and replace that?
I think through the chair, it's not uncommon when you look at the 3,200 kilometres of Auckland's coastline to find many structures that were built without resource consent, built by private landowners, built historically by legacy councils that go back quite some years, and have existed and are used reasonably well until a point that they degrade, they are damaged, to a point that we need to consider whether we can or can't repair them. Often we demolish those structures if they don't have the appropriate resource consents, and that's the case here.
Was some of the reason that this was before Resource Management Act that it was built?
I think that's a fair point.
Right. Thank you. The last question, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. This is a very vexed issue, and we've had a lot of discussion around the public good, but we've spent less time in looking at the issues of public health in terms of concerns that have been raised to us. With the Chair's recommendations that I think they're moved, aren't they? Yeah, they're moved. Will it give staff sufficient scope to deal with the matters of public safety? Fortunately, we have accident compensation and we don't live in the sort of litigious world that Americans might do. But I'm very keen to know that we minimise any risk to public safety that we possibly can. And I'd just like staff comments on the recommendations and whether that is giving you enough scope.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Fletcher. I think as we noted before, there are safety risks along the entire access route, and hence those are the things that we have considered in terms of any kind of suggestion to formalise the route along that area would make it incredibly difficult. The advice that we've had, and we have sought advice around our obligations with health and safety, is that we continue to put signage up. We have got some signage up at the moment with the closure, with the property being fenced off, that makes it really clear that it is unsafe to walk across those rocks. But unfortunately, as we know, any amount of signage, if the public choose to ignore that, there is a risk. But we don't believe that that risk sits with us at present. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I'm pleased that you're looking at the mitigation of risk for the Auckland Council, but I guess what I'm talking about is in wider sense. And maybe it's a matter that needs to be traversed with the central government. But if there's loss of life there, or something more serious than has happened thus far, I think we will all look to try and see whatever we can do to ensure, you know, I would not want to see us setting ourselves up for failure and an inquiry of a major nature if there should be some more fatal accidents occurring, and it does trouble me deeply.
So through the chair, I think at the last I think it's KL of the recommendations, we do make clear that if the fencing isn't taken down, that we will enhance the signage. We will continue to make it really clear that although an undesirable detour is available in some view, there is a detour available that keeps residents safe along that route. So we would continue to ensure that that signage is in place should the fences remain up.
But what you have confirmed, or we have heard today, is that even with the signage, people are still continuing to take risks. And that's something that we're aware of. Do you want to comment further?
Councillor Fletcher, thank you for the question. When we were down there on Tuesday, I observed some members of the public stopping, turning around and going back. But yes, we did observe other members of the public climbing over the rocks. So that continues to be a risk.
Thank you.
Thank you. And last question, sorry, Councillor Fuli.
Kia ora, thank you, and thank you, Chair, for your forbearance on that. Just a question around, do you know, or do you have any stats on how many people have been injured or fatally injured along those rocks? Have you got any of that information?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Fuli. We don't have statistics on. We have heard through the public a number of people, and when you walk the walkway, somebody has written on the signage on the fence to indicate that they have broken a wrist. So that is, we know of one case, but no, we don't have a full list of that.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Right, we'll go into the debate now, so get the staff to step back from the table. Thank you. And just to explain the resolutions, the feedback I've had from many of you is that there isn't a lot of appetite right now to potentially buy the site, but I'm not closing that option, in my opinion. That is, under the current negotiations, not up for negotiation unless we remove the Category A listing. So, but we have heard the advice pretty strongly that we can't guarantee that, and to my questions to Mr. Wittenhanner was clear that we could go through that whole process and the fence potentially could go up. There was no confirmation that the fence comes down. So I've spoken to the mayor, I've spoken to the local board, and a number of other councillors around what this looks like. This does give it a finite period. This enables the local board and others to have this conversation with the owners, hopefully. We're asking them to also, in good faith, take the barriers down while the discussions are going on. There has been a lot of different views come to the table, and we've also heard, obviously, that there are members of the community who would oppose and submit against any removal of the Category A listing as well. So it is far more complicated than just the options that we might want to do. Or I would love to keep this open. This is an important walkway for me and our community. For a very long time, I've walked over there since I was a kid. I think it was to my surprise when this issue came up, and how much of this walkway is not on public land, when my assumption that was the case. The other issue around the walkway being built on private land, it is unusual, and we cannot find how that happened, but it was in the 1980s, it was before the RMA, and the issue has been trying to rebuild such a structure legally is almost impossible under these conditions. So I am looking to this conversation that may lead to a potential other structure or other way to pass or get past this property, but it is very unlikely that we would get consent for that, but I'm keen to continue to investigate any and all options to do so. The purchase of the property, it could be part of the discussions. At the moment, we have to change the discussion because the discussion and the parameters around that do not lead us to a finite outcome that we can point to. So we have to get around the table again, and we have to figure out a way forward that gives the community the access, but also doesn't lead us down pathways that we cannot guarantee. So I will go to debate on this, and I will leave it. I may say a few words at the end as well to round up, but I really want to appreciate everyone's patience with this. The community expectation is really high. It is a really upsetting thing for our community. It is confusing. It's complex. There aren't really any other examples like this that I can think of, that I've asked of, where the complexities leave it largely impossible to get an outcome just from this meeting. Any decisions around, and I've said it in there, around funding or unbudgeted items or money for, easements or any types of purchase would need to come to the governing body. This committee does not have delegation to allocate unbudgeted funds. That has to be through the budget committee or the governing body that has that power. So that would come back July next year. Right, we've got Councillor Turner first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not associated with this area. I come from the Waitakeris, where we've had our tracks closed for 5 years, and not just our regional park tracks, but moreover, our recreational connector paths, which go around the coastline and cross many unclear boundaries. So I'm speaking for West Auckland, as I know, when I say my heart goes out, our heart goes out to the people of Takapuna and Milford. We have some sayings in West Auckland. One is, it doesn't need to be rocket science. And the other one is, experts know more and more about less and less until they know everything about nothing. We need to act here. If there's an organisation that can make simple things complicated, it's us. From health and safety to the BCPU and on to managed retreat. We will spend hundreds of thousands talking about this. Already have done, probably. With respect to managed retreat, the only thing we seem to be retreating from is hard work and decision making. What we need to do is prioritise people, recreation and heritage use. And we can't forget the history that was outlined to us by Mr. Wittenhanner. It's this sort of nonsense that brings us, council, our appalling reputation in the public. We need to show proactive energy to fix this for the ratepayers. And the faster we get it fixed, the cheaper the whole issue is going to be. And this stuff here is just more continuation of the process. I passed a amendment suggestion to you, Mr. Chair, which just said that we support the reopening of this track in principle. And let's push back and make the bureaucracy work and work hard. I don't know what else to say, because if I get into all the minutiae, I'll be drowned like everybody else. Please, let's get this thing underway. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Member Henare.
Kia ora, Chair. I'll be brief. I'll be to the point, and hopefully that'll be it. Look, since 1840, Māori landowners have been diddled, bought, sold, and whatnot out of their land. And I can't remember a time, in my experience, that we've asked what these people are asking for. I can't remember a time that a request like this has gone through. On many occasions, parcels of land, of Māori land, that were stolen have actually been offered back to the country as national parks. I know lots of people who are in trouble with their rates, and not one of them has suggested what these people have suggested, a way out of it. I don't believe in 1 minute that any of the fault of this is the council's. Not one bit. My issue is, over these last 11, 15 years that this has been going on, not once have mana whenua organisations been approached for assistance. And that's what I've got out of the information today. And we heard from, I can't remember his name, double-barreled name, first up this morning, even suggested that mana whenua contact him. Well, actually, it should be the other way around. You make an effort to contact mana whenua. It's not mana whenua's job to contact everybody who has an issue. It's for you to contact mana whenua if you want that assistance. I vote no. I vote it is not in the council's ability to just buy up nilly-willy somebody's parcel of land because you're in some sort of financial problem. If you want the fence to come down, talk to the owners. And if you're not satisfied, take the fence down. If you don't want an accident, don't go down there. That's the common sense approach, Councillor Turner. The common sense approach is to say, hey, this is not our issue. I'm just amazed at how we're being asked to bend over backwards to have a little walkway. I know that there are people who've used it and enjoyed it, but let's not forget, this is not council's property. It's their property. You look after it. And we've spent 4.5 hours on this issue. God forbid we spend 4.5 hours on rates relief for poor people out in South Auckland, out in West Auckland. I say no, and hopefully my colleague from the IMSB says no as well. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Member Henare. Member Ashby.
Oh, how do I follow that? Kia ora te, kia ora chair. Yeah, look, a few comments from me. Like my colleague, I'm perplexed and disturbed that iwi haven't been engaged over the whole course of this. It's not any secret that the coastal marine area, I understand that this is a private property issue and there's commercial sensitivities and blah, blah, blah. But it's no secret that the coastal marine area, which is immediately adjacent, is a matter of significance to iwi, so I find that troubling. And I can only speak on behalf of my own iwi, but no, I'm not going to go pick up the phone and ring someone who demands me to do that. And I'm sure other iwi chairs have better things to do with their time than that as well. But other than moving on from that, I think just one thing for the officers is that they've missed in their assessment capturing one very specific iwi's treaty settlement interests in this area as well. I can talk to them about that later. But I totally do agree though, and having been very familiar with that walk myself, you know, I do know and appreciate that there's a huge community interest and value in accessing along this piece of coastline. So, you know, I have sympathy in terms of a desire, and I can see some merit in the local board's recommendations to reinvigorate, I suppose, a process to work through that engagement towards an outcome. My issue isn't really with the significance of the walkway or the local board's recommendations to pursue further engagement. My issue is with, as I said, the lack of iwi in the space, but it's with what's been proposed to us today. So we've got what I heard, and Councillor Ferry picked up on it. You can't solve this with one property parcel and one, I don't know, 15, 20 metre long piece of track. There's 70 odd houses here that presumably have informal agreements. I don't know anything about those, what they look like. And then of that 70, there's 34 properties that our officers have told us are in a similar situation. So I don't know how you can solve this sort of one piece of a puzzle at a time. You need to do it strategically. Now the property owners, we've heard, want council to essentially, well, we've heard a range of things, and some has been, you know, get rid of the heritage status, and some's been keep it but buy it at a commercial rate, like you're going to build an hotel on it, but just for a local park purpose, which I find only a fool would go into a deal like that, in my opinion. So buy at full price, but for a local pocket park, essentially. Bizarre proposition, in my opinion, of ratepayer money, particularly looking at the regional scope and amount of need out there. It's interesting as well that the owners have not offered an independent property evaluation, but the figure of 6 million was thrown around. I don't know if 6 million, if that's hearsay, if it's 6 million or 20 million or whatever the feel like on the day, whatever way the wind's blowing. So if you take that price at 6 mil across 34 properties that are in the same boat, it's over $200 million that basically council would be on the hook for. So I'm just really concerned about an equity issue here, not a value proposition in terms of the community value or the need to solve it in some way, but an equity proposition that potentially lands council on the hook at $200 million for I don't know, a couple of 100 metre of very important walkway, but that's a big proposition. And again, when there's enormous need across the region. You know, from my own neck of the woods, you know, the Te Hinga walkway, which is was a very popular a much longer walkway is now half in the sea, and there's probably landowners along there that would be wanting a similar type of arrangement to this, and I would support a connection in the same way that I would support a connection here. I can't support, like my colleague, a proposition that potentially lands council in this situation with this much investment for the gains that are on the table. So, yeah, I'm happy to sort of support the direction the local board's going, but I have a problem with what some of the submissions earlier today have been, what they've been asking. So that's my 2 cents anyway. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Member Ashby. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I know there's a lot of work that has gone into coming up with this, these resolutions, and I guess I would just encourage members to check them out, because they're not saying, yes, let's buy the property. They're saying, hey, here's a chance for us to find a way forward. And if the property were to be purchased, then that's something that has to actually go to governing body and requires a lot more work. So I just wanted to clarify that in terms of some of the comments that have been about voting no. Actually, what we are being asked to vote on here is a way forward that doesn't assume we're going to buy the property. So I would encourage people to vote for that, because it seems to me, particularly the work with the Devonport Takapuna local board, acknowledging their role as being able potentially to sort of break the deadlock on this, I think is really important. I think what we've heard today has been really interesting to me, and I think the chair mentioned, his familiarity with the walkway and not realising that it wasn't in public ownership, and that was my experience too, having walked along it a fair amount, sometimes with ice creams from the excellent cafe at the Takapuna end. But I just feel like there's a whole lot of stuff here this is a really complicated situation, and there isn't a silver bullet for it. It seems to me that there has been some goodwill, but it hasn't been enough to get us there. And this, I think, charts a way forward that would, best endeavours from all parties. And I want to acknowledge too that there's stuff in here referring back to 2012 decisions, 2018, and we are in a different place as a city and as a community than we were then. So I appreciate that while this acknowledges that history, it also acknowledges that we actually need to come up with solutions that work for now. I was particularly noting the health and safety concerns, and encouraged by the resolutions suggested under L, around if the public access is not reopened by the current owners, some really practical solutions for limiting harm, I would hope. I just note that even on tracks that council owns and operates a number of walkways that aren't 100% safe 100% of the time, that often aren't universally accessible. I smashed my elbow on a shared path in a park. These things do happen, and I think these are sensible solutions for how to manage that and give the community a clear steer and some alternatives while we sort out the broader issue. I did also just want to note that, and thank you, Member Ashby, for bringing it up, the issue about this being one out of many properties. And I think, that's something I'm super mindful of in this process, is that we can't come up with a solution here that only works for this property and only takes into account this property's context. As special and as different as it is, we need to find something here that's going to be enduring. So I will be supporting the motions from the chair and acknowledge the hard work I know that has gone in over many months and years by staff, but also recently to come up with a suite of resolutions that I think lands the issue, takes it forward, and gives us a pathway, if you will, through to joining things up again. Thank you.
Mayor Brown.
Yeah, okay, it has been a long discussion about something that's really quite small, that's created by some people who've inherited something or other and didn't have the decency to turn up because they're probably embarrassed about their behaviour. I acknowledge the presence of Jeff here, founder of Te Ara. A hell of a lot of that is across private property. When you walk across that, you don't know whether you're walking on private property or not. All over New Zealand there are walkways across private property. And, you know, here's someone who's a chancer who's taken their thing to block something off to try and make some money out of it. Make no mistake, that's what's going on here. In terms of the alternatives, you can walk up some steps. By the looks of some of the people, it wouldn't do them any harm.
Hey,
or you
Mayor,
can walk around the waterfront.
Yeah, just if we could keep the...
No, I'm keeping to the thing here. This is, I was saying to Jeff there, people should be able to walk across semi-slippery rocks. Just, you don't say don't do this, say do it at your own risk. You know, there is no risk-free thing. If we follow this, we'll be handrails up the 90 Mile Beach because people have forgotten how to do something or other. So I'll sort of think this isn't a bad recommendation. I'll probably similarly reluctantly going with it. But don't think that I'm going to be remotely interested in any purchases above what it's worth at the moment with that designation on it. And don't think that we're going to cough up to get it off. If the people want to make some money and take a risk on it, spend your own money. And the people over North Shore should understand that these people who haven't bothered to show up have caused this problem, not us. And so, and it's not just setting a precedent for the other 73 people, who some of whom are bound to be watching carefully how much we're going to cough up for this. But right across New Zealand, goodwill is shown by farmers and people all over the country for walkways. And I don't want to set a trend where people who hire lawyers don't show up, make a whole lot of money out of causing trouble. I know the pressure they're putting on the people over the shore. Well, walk upstairs or learn to walk across a rock. It's not the end of the world. And if they need a lesson, Jeff will show you how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thank you, Chair. Look, like many of you, I'm just looking around the room, we have been local board chairs, right, in our time? And I think in this case, the local board really is the vehicle to make this work. And in doing so, I want to acknowledge a couple of specific resolutions, and that is C bullet point 2 and resolution I. C bullet point 2, the local board requests us to have an involvement in discussions for options to secure public access. Resolution I, request that staff support the Devonport Takapuna Local Board to meet with the owners to discuss options. I reckon the local board can pull this off. They know their community better than all of us. Look, I'm not an North Shoreite, but I really support this community trying to make this work. And I think the way we're put together, I have every confidence that the local board can do that. So I am very happy to support these recommendations. And thank you, Chair, for working in the break to put up some extra ones that actually give weight to that. I wouldn't have been happy, I don't think, to make a call today one way or t'other. What I think we can do here is give the local community a chance to get together locally and find a solution. So thank you. Thank you for the extra recommendations. It's happened in my ward. I wanted something to happen. It didn't work. Got everyone in a room, come up with a few local solutions, and actually was able to get success. You know that. I know that. And I think these guys can do it too. So I'd urge you to give the recommendations your vote and help the North Shore community try and develop a solution themselves. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Fully.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. You've pretty much taken the words out of my mouth as well. Yeah, like I said during the question part and during the presentation from the local board, this really does require a locally led and local board led solution. And I have full confidence, just like the Deputy Mayor has, that that can happen. And, you know, targeted rates is something that hasn't been considered. You haven't received advice on it. And this resolution allows you to get that advice and that support from staff. And I fully tautoko that. I just wanted to add that, you know, I really commend the staff for all of the work that's gone in here. We're talking about over a decade of work and over a decade of trying to find solutions going forward. And I'm hopeful that with the support for the local board that a solution can be found for this very deserving community. I'm really mindful, I wouldn't have supported a sale today, so I'm glad that, Chair, you've been able to find a different resolution, and that's because I'm mindful that there are lots of communities with similar issues. A few years back when I was still chair of the local board, we had a group from my local board area who came to the governing body looking for help because they had a similar situation on their land, private-owned land, that had a heritage historical protection placed over it. They wanted to sell the land in order to provide social housing for a community that is an area of high deprivation. So hundreds of houses would have been able to be provided for that community. But because of that protection, they weren't able to afford to initiate the plan change process themselves. I mean, we're talking about people in my community who are ordinary folk, mostly seniors, many of them on pensions and things like that, so they couldn't afford to start the process. The local board weren't able to provide the funding for that. They came to the governing body and they were kicked back, they were bounced. So I'm just providing that context that there are communities all over Auckland with similar situations. But I do believe that hopefully you'll be able to provide or find a solution going forward. And so I am going to support this resolution, Chair, because I do think that, you know, we can find a way forward. So I thank you for that. Yeah, kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Foley. Councillor Zabi.
Thanks. Look, thanks, Chair, for working on this, and thanks for working up those recommendations for the staff over, I think it's over a week. So thank you. But look, I do want to thank the committee. I think it was Independent Māori Statutory Board Member Toe said we've been here for 4 hours, and that is the generosity of all of you to this. I'm really grateful for that. It is a lot of our time on this topic. But, you know, the big thank goes to the advocacy of the Aucklanders, the North Shore folk that have turned up here today. And it's pretty fierce advocacy, you know, I understand that. I'm a fierce advocate. Chair, you are too. Tony, you are too, of public access to public places, particularly the coastal marine area. You know, New Zealanders are really passionate about that. They don't want to let that go. And so we're getting that here today. Thanks to the staff, as others have mentioned. It's been a long innings. We've got another innings to play out. I just want to sort of reflect on Paul Firth. I've sort of got to read a bit more of him. He's a very interesting individual, a really interesting, creative, artistic man. Big social heart, not just a creative heart, but a very strong, socially principled individual. His parents were communists. Now, I'm sort of wondering if the Paul Firth and that communist lineage, if that shone through a bit more now, we would have resolved this. But I can also understand those of today who have inherited their private property rights, and they're applying the law of today and their rights, and you know, they're valid as well. But unfortunately, Paul is not with us, and neither are his communist parents. Would have been a very different outcome, I think. I do pick up on what the Mayor was saying about the incredible work of Jeff Chappell. I've known Jeff for a long time, and Jeff had a really big idea. The little guy had the big idea of a 3,000 kilometre walkway. and he just knocked it off bit by bit. And he knocked it off bit by 1,000 cups of tea and negotiation, and always looking for the outcome, always focusing on the outcome. And that was to get people through, to get people through, to get people through. And he did this not hundreds of times, he probably did it 1,000 times from Cape Reinga to the Bluff. And he never relented. And he never walked away until he created the Te Aroa Trail. And you could walk 3,000 kilometres of Aotearoa. It's incredible. I think we probably need to adopt the Jeff Chappell way of doing things, and maybe the Māori way of doing things, kōrero, and it takes a few chats. It's not just one chat. So, you know, the nut has proved pretty hard to crack. If we keep trying to crack the nut the same way, we'll probably get the same outcome. So I think maybe today, long discussion, 4 hours, thank you for that time, but maybe we have to just check where we are in our approach and change the approach. And I think that's going to be a bit of a soften up on everybody's part, and barriers down, and we go again, and we actually meet and greet each other differently. And I'm hoping that there's a willingness with all the parties to approach this differently. On that note, I'm going to thank again the Devonport Takapuna local board, Tony and Mel, for staying the distance on this one, because I know you both well. Tony, as the chair, you've got a terrific approach that is not just a clinical approach. You know, you have a really good way of brokering this, and I think you are one of the key people in this future discussion to be held, Tony, and we'll be backing you enormously. And I think we can resolve this. Let's be committed to resolving this. Thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor Darby, and we've got Deputy Chair Terence towering at the back there as well. But I'm sure the other 3 local board members are watching as well. They've had other things to, engagements to be at as well. Councillor Bartley, thank you.
Oh, kia ora, Chair. Thank you. I wasn't going to support this because I'm just, looking at what we're facing in our different communities, and I think it's a clear indication of a city of 2 halves. Some of us are still dealing with families living in their cars at parks and beautiful walkways. And here we're being asked to look at buying a house so that people can have access through this walkway. But then I read your new resolutions, and it is about trying to find a way forward, so I will support that. I think in my area I have a walkway that's gone into the sea, so I'm imagining some of our residents groups will be coming to governing body now that this seems to be the way to progress on these particular issues. So I'd imagine they'll be requesting some time on public forum. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Bartley, thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be really quick, but just acknowledging the local councillors for working on this 4 hours or more indicates just how complex this whole thing is. I was late to this meeting, and apologies for that, and I thought that we'd have already done it by the time I got here, and that was like 3 or 4 hours ago. But no, it's taken a lot of work to get to this solution, so I acknowledge you for that. I think we've landed in a pretty good place today because I really do back in the Devonport Takapuna local board. They're doing a fantastic job over there, and I really acknowledge that you guys and back you to find a solution that's going to work for the communities that you represent. I do worry about precedent. I think Councillor Bartley and the Mayor have made really good points in that regard, so we kind of just got to keep an eye on that one. But I think we've landed in a pretty good place here, so yeah, I'll back it today. Thanks, Mayor and Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. So there are no other speakers? Just double checking there are no other speakers? Right. Okay, so I'll just quickly finish up. I just want to acknowledge, everyone who spoke, and I did have feedback from a majority of people around this table that there, contacts over the last few days that the agenda's been live, that there wouldn't be support for removing the heritage listing, and there wouldn't be support for outright purchasing this property. So I had to, and myself and Angela and Chris and others who approached me of how to deal with this, work on a way that moved us forward, because what could have come out of this meeting is a complete end to any discussions, and we would have left the situation as it is, everyone grumpy and upset and feeling like there is no resolution. I am hoping that this creates a new discussion, we move forward, and because it's here at a regional body, this is the way I believe is the only way forward. It's not kicking the can to the local board, but it does give them the autonomy to kick off this conversation as a local issue. And if for some reason there is a need for budget, it will need to come to Mayor Brown's governing body committee as the appropriate place where budgets can be approved or not. But I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope that the owners, and I do acknowledge the owners, this is a strange thing, for anyone with land, this is a situation. And I do thank, for Paul and his sister Anne for the many years that they opened this up, and the many owners across this walkway that allow people to walk across, because as Member Ashby and others say, there isn't anything stopping many other people putting up fences down to the rocks or other obstacles for people to get past. So we do need to be cognizant of that. It is an amazingly frustrating situation for our local community. But granted, as Councillor Bartley says, everyone has these amazingly frustrated situations. Paul Kleinak has got a long spreadsheet of damaged assets, walkways that have been washed away, and that's just from this year. And many communities are expecting that we rebuild a whole lot of things that have been washed away or not giving access. I take the comments about mana whenua very strongly. I think that the conversation, and I did speak to Member Ashby a couple of weeks ago about this, because he has a lot of experience in this area on other issues when people have tried to rebuild or do building of assets in this area that is so important to Māori and so important to mana whenua in this space, because it is so precious and special and unique. And there have been suggestions just stick a whole bunch of concrete out there and flatten it so we can walk across. And we know that under the current guidelines, you would never want to do that, but also we wouldn't be able to do that. We wouldn't be able to build that walkway over private land that was built in the 80s before the RMA. So this moves us forward, and I know there'll be a lot of people out there who think that this doesn't give resolution quickly, but as you can see from the passionate individuals that presented to us today, there was many different ideas of what to be done, and that adds the complexity. There was not one position from any of the speakers here today, so this helps bring all that together, and we can work with the local board on that. Right, it's been a long time. All those in favour?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Can I say that was carried unanimously? Thank you. Right, we'll have a 5-minute break, and we'll have a 5-minute break and then get back to the other 20 items on the agenda. Do you want to come forward?
That's okay.
Myself and Councillor Dalton will move and second this one, but we're keen for you guys to lead off with the report. Sorry we've kept you so long, but important discussions. Thank you for being here.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Sarah Leclerc, tōku ingoa. So thank you for the opportunity to come here and talk to you today about our new waste plan. So we're here today to seek your approval for Auckland's new draft waste management and minimisation plan for consultation. And to note, this plan also includes the draft Hauraki Gulf Islands waste plan, which we're also seeking your approval on to consult on. That plan, continues to reflect the island community's drive for ambitious waste goals too. So a strong thrust of both waste plans is to reframe waste as resources that remain in use at their best and highest value for as long as possible, whilst continuing to provide core quality waste services to Aucklanders. Great. The waste assessment and waste management and minimisation plans are both statutory documents that we are required to produce under the Waste Minimisation Act. So in simple terms, the waste assessment is that evidence base and the plan is what we plan to do about it. So council is required to review its waste assessment every 6 years and on the basis of the findings of that assessment either amend its waste plan or revoke and substitute it with a new plan. At our workshop in September, we shared the findings of our recent waste assessment and we sought feedback and direction on the direction for waste over the period of the next waste plan to 2030. And based on the direction of this committee at that workshop and feedback from our pre-draft engagement with local boards, Mana Whenua, the waste political advisory groups, our community partners, industry council and CCO staff, staff have developed the plan that we have presented before you, and we now seek the committee's approval to take this new plan to consultation with wider Auckland. Oops. There we go. Significant progress has been achieved under the previous two waste plans, and that's summarised in paragraphs 25 to 28 of the report. And on that basis, the proposed vision for waste in Tamaki Makaurau is very similar to the 2012 and 2018 plans. We see value in having an enduring vision that Aucklanders can really get behind. We appreciate that it's an ambitious and aspirational goal that will require changes not only locally but also in national and even global systems. The amended wording that we have there, it brings the plan in line with the commitments under the New Zealand Waste Strategy, so we have a requirement to have regard to that under the Waste Minimisation Act, and it also brings the plan in line with the commitments under other council plans such as Te Tarakia Tāwhari Auckland's climate plan. So at almost 200 pages and supported with some significant and detailed research, Auckland's waste assessment is a comprehensive review that describes council's waste infrastructure and services, forecasts future demand, and it looks at options to meet those demands and minimise waste. It's also been reviewed by the Medical Officer of Health, who supports the direction proposed within the plan. Just a couple of graphs up there to show some of the information that we provide within the plan, showing a slightly different approach that we took in this waste assessment, looking very much through an emissions lens at our waste. The total emissions, annual emissions from landfills are generated by 45% of the total reported tonnes to municipal landfills, particularly around paper, food, garden waste, timber and textiles. And we also know that a significant portion of the total reported waste to these landfills is managed by the private sector and not by council. But based on the quantities and composition of waste and the existing resource recovery facilities and services presented in the assessment, the waste assessment has identified 8 priority wastes and waste sources to target within the options assessment, and those are listed at paragraph 32 of the report. So based on this, the waste assessment identifies and evaluates 2 options for the future to guide the direction of the draft waste plan. And both options focus on the delivery of core waste services and also can be delivered directly by the council and actions that reflect the council's advocacy to influence the demand side of waste services by advocating, facilitating and supporting solutions that reduce waste by taking actions higher up the waste hierarchy. Staff have assessed the 2 options for their effectiveness against the statutory requirements to meet the Phase 1 targets of the New Zealand Waste Strategy, which we're required to do, and that putting those building blocks in place to enable change, more activity, being circular and producing less waste, and that emissions and other environmental indicators are improving. We also assessed that option against 5 further main and equally related criteria of waste minimisation, addressing Auckland's waste-related climate commitments, as mentioned earlier, Māori outcomes and equity and fairness, and cost and affordability. And based on the feedback we received, we based what we have put together is the draft plan in front of you, and it's based on option 2. So the goals and objectives summarise what we want to achieve, so they are specific to waste. We've kept this simple with 2 goals: to maximise circularity and minimise harm. That includes harmful waste and litter and dumping. Each goal has 4 objectives which flesh out the scope of the outcomes linked to the goals, and those are set out in table 3 of the report. The draft plan also includes a new set of principles which are set out in Table 2, and these are important to reflect how we'll carry out our actions and the considerations that underlie our decision making, so that we're not focusing solely on waste minimisation and resource recovery at all costs. So just a couple more slides. These set out the priorities. To ensure that we're focused on what's really important, we set out 12 key priorities. And these are based on feedback during early engagement, and to finish the actions signalled within the first and the second waste plans, and also to ensure that we have appropriate regard for the National Waste Strategy and other council priorities, particularly around our carbon emissions reduction commitments. The numbering doesn't signify any importance, they just how we themed them across those 4 different areas of strengthening iwi and community partnerships, targeting specific activities and materials, our advocacy, and Council's direct action. So that's to ensure that we continue to deliver those core waste services to Aucklanders, and also that Council's leading by examples in its own activities. And then working in partnership is there, comes across all themes, because as we know, a large proportion of the waste is managed by the private sector, and so to effect change there, it's really important that we have strong relationships in those areas. So, final slide on the process. Process to date and also going forward. So if approved by committee, we would run this consultation alongside the long-term plan consultation process, and that's really to make the most of efficiencies of running those consultation processes and going out to the Auckland public once, and also the fact that this has to be a special consultative procedure which has particular requirements under the Local Government Act, and we're able to achieve those by running that parallel process. But we also propose to hold additional consultation alongside and outside the LTP process with key targeted stakeholders, for example, the waste operators and facilities, mana whenua and the community. So we also have some recommendations to the committee that seek resolutions to cover off some of the administrative steps that we need to take to meet the requirements of the Waste Minimisation Act, such as notifying the waste assessment and noting the need to set up a hearings panel through the Regulatory and Safety Committee, which we propose to do in we bring that report to that committee in February. So, there we are. Keep it brief, and there's some.
Thanks, team, and thank you for the phenomenal work you're doing out there across the city in the waste space. It's pretty huge, so, and appreciated. Thank you. So first, Councillor Newman, and then after that, Councillor Walker. Councillor Newman.
Hello, Perul. Good to see you again after lunch. Look, thank you very much for the report. You'll know that I'm very reticent about moving from weekly to fortnightly rubbish collection. Can I understand, so that's that was, I think, number 9 on your list. Any idea of what the total cost savings, if any, will be for rollout to a fortnightly rubbish collection service as opposed to weekly?
Through the chair, thank you for that question, Councillor. The saving is not such a saving to council because we provide services under a targeted rate system model, so the savings would be to the ratepayer. And the earlier workings that we've done, which compares a weekly to a fortnightly collection service, showed us a saving of up to $10 million per annum on OPEX.
So what does that work out averaging for the average residential household that's going from weekly to fortnightly?
I would need to work that out for you. I don't have that figure on top of my head, but as a just as a number, that is approximately 10 million. Okay.
Secondly, so can I just understand what's the amount of illegally dumped rubbish and volume at the moment that you are having to collect? Do you know approximately the tonnage per year, and how does that compare over the last 3 years, year by year?
Through the chair, apologies, I don't have those stats for you, but I can get them for you. I know that we are spending approximately $2 million on that contract to make sure that we are keeping the city clear of illegal dumping. And that has gone up from last year's, but I can get you the tonnage for that. But we are not aware of an massive increase in that tonnage over the years compared to the population growth that's happened in the city.
So the increase in the cost of the contract is because of the cost of the service as opposed to the change in the tonnage?
That's correct.
Okay, and my last question, I suppose. So what cuts were you required to make to your operating budgets as part of the budget savings that we agreed to in this year's budget? And what services are you no longer able to fund because of those changes?
Through the chair, given that most of our area is funded through a targeted rate, there haven't been any cuts that have been required to make to our area. The only thing that we have considered is the rollout of the community recycling centres and redirecting in terms of how we do it in terms of timeframes. But in terms of the actual services, that has not been affected because the services are through a targeted rate and through the waste levy.
Any more capacity at the moment within your existing budgets for new centres for division, or you'd have to basically come back with a whole new rescoped business case and try and get that through?
Through Mr. Chair, yes, we would have to, if we are to go beyond what we've already agreed to. We have put in funding requests for the expansion, which was agreed by committee in 2021, and that is in the mix for the long-term plan for your consideration.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
I've got a question first of all around the principles that underpin decisions and actions, and I don't have any issue with 1 to 7, but surely shouldn't we have zero carbon in there, reducing carbon emissions? So you've got advancing up the waste hierarchy, working together, changing hearts and minds, strengthening marrying outcomes, intergeneralistic approach, acting fairly and being responsive, making the most of every dollar spent, checking progress, but nothing around carbon. And the reason I raise that, Mr. Chair, is I would suggest that that is the imperative criteria.
Through the chair. Speaking in more general terms, the approach we have taken through both the waste assessment and the waste plan is to take a carbon lens to every single waste stream that we have examined. So just for assurance, there is very much threaded through the plan. Under the principles, we considered carbon as under these sort of sub-bullet points within the principles, which is in the main part of the plan, and perhaps didn't come through in the report, under the taking an intergenerational and holistic approach. So we have a bullet point there, so supporting waste decisions and projects that restore and regenerate the tile as a whole, but also considering the end-of-life uses and circularity of products while factoring in environmental impacts and life cycle analysis of emissions where possible. So perhaps it's tucked too far down there, but it's definitely within there. And also within our goals and objectives, under Goal 1, maximising circularity of resources, under the second objective, that reduction of greenhouse gases is explicit.
Sure. So through you, Mr. Chair, I would make the recommendation that it's in the principles. It is a principle. And the reason that I mention this is that there are a number of instances where we are doing stuff where there are alternatives that the community could follow that are better in respect of reducing emissions. So there is a reason why I'm suggesting this. Okay? For example...
we're still on questions.
Okay, so I'm asking that question. The other question I've got that goes to the information that we put out that informs people, will we be identifying the particular forms of waste, and I don't actually like the word waste, I prefer the word resources. Will we be identifying the resources that are effectively being wasted that could otherwise be reused, recycled and the like, breaking them down into commercial waste, and that breaks into a number of categories, e-waste particularly, and subcategories of e-waste that includes hazardous components and the like. So coming back to my question, will we be identifying all of those things specifically, and increasingly that goes to new forms of waste like the and again, it's not waste, it's a resource, and for example, the batteries associated with electric cars that can be completely repurposed, if not recycled. So will we be capturing all of that information and going out with that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will have a summary document that goes together with the waste plan, which will indicate what are the key priority waste streams or resource streams that the waste plan has considered. And the waste plan does have quite a bit of focus on some of the key streams that we are going to be focused on to actually achieve what is in the principles. So we would be highlighting those to that effect. The waste assessment will also be made available for public consumption in terms of if they want to go through that, which also has a lot of detail on the waste streams that you're referring to.
And my last question, Mr. Chair, is are you considering or putting forward any incentive-based approaches? For example, you can have deposit incentives around glass bottles, aluminium cans and the like. They can be hugely successful. You could have incentives around e-waste collections, batteries, and these type of incentives are in place in a number of cities and they are immensely effective. So do we have any incentive-based approaches?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the incentive-based approaches, unfortunately or fortunately, can only be done at a national level in terms of a container deposit scheme and also product stewardship. And we have been advocating for those really strongly. And as you would have seen, and I think one of the principles, one of the key areas was that as well. The good news is, for example, the Tire-Wise program is coming on play, which is actually having that product stewardship scheme, which is giving incentive to people to bring the tires back to make sure that they are recycled. So we will continue to do that, and that is quite a strong direction in the draft plan that we are putting out for consultation.
A quick supplementary. Can you clarify that we can't apply incentives? What is there to stop us applying an incentive for something? Without government legislation, I would have thought that was simply a contract where we're making an offer and someone can accept it and we pay them. We don't need any government legislation around many forms of that, do we?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to actually have a scheme that runs across a sector, you do need legislative intervention to make sure that it is fair on all players. And for example, a container return scheme which goes over packaging products and it is across all the producers of those packaging has to come in a way that it is across everybody. And that can't quite be done effectively at a local level.
Yeah, retain my right to speak later.
Thank you, Councillor. And we were almost there until the government cancelled those plans because they'd been working closely with the team on that exact thing. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. So you have got measurements of fly dumping, basically waste that's been chucked, but only the stuff we get. You, I understand, don't know the volumes going into private waste companies, correct?
Through the chair, we have tonnage that we collect through our provider. We would not know if it is being collected by private operators from private land.
So if our actions just push waste to that area, we wouldn't be able to quantify what we were achieving, right?
Potentially.
Okay, thank you. And the biosolids portion of the graph that was on the one of those slides there, is that landfill to dump, or is that just like out of our sewage collection ponds?
So the biosolids that we've indicated there, as you'll note from the graph, come in from sort of early 2030s. That's there as indicative from Watercare of once they have filled Puketūtu Island, then should they have no alternative, the alternative would be to end up in landfill. They're just signalling they're starting now to work together with the community and with mana whenua to look at alternative solutions for biosolids that would involve the not going to landfill. So that would be worst case scenario should their alternative be able to be
So
found.
those biosolids aren't in the 0 by 2040 measure, I hope.
No, it's anticipated that an alternative would be found, but it's just showing indicatively that there is work to be done in that area to avoid those biosolids going to landfill.
So all the clean fill and hard fill that goes to landfill now out of construction sites, brownfield and greenfield earthworks, where's that shown? Is that in the commercial waste, is it?
Yes, some of that is in the commercial waste. What this is class 1 landfills, but we do know that some of that construction demolition waste is starting to go to other landfills where that is not requiring the treatment or the has the contamination levels required at a class 1 landfill. So that's the waste levy doing what its job is what it's supposed to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Last question, Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for your work on this. And on the assessment report, it was really interesting. And I wondered, you did some work in Manurewa and Papakura, and I think it was 5 families in each. And it had some really good results, and that was around education. So and these were big families, nappies, rubbish, all sorts of rubbish. And so by the end of that, it was easy to see that they could manage a fortnightly pickup. And that I think was through Te Awaora Trust. I'm wondering if there's capacity to be able to up the numbers that we could work with, families we could work with, but also I wondered if you had had an opportunity to present those results to either local board, because they don't support fortnightly pickups. And I think there's quite a bit of education to do in there about what happens when you actually work with our big families and you educate them on how to use their food scraps bin, recycling bin, garden waste, that it's manageable.
Through the chair, yes, that was a very intense sort of an interesting piece of work that we worked very, very closely with those 10 families, and it did demonstrate that with that assistance, it is possible. Now, clearly, we would also have other supporting services like our resource recovery network, because there are occasions, for example, when friends visit or things like that, where maybe more capacity is required, and there are alternative options. But it would be really good to present those results and present the feedback from the families of the work that we did there.
Yeah, I think it's really helpful. I was just having a chat with Councillor Foley about that too, because she has similar challenges in her area. So it'd be great to be able to invest perhaps some more into the areas that do struggle in this space. Thank you for that. And the monthly pickup, I think that's a really good idea. I mean, I could absolutely go monthly, so there's plenty of people that could possibly do that if they had the will to do that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the end of questions. So we'll just get you to step back, and we have one taker for speaking already, so Councillor Walker.
Sure. So the ongoing concern I have, Mr. Chair, is that I believe that we will not escalate diversion, repurposing, reuse, recycling to the extent that we could and should. I remain concerned that options like home worm farms, such as the Hungry Bin, that are superior, more economical, more circularity, less carbon emissions than our food waste scheme, are not incentivised, that people do not have the option of opting out of the food waste, food collection, which costs them 70 odd bucks a year, when they're actually doing the right thing. So I have that ongoing concern. We should be empowering communities, not disempowering them in many respects. I also have a concern that there's a lack of incentives generally what that amounts to is that people take the easy option in terms of mixed waste, mixed recycling, which ends up with a degraded situation, really expensive separation, high volumes of plastic and other waste that are contaminated. So I have an ongoing concern there, and also a concern that because we are not adequately incentivising, we have significant amounts of commercial industrial waste and growing amounts of e-waste. So in my opinion, we need to have a much more incentive-based approach, and critically, it is important that we have a reduction in carbon emissions as a key driver, because then all of these things follow. And if you've got other options that frankly reduce carbon, that's what we should be doing. So I will continue to repeat this mantra, Mr. Chair. We need to do that. Other cities are doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Member Henare.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, I just wanted to make 2 points. The first one is the food waste bins that we get. A big, huge congratulations. It works wonderfully well at our place. My bin is always full. I didn't know that I had so much food waste, but I love it. The second thing, and it's a bit of a brickbat that I raise every time, is that we're still out west, and because we've now been told by the new government that it's about needs, not culture. Well, I'm talking on behalf of all the needy people out there. We are sick and tired of having to traipse off every Friday or prior to Friday to buy a bin tag. And invariably, there are people who rip us off with the bin tag because they come around, if you put it out too early, they come around and steal your bin tag and stick it on theirs instead of ours. And then I got told, well, you should have put your name on it. And I'm like, hey, it's not right. So please, 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 for the sake of all of these poor people out in West Auckland who have to double up and who already pay a refuge charge on their rates, can we have some quick resolution to this, as I said last year and the year before and the year before? Thank you. And yes, it's I am wearing a sling because I damaged my rotator cuff taking my food stuffs out. No, I didn't, but it sounded good. Thank you.
Sounds like you need to reduce your food waste, Member Henare. But no, thank you very much for that. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I can go one further than you, Tau. I broke my wrist putting out the compost scraps under the old system. So had we had the food scraps bin at the time...
That's why we changed it.
And I would have got one of my children to deal with that. I would not have broken my wrist coming back up the stairs. So do not recommend that. I'm really strongly in favour of this going out to consultation, having been on the working party, and I note that a lot of the questions that were asked here by councillors in question time were actually matters that were raised and talked through at the working party, so that gives me a bit of faith that as a smaller group of the governing body with some MSB members, we were pretty bang on in terms of some of the concerns that were being raised with staff and need to be addressed in the public consultation. I'm really glad that we are putting out to consultation some quite aspirational goals that we can get really good, robust feedback on whether or not they're realistic and whether or not they're in line with where our community wants us to go. I did just want to pick up on the use of the term waste. This was something that we discussed at the working party as well, because that reframing of things as being resources is really important. Part of the problem with this particular plan is that there's a constraint due to the legislation, is my recollection. Yeah, there's nodding from the officers, that unfortunately we have to use the word waste for this. But obviously that is something that I think, the spirit of the plan and certainly the conversation at the working party was that there was a recognition that's not ideal, but we are somewhat constrained by the law. So maybe that's something we pick up in the weeds of the city deal conversation with central government in due course. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Ferry. Were there any other comments? Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the officers who have been very helpful and generous in terms of responding to illegally dumped rubbish which is being reported and collected in my ward. There's a lot of it. And just look, the reason why we have the bin tags, it's the alternate to the rate funded model, isn't it? You don't get charged both the tag and the rate. But I understand also too, Chair, that the reason, look, the initial model, of course, was going to be that we're going to have a barcode on the wheelie bin, and the barcode was going to scan on the lift, and that's how it was going to be a rollout of the user pays instead of the rate-funded model. But the barcode system hasn't worked, which is the reason why we're moving to the rate-funded model. I continue to be unsure as to whether a move to fortnightly will necessarily be successful. It's still up to the officers to prove that it will be, and they haven't done that yet. They're working on it, but they need to prove that. And I note that there is time for more work to be done before this matter is finally resolved, but I do hope there are submissions on it. Finally, Chair, I really believe that the cost of these diversion centres needs to be fully socialised, because I believe that it's a lot more expensive than what is necessarily provided for or forecast in the 10-year plans. And I think that the Mayor is going to have to write that into his mayoral proposal. If it's not there, it simply will not be possible to facilitate the kind of volume of diversion that I think is going to be necessary to make this plan work. And the officers have to be polite here, but I suspect that actually they probably would acknowledge that that's the case. So I would like some more advice to inform that 10-year plan proposal by the time that we come back after consultation, because I believe that a further budget bid will be necessary. Otherwise, it might not be possible to bring to fruition the lofty principles that have been codified in this draft plan.
Thank you, Councillor. There are no more comments. Just want to acknowledge, yes, this will go out to this will go out to consultation. I'll ensure Councillor Walker with Councillor Dalton that we will get the climate emissions part of the plan more obvious through the document when we sign that off. It is you know, I thought it was obvious and throughout the document, but we'll ensure that that changes there. I just want to congratulate the team again for the huge strides we've made in the last 5 years, and I'm sure this plan will help. You know, the optical sorters that you negotiated for shovel-ready funding from government, things like that that are diverting and recycling at far greater rates than before. The community recycling centres, I was with Councillor Bartley at the Tamaki one last week, and it's just phenomenal. You know, the degassing of fridges, the getting furniture out to families who need it, the businesses that are jumping in that, you know, the work is pretty phenomenal, and I cannot believe that we have one in Glenfield too, like the dream that we had a long time ago, that is doing that same thing, and now we're diverting thousands and thousands of tonnes of that inorganic waste, which used to just go to landfill, out to communities of need and out to ways that can make money for the city. But as Councillor Newman says, we will need a bit more advice on the long-term cost of that, how we can benefit, how we can earn more money through that so it's more sustainable. All of that will be part of the conversation when this comes back after the community have had their say. Right. This might write a reply and I closed the thing. So all those in favour? Any opposed? Thank you very much. Right, on to item 10, City Centre Action Plan, implementing the City Centre Master Plan. Kia ora, Simon. Kia ora, Naomi. Nice to see you here, not just on the bus in the mornings. You've got a presentation for us if you just want to flip through that, and then we'll have some, no doubt, questions for you. Thank you.
Perfect. We will. We know we're conscious you've got a large agenda today, so we'll try and make this relatively quick. Tēnā koutou, ko Simon Noddy tōku ingoa. Just want to thank the Chair and the committee and the members for making the time available for us today, because I do know that you have a very busy schedule, very busy agenda, so we really do appreciate the time. This does represent a big culmination of work for us as a city centre-wide matrix team. So as I said, my name is Simon Noddy. I'm the Priority Location Director for the City Centre, and beside me I have Naomi Kramer, who is our Principal Strategic Advisor for the City Centre. Look, the purpose of today, sorry, I should move through the slides, shouldn't I? Maybe. That way. There we go. The purpose of today is to really report back on the development of the integrated implementation plan for the city centre and to seek endorsement in principle of this plan. This endorsement notes that funding of the actions within the plan will be obviously subject to the current LTP and RLTP processes. So in this sense, we aren't asking the committee today to approve funding for these, but rather endorse the high-level direction that is informing the action plan. In terms of background for this, as a number of you may remember, the Planning Committee endorsed a council group proposal to appoint Ikapanuku as the lead agency for the urban regeneration of the city centre. This took effect from the 1st of July in 2022. This decision stemmed from the desire of stakeholders and councillors wanting to see the council group work in a more integrated and joined up way within the city centre, wanting confidence that we as a group understood the challenges and the opportunities of the city centre and that we had a coherent plan for how we were to address them. So a key requirement of this approach was to ensure that all council group entities follow one integrated plan to give effect to the city centre master plan, and this is what we are calling our action plan and the reason that we're here today. Just want to highlight that this year you've already had a number of sessions relating to the city centre come through the various committees. This has included a workshop on the action plan and its key priorities in October, where you heard from both myself and John Duguid as well. At the workshop, we talked about the value of the city centre, and while I'm not going to go into all of the detail that we talked about in that here again today, the key takeaway that I want to leave you with here is that this is a city centre for all. Continuing to invest in it to support its growth and investment is essential for the prosperity of not only the city centre, but our city, our region, and even our entire nation. So it is a place of regional and notably national significance, and this role can't and shouldn't be understated. Understanding the challenges and the changes that have affected the city centre and how these will shape its future is also important for us to help shape up the future work programs that we'll be delivering on. The city centre, along with our region and our nation, has been through some major context-shaping events, which I don't need to take you through in detail. You'll be well aware of these. Through our engagement with our city centre stakeholders, we made it a priority to understand what these challenges meant for them and where they saw the opportunities for the city centre going forward. And this was so that we could ensure that these, what we were hearing from them, would shape our priorities and shape our actions and our focus areas going forward. This has meant that we have a focus on short-term actions that are responding to and addressing immediate needs within the city centre, as well as longer-term actions that are there to address the more systemic issues that we know that we're all facing. The next few slides are really to highlight that despite the headwinds that we have been facing in recent times, we are experiencing some positive trends. Our data has shown that things are getting better. How did the city's recent quarterly insights report shows healthy increases in key metrics such as spend, footfall and jobs data compared to the year previous, and this represents a third straight quarter of improvement in these areas. We're also seeing positive signs in the commercial and retail leasing sector as well. Prime grade office vacancy rates have been trending down since June 2022, and they're predicted to keep coming down as well. JLL, in their recent report, have highlighted that demand outweighs supply in Lower Queen Street, and therefore rents are back to pre-COVID levels and still rising there. And while there are vacancies in the Midtown area of Queen Street, the vacancy rate is dropping, and they're seeing significant improvement there as well. There is significant private investment either underway or committed and going into the city centre at the moment across 9 major developments, and that's not by any extent all of the developments going on in the city centre, but across 9 major developments, which include mixed use, commercial and residential. There's over $5 billion being invested into the city centre through the private sector. So the next 3 slides are really to give you a high-level summary of the action plan, noting that the detail has been provided in the report that you've received. You've obviously got a copy of the action plan as well, and the presentation that we provided at the workshop in October. We have heard through our engagement that there is strong alignment and support for and with the City Centre Master Plan outcomes and its vision. However, there has also been a strong message from these same stakeholders that the council group needs to act in a more integrated approach for the city centre. And that is really what the action plan is setting out to do. That is its underlying purpose. We talk about it as bridging the gap between the high-level outcomes of the City Centre Master Plan and our action on the ground. The role of the action plan can therefore be simply summarised as a mechanism to prioritise council group investment in the city centre to ensure we're focusing on the right things that offer most value at the current point in time and based on the current context, that we're integrating our joint work programs, creating efficiencies where we can, and ensuring that there is clarity on who is doing what and by when, and inspiring others to work in partnership with the council group to achieve those City Centre Master Plan outcomes as well. And I'll also highlight that it is intended to be a living document, intended to be agile, and able to incorporate new information and detail as it is developed. Within the current financial context, it is even more important for the council group to be working in an integrated way to an agreed set of priorities for the city centre. As you will see in the action plan, we have 5 key focus areas that our actions are responding to. These have been informed by our extensive engagement with key stakeholders, community groups and partners within the city centre. The action plan is also there to demonstrate a new way of working, both internally and with our external partners and stakeholders. We've talked to over 30 different stakeholder and community groups through the development of this plan. We have worked with over 150 people from within the council group in the development of the plan as well. We did this because we recognise that our partnerships are a key element of what will make this a success and be able to implement, and this acknowledges that we can't and probably shouldn't achieve the vision of the thriving city centre solely through the work that we do as a council group. So, last slide, I promise. I would like to just leave you with 5 key takeaways before we depart. So the city centre is vital, and the investment confidence, while we're seeing that is relatively high at the moment, it is fragile, and we believe we need to keep supporting this through the work that the council does within the city centre. Tight finances obviously mean that it is more important now than ever for the whole group to achieve more by how it works together in a more effective way. We believe that further reducing investment in the city centre could likely result in loss of confidence and damage to reputation as well. We have a clear program of action through the action plan that is responding to both the here and now and future needs of the city centre, and we believe this actually aligns quite strongly with the direction that we've heard from the Mayor and the councillors to date as well. And we are committed to working with our partners to deliver more value for everyone through the work that we do. Obviously, we're here to seek endorsement in principle of this action plan, again noting that that is subject to confirmation of funding through the current LTP and RLTP processes. We believe that the endorsement of this committee will help show council support for the city centre, our new way of working and our key priorities going forward as well. And I'd also just like to take the moment, sorry Richard, but to take the moment to give a quick thanks to the many, many people, both within council and external to it, who have inputted into, informed and supported the development of this plan. We couldn't and we shouldn't do this by ourselves. The collective approach supported by so many has really been much appreciated. So kia ora and thank you.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Very clear presentation, and thanks for doing this right across the organisation and with all the external stakeholders, and of course mana whenua adds the lead in this space. It's been a long road and there's so much happening across the city, so thank you so much. I have quite a number of questions. Deputy Mayor was first.
Thanks, Simon. Thank you both. I see that you got unanimous support from the local board. Wow, that's pretty good. That doesn't happen very often. But I want to know that you've got support also from the residents' associations and the heart of the city, the Business Association for the City Centre.
Yeah, so through the engagement that we've undertaken on the action plan and the development of it, we've met individually with all of the 30 groups, as I mentioned, that included the City Centre Residents Group and Heart of the City. If you've been on LinkedIn this morning, you'll see that the City Centre Residents Group have been posting in support of the action plan. Obviously, one of the key drivers and key focus areas within it is around supporting residential growth and a thriving residential population, and so they're very strongly aligned to that. And similarly with Heart of the City, that has been a one-on-one engagement process that we've run with them, and as you may note through some of the actions within the action plan, we've highlighted where we believe Heart of the City are key partners in achieving outcomes. Through recent engagement with the City Centre Advisory Panel as well, and the build-up to the long-term plan process, we've developed in conjunction with them what their key focus areas are that strongly aligns with the action plan as well. So we're confident we've got their support. Save Queen Street as a group we didn't engage in directly, but we would have through individual members of them, such as Heart of the City and others. Yeah.
Right, Member Ashby.
Kia ora. Thank you for the presentation. I'll just have one quick question. If you could just elaborate on the iwi mana whenua engagement piece, what that looked like, and because I can see a lot reflected that gives me a clue, but I'd just like to understand what that engagement was and the feedback loop of it, and anything that was tabled that maybe couldn't be incorporated. I know you don't have all day, but and probably also just in particular, Ngāti Whātua Rākei, who obviously have a key interest, we're part of that. Thanks.
Yes, sure. Well, within the action plan, one of our programs is dedicated to advancing mana whenua outcomes, and that is so that we have direct accountability for achieving more and achieving better in that space. And that was the idea of that program, and the ethos behind it. The strategy behind it was built up through our work with our mana whenua forum in Iki Panuku, so through the collective process there. We had number 3 potentially for hui with them on this. And you'll note that there are a mix of actions which focus on quite tangible outcomes, as well as a commitment to enhancing the way we work through them through the Advanced Māori Outcomes framework that Council and Iki Panuku are adopting as well. So we are looking at things not just physical infrastructure or not just design and culture outcomes, but other ways of working and improving that partnership approach with them. And so that has definitely been part of the commitment that we've made, and that was agreed through the hui that we've had with our mana whenua forum. You'll also specifically note that there is an action around the regeneration of Te Tongaroa within the city centre in that East City. That is obviously Ngāti Whātua land, and through the engagement with Ngāti Whātua on that specific objective, we've built up a program, and that is work is underway at the moment to agree what that process looks like to sort of enhance our partnership with Ngāti Whātua for the regeneration of that area. So hopefully that answers your question.
Member, Councillor Leone, sorry.
Kia ora, great to hear that you're engaging well with mana whenua. My question's just around focus area 3, I think it was of the last slide. So do you have any specific strategies or projects to start implementing focus area 3 And will they require funding, and where will that come from? Will we require some further funding?
You're talking about supporting residential growth? Yeah. Maybe I'll hand over to Naomi for that one.
That's a really good question, Councillor. Thank you. The support residential growth area is partly around increasing residential growth in the city centre and understanding what that might mean over time. It's also concerned around the third places and spaces that are really important for community and growing community in the city centre. The resident survey that was undertaken earlier this year really highlighted that issue, that although we have a growing residential population, they don't have that strong sense of community. So that's an area that we really want to focus on as well. And so there is work streams that will be underway under support communities, and the funding of future requirements in terms of future residential growth is something that's still yet to be worked through, but we are very fortunate in the city centre that we do have capacity, particularly from a water supply and stormwater perspective as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And may I say to you, Simon, please don't apologise for the amount of time that you need to present to us on this. Not only is the city centre the shopfront, arguably for Auckland, it's the shopfront for our nation. And I think for that reason, I as an elected member want to have much greater visibility on this. My question, my first question comes specifically to making sure that we have clarity and coordination in and around priorities. And I'm a little bit confused at times under the delegations that we've got as to where transport planning sits within this. We have a Transport and Infrastructure Committee, we have this committee, the Planning Committee, and I know that when there have been questions that I have posed, sometimes they tend to straddle both the delegations that we have. And I don't think that that's helpful, particularly given the importance of the city centre. And I'd like to understand where this will sit with regards to the work that we're undertaking on the Transport Committee and the delegations for an integrated transport plan. Just what your understanding is where the delegations actually reside.
Through the chair, Simon, you're okay if I start, and you're very welcome to add whatever you like. Councillor Fletcher, the reason that this in particular is coming to this committee is because it's an action plan or a kind of implementation or an accompanying document from the City Centre Master Plan, which of course is under the terms of reference of this committee. In terms of specific transport projects that might be actually outworked in the city centre or around it, then they would come through the Transport Committee as needed, if and as needed. I think you're absolutely right, though there's still a little bit of uncertainty around some of those edges. And I know that Barry and I are very happy to continue to work together to make sure it hits the right committee and to provide you advice on that. But I hope that's helpful. Simon, if you have anything else to add, you're welcome.
No, I think I just agree with that assessment of it from our perspective, because this action plan is responding to the City Centre Master Plan, which includes a transport component in it in the form of access for everyone, and that this isn't just a transport plan, it bridges a whole number of areas. We felt this was the appropriate committee for it. But that doesn't preclude the fact that as we move into implementation of transport outcomes, that the Transport and Infrastructure Committee would likely be the right committee to oversee and review those. Yeah, I can understand where the challenge is from that perspective, but from our side of things, we are trying to create an integrated plan for the city centre, and that needed to include transport, it needed to include mana whenua outcomes, it needed to include economic development, vibrancy, a whole range of things, as well as infrastructure delivery.
Thank you for that. And I don't disagree the importance of having an overarching plan, but it is really important to me that there is accountability in and around those transport issues. And I'm still a little bit unclear as to how that is going to evolve. So, for instance, if in the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, we might receive issues relating to ferries and parties outside of the Waitemata local board area, we've got interested stakeholders based in the Gulf Islands. We've got interested stakeholders from the Aoraki ward. We've got, there are more parties here that will be impacted on this and by this plan than just those within the Waitemata. I could raise specific questions in and around what provision we're going to make if for instance, the downtown car park is to be developed in the short to medium term, what provisions we're making in and around that, given the possible disruption that there will be and what impact that will have on our transport. That's just as an example. I could give you several different examples, and we've had a few in recent times with submitters to the council as we implement different phases to transport policy. I wonder whether this is something that should be taken away specifically, Mr. Chair, because I don't believe the delegations are clear at the moment, and they certainly extend beyond Panuku, Panuku. And I do not feel comfortable with it at the moment, that we're going to achieve the worthy objectives that have been outlined so succinctly by Simon today. But it is about perhaps an opportunity for you as the chair to sit down with perhaps Councillor Watson as the chair, or at an officer level, Barry Potter sitting down with Megan Tyler and the respective chairs of the committees. I'm very unhappy about it at the moment, and I think where there have emerged points of tension, it has been because of the lack of clarity and accountability on transport-related issues within the master plan.
Councillor Fletcher, I'm happy to do that. I have not been made aware of any points of tension myself. I don't believe Councillor Watson or anyone has approached me about that. So if there are issues, I would be happy to. I guess the general thrust, we all decided to put this work with Eke Panuku as the lead to work right across the organisation, because the feedback from both business, city centre residents and community had asked for one port of call. The issue was a fragmentation of the work that was right across all agencies, and it was about how do we get the city centre master plan implemented with a clearer focus to make sure that would happen. And of course the city centre master plan and the urban design and everything sits under the terms of reference of this committee. That does not preclude us from all working together, so I'm happy to do that, but I haven't had any issues come to me.
I would prefer perhaps, I understand that there has been a lack of clarity on the accountability around transport issues, and I'm very grateful that we have this matter coming before us today. And what I would hope is it's the first time we've had an opportunity to review the delegations to Panuku, taking into account concerns that there may be on transport issues. There may be some matters that would need to be considered possibly in another way. So I'm just raising with you concerns and would hope that officers can answer those questions to give us the comfort of knowing that these can be fully satisfied.
Yep, absolutely, Councillor Fletcher. I don't believe it came up through the workshop and issues. I have not been told of any issues, but I'm very keen to work out what those issues are and work. Councillor Dalton and I are very open to work with yourself and Councillor Watson and Megan and Barry and whoever else to ensure that we get A, good oversight, B, good answers, questions. Sadly, those have not come to me as far as I'm aware. I'm not sure if Simon, if you have any comment of issues that have popped up, but if I could ask, well, Simon, if you want to answer that, but maybe Megan, if we could ensure an undertaking that we can make a forum to ensure that that is happening.
No specific issues relating to this have been raised to us. I mean, we're aware that from a delegation perspective, our role as lead agency is there to work with the rest of the council group, including Auckland Transport, to agree a strategy and a plan of action for the city centre to give effect to the city centre master plan, including transport outcomes. We've done that through the development of this plan, worked very closely with Auckland Transport on that to understand what they believe to be achievable within that, and you'll note also within the report that the Auckland Transport Executive Lead team have endorsed the action plan as well. So delegations for implementing it obviously reside for them, but in terms of creating the overarching action plan and ensuring that everything worked together in an integrated way, that was part of the role and the delegation provided to Eki Panuku.
So from that, can I assume that moving forward, because the city centre is not just about the residents, it's about everybody that uses the city centre, is there a commitment to, for instance, work with other local boards like the Waiheke local board or the Oreki local board or others? I think of the Aberdeen local board. It strikes me that it's really important that we are getting that what did you use before, that overarching coordination. And transport really is that factor that binds it together. So maybe Megan Tyler can give us a heads up on what we might do to ensure that transport is being considered fully for all of those users potentially of the central city area.
Absolutely, Councillor Fletcher. I did do a bit of digging after the conversations over downtown around Chair Handley, and my understanding is through the refresh, we went to all local boards and had various requests and offers to work in a more collaborative way with local boards. The only two local boards that took it up were Waitemata and Orake at the time. I think Councillor Deputy Mayor asked, for Orake to be more heavily involved. So there has been a lot more connection with those, but I'm keen to uplift that work again and put another call out for the City Centre Master Plan and this action plan. Simon has already said to me that he's keen for other local boards that feel like they need a voice or a hearing issues with, obviously, a third of the community comes to the city centre every week. So there are touch points right across our city. I'm sure the North Shore boards and others would equally have an interest. But that the offer through Councillor Darby's committee last term was only taken up by Orake and Waitemata at the time, but I'm sure there is an opportunity to broaden that out again. And I can't remember the question to Councillor Tyler, Megan, but I think we're probably getting more into how the mechanics of this work from a political and officer perspective, and we're probably veering a little bit away from the action plan. But when I've met with Simon and
with great respect, I'm not intending to get off topic, but I do think it's important when we confer delegations, we have absolute clarity around what that involves. And I don't believe that we've actually got that clarity on transport-based policy decisions. And perhaps it's something I am better to take up with the CEO to see whether there are overlaps and whether he is convinced that I don't want to have to do that. I just thought I could raise it today because I know I've had experiences where these overlaps have caused confusion.
Councillor Fletcher, certainly Barry and I are committed to working with you, Councillor Watson, Councillor Hills, whoever we need to. So if that's something you'd like us to do, I will take that away and work with that with you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Darby, thank you.
No, not at this stage, thanks.
Councillor Walker.
Sure. I've got some questions, and they focus on the sheet that you've got towards the end of your document, which is on the measurables. So that's in the document. You don't have the document? Okay. So the particular concern that I've got, and this goes to my question, is that the measurements that you've got are often sort of oblique, sometimes a bit vague. And I'll just run through them. Level of crime, quite obviously some sort of survey of perceptions around safety and the like would be a much better measurable. The crime statistics don't necessarily give the flavour of how safe people are. And the reason I say that is people communicate to me that they don't come into the city because it's not safe. And, you know, my background in market research, I treat that as a bit of a random sample when I'm talking to people and the like, and that's what they tell me. So that's crime, and safety goes to that. The other concern that I've got is your measurables are very broad. If you accept that the area breaks into precincts, it would be useful to target some precincts. For example, the Aotea precinct is dead in many respects in terms of what it delivers on. It's pretty bad. So the other question I've got goes to those things that actually drive the experience that people have got. So is it possible to measure something around the retail experience? So is there the breadth of, you know, retail offering that entices people to come in and stay? Is there the spectrum of delivery over the course of the day or week or year that causes people to stay? And I mention that because that is one of the measurements that they have in Melbourne, for example. So another question I've got is, are you looking at other cities, like, say, Melbourne, which is a lead city, and the measurables, the things that they have that's driven, you know, their response? That goes to entertainment. I mentioned retail, for example. And then the other issue around wayfinding. You know, I work in the city, I come in here, I find it difficult knowing what's going on and how to get around. I mean, Wellesley Street's going to be, it's been progressively shut off to vehicles. My experience is that a lot of people aren't coming to the city because if they're coming by car, it's difficult to get around. If they're coming by public transport, the wayfinding's difficult. And when I encounter tourists, and I often encounter tourists as a random sample, and I assist them, you know, because they don't know where something is, that's a wayfinding experience. Okay? And the other question is, what is the experience of people generally around Auckland, and have you considered any form of focus group type survey? Because even a relatively small focus group sample often gives you a pretty good measure, and you don't have to go a lot further. So I'm not talking about surveys that are hugely expensive. If you survey 10 or 20 people, you'd be staggered just how often reflective that can be of the wider public. So there's some questions, Mr. Chair, and the reason I ask those things is it's your monitoring and your measurement that drives management, that drives response, so you do stuff. So thank you. Can you respond?
Very good questions. You'll appreciate that for the purposes of the action plan and the document, what's included in there is relatively high level because it's had to cover, as you say, many precincts within the city centre and what is quite a large and complex area, but that doesn't belie the fact that there is a lot of detail and nuance in how we might measure that, which is something that we are actively working on with the work that Ikipanuku has been doing on the Thriving Town Centres work and the monitoring associated with that. So that's feeding into and the detail that will sit within that monitoring process within it, as well as the work that we're doing with Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, who hold a large amount of that economic development, retail, social, cultural type data as well. You can probably appreciate bringing that all together and making intelligence from it isn't necessarily the most straightforward process, but it is something that we're actively working on at the moment. Just to touch on a couple of your points, measures of perception and safety, it is something that has been very well highlighted to us as well outside of this forum. I believe perception surveys are something that we're looking to get implemented. I'm not aware that we have that specific data at hand at the moment, but that is very good feedback and something that we'll definitely take on board and through future iterations. We're very keen to include that. Metrics around retail offering, that is something that we have talked to Heart of the City specifically on because they are very keen on that and would hold a lot of that data. So again, when we talk about the partnership that needs to underpin the implementation and the realisation of benefits, Heart of the City would be a key partner in helping us achieve some of that as well. Are we looking at other cities? Yes, very much so. It was a big part of what we did through the development of the plan. But cities like Melbourne and Sydney, who have had similar challenges to Auckland, who might have addressed it in similar ways, we are definitely learning, and Tātaki, again, has been quite instrumental to engaging with those other cities through their role as an economic development agency to help us understand what learnings we can bring in specifically around that. Wayfinding, we understand, we've heard lots of feedback on the challenges, shall we say, in that space. That is something that Auckland Transport are specifically working on to address at the moment, providing more clear communications around access into the city centre and how to move around while there are works that are ongoing and the network is changing. As I highlighted at the beginning of the presentation, obviously Graham Gunthorpe had presented to the Transport and Infrastructure Committee in July, which touched on some of that, and I'm happy to get him to provide information either offline or more detail on their current initiative in that space, because I think that will go to and address a lot of your concerns in that area. So if you're happy for me, I can take that offline. Yeah. And it is a core priority in the action plan, as you may have noted as well. And your point finally around focus groups, again, very good question. So it somewhat touches on Councillor Fletcher's question around whether or not we're intending to broaden our engagement approach for the action plan. It is a living plan, so we do intend to keep engaging. This isn't a one-stop, we just engage and then it's a closed book. This will be ongoing engagement with a number of key partners, local boards and the likes. You may note that within the action plan there is actually an action around creating personas to better understand the people that come into and use the city centre in whatever capacity that is, and that is actually specifically to address your point around focus groups and understanding how people actually experience the city centre on a day-to-day basis and the nuances within that. So that is a key priority again for us to do. And part of the work around the personas or the focus groups will be engaging with the local boards as well to understand how we best reach out and into their communities to ensure that it is a meaningful engagement process. So hopefully that has answered your questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And the final question, Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. Just interested in the safety issues. I have to say, someone who spends time in the city centre during the day, including on the weekends with my kids, it's not as visible to me. So I'm wanting to understand, is this something that's more about the nighttime economy work, which I know is a significant work stream for the City Centre Advisory Panel? Is there, what can we be doing in that space, particularly as identified around the Aotea precinct? Or what are we already doing and addressing through the action plan is probably a better question. Thank you.
Yes, so safety is obviously a big focus for any number of people within not just the city centre, but obviously Auckland in general as well. And I think what you've highlighted is that everybody's perception of and experience of safety, whether it be in the city centre or elsewhere, is actually quite bespoke to them. So it's actually something that we find is quite hard to sort of categorise in that way. But it doesn't withstand the fact that sort of at a macro level, at a high level, we are seeing improvements over the last 3 months. We have seen a 40% decrease in reported crime within the city centre, which is a great macro stat, but it doesn't necessarily address the fact that on a day-to-day basis, people can experience safety-related issues, outcomes, challenges in any number of ways. We know that antisocial behaviour has been highlighted as a key issue to resolve. There has been work, obviously, around the safety hubs. So we've got 4 safety hubs within the city centre that will be progressively made operational over the next few months. There's a container down on Queen's Wharf, High Street and Queen Street, and then Karanga Ahapi as well, and that is to provide opportunity for greater coordination of wardens and CPNZ within the city centre so that they can go about and do their work in a more coordinated, effective and efficient way. There's also ongoing work that we're doing with the regulatory team, so Craig Hobbs' department, as well as the community safety team within Claudia Weiss's department as well, to look at a more joint action plan for safety within the city centre. So that would bring in scope what the police and other external agencies are doing, as well as our own, noting that this is a complex, multifaceted area that we as council group don't hold all the levers for. Yep. There is some very good work going on between the regulatory team and the city mission as well, to ensure that when they're out doing their rounds, that they are working with street whānau, and to ensure that if they're not already homed, that they're able to be homed as well. And I understand that has had some really good success in recent times, notwithstanding the fact that there is a supply issue in that space as well, as we've heard. So there are some really good initiatives underway, but we're not relying on just those. We are proactively out there looking at other ways to improve the situation, whether that be through lighting audits and more work in that space as well.
Thank you. On the Queen Street hub specifically, do we have a location for that yet? Is it going to be near Tia Precinct, acknowledging we seem to have a particular issue there?
Yes, so that's very good question. So it'll be just next to the town hall. It'll be stone's throw from literally here. Yeah.
Fantastic. And just noting, I guess, that we'll have Te Waihora Te station at some point coming online, which will significantly increase foot traffic through there as well, which I imagine could have a good impact.
Yes, exactly. And sort of what you're touching on there is actually the importance of our activations and events and creating and drawing more people into the city centre, because we know, and I think the Mayor's been big on this as well, is that sort of passive surveillance is a really big deterrent to antisocial behaviour. So the more people that we have in the city centre, the safer it'll be. And I mean, that goes for elsewhere as well. That's not just a city centre option. So.
Thank you. If I just reserve my right to speak, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, those are the questions. So I'll just get you both to move back from the table. Thank you very much. And Councillor Dalton has asked to move, and Councillor Ferry would like to second. I'll go to, I think, Councillor Darby speak first, then Councillor Ferry, and let me know if there's anyone else who would like to speak. Sorry, Councillor Dalton, did you want to speak first as the mover? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks to the team for progressing this. It seems a long time ago, it was a long time ago, that we put the City Centre Master Plan in place. I think, 2012, was it? 2012, and here we are, 23. We updated that in 20, had tremendous buy-in, and now we have the action plan coming out of that. And what I really want to focus on is the success that the city centre is actually seeing now. The city centre is actually having one of the strongest sort of fight backs post-COVID. compared with a lot of other centres. It was the one that was enormously challenged, with hybrid working and the leaving of the student population, and many other factors that contributed to that. But I wanted to just say, look, this is another really important building block in the next iteration of the city centre, or iterations of the city centre. But there is a real roaring fight back in the city centre, and it's supported by the stats. And some of those are that in the last couple of years, we've seen the footfall in the city centre, and it's been growing substantially just in the last 3 or 4 months, but it's up 40%. That's a massive lift. If you talk to the real estate agents, I've been talking to Metro Commercial, somebody I know there, JLL are saying the same, that demand for retail space in the lower Queen Street area, the demand is way outstripping the supply down there, and you can see big international brands, whether you like them or not, they're opening their doors, and there's another 2 to open, I think, before Christmas. The Midtown area, the retail vacancy rate is dropping off, but we've got work to do there. And the crime-related incidents as well. You'll remember going back maybe only 6 months ago, we had a peak in about April, where the crime-related incident reporting has dropped 40% since that time. And there's a whole package of work that's gone in around that. And the prime grade vacancy, so this is the A-grade office space, there is way greater demand for the supply in that area. And PT patronage, we're back to about in Auckland, 85% of pre-COVID numbers on PT, but the mode share in the city centre is really interesting. Mode share into the city centre by public transport pre-COVID was 57%. We're already at 55%, which is quite remarkable. And that's an old number, thank you. So we're doing really well in the city centre. So that brings me to this document, which is, setting you up for the next interventions, the next projects and programs that you need to build off that success and on. The city, and it wasn't so long ago, we were discussing and being challenged in the courts on the Queen Street improvements projects. I'm really proud of that work along there. It's not high capital value work. I mean, we could have spent a couple of $100 million on that. We didn't. But it's successful. We were challenged on it. It's all silent on that now. People are just enjoying it. They're able to cross the street and not get bowled by a stream of, 4-lane traffic. You can actually get to the store that you spot on the other side rather than saying, I'm not going to shop at that store because I'm not going to risk crossing the street mid-block. It's as simple as that. Emergency services now prefer to take Queen Street and not the circuitous route of going down, Hobson Street? No, Nelson Street. And you can also now catch the bus down Queen Street and past the pedestrians, whereas it used to be, only 3 years ago, it was quicker to walk Queen Street than be stuck on the city link in the congestion on Queen Street, the traffic congestion on Queen Street. So we've come a long way. I think it's looking really good. I'm only focusing on maybe the Queen Street Valley, and of course this work encompasses from the waterfront to Merrill and right across, and actually a lot more than that. But look, I want to commend Eka Panuku for now taking on the charge of this work. It's always needed that single point of contact to progress it in a coherent way, and they've been doing that well. And I do see in this city centre action plan, the build for it, the engagement, real genuine engagement, has been extremely thorough, and I can't see a dissenting voice on it. It's great. I think, there's a lot of light showing on the city centre right now, and let's keep shining it.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Darby, and thank you for your leadership in this space. We just have to move an extension of time. Councillor Dalton will second. All those in favour? Aye. Thank you. And Councillor Baker wants us to hurry up. 2 more speakers. Councillor Ferry.
With that in mind, I'll be brief, hopefully. I just really wanted to say that it's wonderful to see how this work has brought together such widespread support. The paragraphs on that are really heartening, and it's a pretty disparate group, so a big challenge there for staff and those working through that process to get such a cross section really. In such a historically controversial part of our city as well. And just to note, I really love spending time in the city centre. It's not the city centre of my childhood when going to town from Glenfield was a big outing, and we used to maybe come in once, twice a year. I come in most weekends with the kids. They just love it as a space, and I think while we've still got some way to go, we're heading in the right direction, and this continues that journey. So pleased to second. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. I've raised the concerns with you already through questions about transport, because the reason I raise it is that we've got a huge amount of initiatives that are coming up, the time of use or congestion charging, if you like. There are issues around port traffic. There are a whole range of issues that need to have careful consideration. We all want a beautiful city centre, but we've also got to have a functional city centre. And I do not believe at this stage we've got clarity around where the policy will be driven from for transport and where it sits. So to that end, especially given the amount of disruption the poor old city centre's been through with CRL construction and so forth, they've had a really pretty hard time of it. And it's really important and beholden on all of us to make sure that we can give, as new buildings progress and as more and more change comes to pass in the central city area, that we have fully provisioned and mitigated as much as we possibly can to make sure that we can create a city for the future, but it will continue to operate at the present. And for that reason, I'm not happy to endorse these recommendations today. This is, as I said, the first chance that we've really had to look at this delegation to Panuku. I think it is limiting at the moment, and I think it is not quite as clear as it should be. So for that reason, I can't support it today, and I'm foreshadowing I'd like a division on this matter, please.
Thank you, Councillor. I just want to, Councillor Walker, you
I'll just speak very briefly. I support the comments that Councillor Fletcher has made. I think there's some more work that needs to be done on this. I'm not happy at this point, particularly around the measurables and so on. And I remain concerned that, much of the central city has lost its mojo and is in a bad way. That's certainly the perception that people give to me. So we've got a way to go. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I just want to acknowledge Eke Panuku. I know that we endorsed this as a council last term to have you as the lead, and I'm proud of the work you are doing. And just want to acknowledge especially Simon. I can contact you any day, a night almost, for city centre issues that come to me, and essentially you get them done whether they are dead trees or Te Komititanga needs a scrub or traffic issues, parking issues, issues with traffic management. You've been able to sort those and find out information. Contacted Eke Panuku last week about the bridge, Te Wero Bridge, that was stuck. And honestly, they got that part within 4 days and got it replaced, and people were able to cross through there again, and we were able to get that information out to the City Centre Residents Group and out to businesses and the people who use that. I walk up Queen Street almost every day, or up Albert Street, or catch the bus up. I try in many different ways, and it's phenomenal to see the change. We were told in the our State of the Environment report a couple of years ago that Queen Street Valley was the worst place in the whole city for air quality, black carbon levels being the worst. And some of the work that the teams have been doing here is to reduce that. It is now quiet in Lower Queen Street. There's people, there's kids, there's places to sit. The buses are electric, and honestly, you can taste that the air is different down there. We are seeing Heart of the City have put out, I think we're back to 92% of pre-COVID spending in this up to the September quarter, which is phenomenal. It's, there are issues, but we're back to almost 100% of what it was pre-COVID. The footfall is up there. The weekend, we had 150%, I think, of normal public transport, a record public transport into the city for the Santa Parade, and all the kids sitting out on those new public spaces, which is good. This plan is exactly what we've been asking for and exactly what you presented at the workshop, and is what the community and the businesses are wanting to see. It's about all of us celebrating our city centre, dealing with the issues and moving forward. So just want to acknowledge the work here and hope that everyone endorses what is the plan that we've been asking for. So kia ora. All those in favour? Oh, we have a division, sorry.
Division, thank
Thank you, Chair Hills. The division has been called. It's on the screen for you. If you could say yes or no. Chair Hills.
Of course, yes.
IMSB member Ashby.
Aye.
Councillor Baker.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley. Councillor Deputy Chair Dalton.
Aye.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Ferry.
In favour.
Councillor Filipina. It's not there. Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Furley.
Aye.
IMSB member Hanare.
Aye.
Councillor Henderson.
Yes, and is there any reason why it's not on the screen?
Oh, sorry.
Cool, thank you. Yes.
Councillor Leone.
Yes.
Councillor Newman's not here. Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Okay, that's carried.
Are you there, Chair?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Filipina.
Yeah, my humble apologies. I am for. I was just on the line about the fire in Margaret Bridge, so my apologies.
Thank you. So that is still carried.
16 votes to 5, 11 votes to 5. Thank you very much. We'll move to, item 11 will defer till February, and we're on to item 12. We've got David in the room, present the Urban Ahiri Forest Strategy Progress Update. Thank you. Kia ora. And just for context, we've had lots and lots of questions on trees. I've asked David for a number of months to come to the committee. We were going to defer this too, but David said he'll go through the presentation fast. There may be some questions, but thank you so much for this work, David.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, ko David Steskal tōku ingoa. My name is David Steskal, and I'm the Regional Arboriculture and Ecology Manager at Auckland Council. And I'm here today to provide a progress update on the delivery and implementation of the Urban Ngāhere strategy. So, thriving and healthy urban forest provides multiple benefits: ecological, social, cultural. And in recognition of those benefits, we have created Auckland Urban Ngāhere strategy. And this visionary document has a clear vision and 3 main objectives that you can see on the screen: growing, knowing, and protecting. How we are looking in terms of canopy cover at the moment. So the data analysis revealed that we are sitting on 18.3% of canopy cover across the urban Auckland. And the canopy cover differs across the region. 60% sits on private land, and the remaining 40% is on public land. On a more granular level, at the local board level, we also vary. There are some local boards where the canopy cover is low, below 15%, with the lowest one being 8%, but we also have one local board that is achieving the target of 30% canopy cover. The primary strategic goal of the strategy is to achieve 30% canopy cover across the region, with no local board having less than 15% canopy cover. And the strategy provides 18 high-level actions that will hopefully take us there. And the report package provides an update on every single of those actions, and I will take you through the highlights. The tree planting effort is the main component of achieving the target of the 30% canopy cover. This calendar year, we have planted 2,000 large trees in road corridor and local parks, and we are on a good track to double that number to 4,000 next calendar year. And we are hoping that the number will steadily grow up to 10,000. In terms of revegetation planting, we have planted 500,000 of small plants in local and regional parks, and this effort was delivered predominantly by our community and volunteers. To ensure that we prioritize on the region where it's needed the most, we analyzed two key data sets, and they are canopy cover and heat vulnerability index. Heat vulnerability index tells us where are our most vulnerable communities. And the analysis of those two sets of data revealed that we need to focus on South Auckland the most. And based on that, 60% of our tree planting effort will be dedicated to southern local boards, and the remainder, the 40% of tree planting, will focus on the rest of the region. Management of public trees is a key component of management of our urban ngahere. And broadly speaking, there are three work streams that deliver the work management. It is management of trees near power lines, general maintenance, and response work. Auckland Council has around 500,000 of trees on record that are managed on a regular basis. On average, our street trees are pruned every 5 years, and our park trees every 12 years. However, the actual prioritization takes account of risk assessment, local knowledge, and all other factors that we need to consider. So, for example, Auckland Domain or other sites of priority are inspected and pruned more frequently. Response work is a key component of our work, and it's been more apparent after the Auckland anniversary floods and Cyclone Gabrielle, where we have received 7,000 requests for tree work in 2 months following the storms. Those requests have been all completed, and our amazing contractors have worked around the clock to ensure that work is completed in a timely manner. So in closing, the progress we have made with the Urban ngahere strategy shows our collective commitment to create a more resilient and healthier urban environment. Thank you, and I welcome any questions or reflections you may have.
Kia ora, thank you so much. Councillor Baker, do you have a question?
I do. I have been listening all day. Yeah, David, just in regards to this, we talked about it in the local board last term, about how are we able to utilise development in future urban areas to increase our urban ngahere, and because currently we're getting pushback from, council says to developers, no, we want green space, we want a nice green space, where developers are actually quite keen and willing to plant in areas, and we're getting this, you know, that we end up having to maintain and stuff. So as part of this strategy, how are we able to increase our urban ngahere in areas of development by allowing developers to plant as opposed to just planting grass?
Through the chair, I completely agree, and I thought that development and trees used to be seen as a conflict, but I think they complement each other. And based on this, we started working with our main developers, such as Kangaora, to ensure that we deliver designs and developments that enhance interest of both parties. And I believe we're on a good track to have development, so have places for people to live in, but also have large trees being planted as part of the development.
So will you include other developers outside? And so Kaingaroa is a big developer, yes, but in areas of greenfield in particular, because they're generally brownfield developers, in areas of greenfield where we do have large chunks of open space that is vested, are we able to take the same approach with developers there?
Through the chair, certainly. We would like to provide guidance on how to create more livable spaces and accommodation of large trees.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. So I've a couple of questions. One is, this is something I don't know if Taryn's still in the room, but I have raised with her in the past around the interaction of some of our contractors with our trees who are not working on the trees. So issues with, for example, weed whackers inadvertently ring barking, I think that's the right term, trees when they go too close to mow and things like that. So how are we working on that with contractors? Because I think it's a source of frustration for community members. They, see a lot of work put into planting and protecting trees, and then see that kind of thing happen. It's pretty demoralising.
Through the chair, yeah, thank you. Very good point, and we are aware of this, and we started working on both fronts. So in terms of tree planting, we enhanced the way how we plant trees, and we started putting in barriers, so it's not possible to come closer. Tree stakes and also tree surrounds that both retain mulch and water, but prevent lawnmowers from coming closer. And we have also implemented an auditing regime which focuses on this particular aspect, and there is consequences resulting from damaging our trees, and we are starting to see positive outcomes.
Right. I think it'd be really good to do some comms about that.
Okay.
Yeah, and so people know how they can log it if they see it as well.
Yeah, just to reiterate through the chair, as David mentioned, one of the things that we did do in response to that is to ensure that our auditing regime of the full facility contracts in particular are picking up and looking at those as they go through the audits of our parks. So,
yeah, great. And is that captured in the local board monthly reports that they get, that particular aspect of the auditing?
thank you for the question, Councillor Ferry. It's part of the overall auditing results. We don't necessarily go down to the specific components of every audit element, but it is captured as part of that, and we've certainly got records on that.
So my recollection of those audit things is it says, here's the top 5 issues we were having. So if that was coming up a lot, it would be on that list for local boards to have visibility of. Is that? Yeah,
that's correct.
Great. So my next question is perhaps more in the longer term space around, we're potentially seeing some central government changes on tree protection. We just got some central government changes on tree protection finally, but it looks like those might be unwound. So are we starting to think about what that might mean in terms of the protection side of the urban ngāhere work?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, certainly. It may mean, hopefully not, that the protection of private trees may remain as is, and we would like to explore positive enforcement to encourage people to retain trees. We started, for example, at a Partner Rose Garden event where we were giving away trees for tree planting on private properties, and we would like to have more presence at events with our communities, especially now around Christmas time, where we would enable the communities to gather knowledge on how they can grow and plant trees. And maybe lastly, I add that every single tree we plant these days, and we started this initiative this year, has a QR code added on a stake so people can scan it and see, this is how you plant tree and this is how you look after it. So we're hoping that those positive enforcements will encourage people to retain and protect trees on their land.
I think that's been a great initiative, by the way. It's helping to educate people, but it's also helping them to realise we do plant trees. It's giving them that added visibility of, oh gosh, there's a tree there now, or good to see that tree's being replaced. So I really appreciate that work. My final question, which is a little bit tricky, is that council went through a legal process with the Tree Council, and we reached a settlement, which I understand is confidential. But it would be really good to get an update on the progress of achieving the terms of that settlement. I understand there probably needs to be a conversation with the Tree Council about the confidentiality aspect of that, but I think they're open to it. So is that something that could be brought back to us perhaps with the next update on this?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Potentially also a question for item 17 as well on this.
I'll ask it again then. Thanks.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. I was delighted to see this item on the agenda today. It really is pleasing. But I guess I'm just wanting to do a bit of a deep dive into the implementation program and understand what support are we giving in terms of the propagation of eco-sourced seeds and trees that are going to be appropriate for certain conditions. Can you speak to that at this stage?
Yes, through the chair, certainly. If I'm getting the question right, essentially all plants, native plants that we use for our revegetation planting are ecologically sourced or have the whakapapa of the area where we are planting them, and we are actively working with 55 nurseries that are small and locally spread across the region to ensure that we reach the right plants. We are working with Mana Whenua-owned nurseries, and it's a key focus of ours that we don't introduce plants that don't belong in the area where we are planting.
Oh, that's great. I mean, it was a source of some disappointment that council sold off its own nurseries, in terms of propagation. And so if you have those nurseries that you have confidence in, that's really great to hear. Following on from that, how can we ensure through supporting our ecological volunteer programs, but that these trees that are going to be so important for the future are accessible and affordable in terms of their use on private land? Is that something you've given consideration to?
Through the chair. So the question is, how can we support people access trees so they can plant them on private properties? Yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
have we partnered with other parties to help that issue of affordability? It's not inexpensive to really get into major tree programs.
Very interesting point, and it didn't cross my mind. We are working, we have one project under the Urban Nahere program that focuses on increasing the capacity of local nurseries. I anticipate that we will be able to increase the supply of plants across the region by 20,000 annually, which will hopefully bring the price down. I will make a note and consider how we can, as part of our engagement with public, also make it more affordable and achievable to plant plants on a private land.
I think that would be really welcomed, and possibly council could work to help maybe a program with Foundation North or some of the other philanthropic organisations who also see the enormous benefits that will accrue for Auckland if we can really enhance the program. Lastly, with regard weed management, particularly around canopy weeds, what do you see being rolled out in terms of the implementation program?
Through the chair, apologies, what weed control are we doing? Is it the question?
Yeah, I mean, it's all very well to plant things, but you also have to weed things. And so I'm interested, as this strategy evolves, that we are giving due consideration to what we need, particularly around canopy weeds that are just across Auckland at the moment.
So we have ecological restoration contract that services that need, and we have around 500 high-value ecological polygons across the region where we control canopy weeds and also ground weeds in a holistic manner. We're progressing through phases from initial control to follow-up to maintenance control, hoping to increase the health of our ecosystems. So canopy weeds are certainly a target that we're controlling.
That's great to hear. Well done, and thanks for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Look, thank you for what you're doing. Great job. I love trees except for privet, and I wish there was absolutely none in Auckland, but I am thrilled with what Ngāti Whātua are doing with the privet, turning them into mushrooms, but that's another story. Hey, listen, I've got a question from someone who's read our agenda, so forgive me, I don't really know the answer. But the question is around bats. What are you doing to stop mature trees that have bat habitat in them from being felled? Can you answer that question, please?
Through the chair, where there is a possibility of bat habitat, we're working with ecologists who help us identify and monitor how we manage that habitat. For example, currently we are pruning trees in Waitakere ranges, and we have not 24, but we have a presence of ecologists on site who look at a tree before we prune or remove it. They have a look at the tree afterwards, and we are expected to mitigate and address any aspect of that that involve lizard management, bird management, and so on. So I believe we are sitting well. However, we are working with other councils across the nation who have made some headways, such as Cambridge, and we would like to further enhance our tree maintenance contract to ensure that we recognize the bat habitat and make the steps needed to protect it.
Thank you. And just a separate question from myself. I just want to, and apologise, I missed the beginning. The Mayor had me outside doing something else. In the storm, the power lines, etc. So we took that role away from Vector. Are you confident that we are coping with that work within the budget that we get from Vector, i.e. the rate we get from Vector? Are you confident that that is working well and we're in the black, not the red?
Through the chair, yes, very confident. It's amazing, and I believe it will be a template for other contracts that could deliver work in a similar manner. Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you, because that's something that I led last term, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your work on that. And also you might be happy the Kokako management program in Hunua has also seen a massive increase in the presence of bats as part of that program, as well as over 500 kokako. There's other species like bats, thanks to Andy and others in the Hunua ranges. Member Ashby.
Kia ora, David. Good to see you again. Thanks for the report. A couple of questions from me. The first, just picking up on the point of eco-sourcing. I don't have a lot of faith in the eco-sourcing nursery kind of industry. I think there's a lot of claims of eco-sourcing, particularly in my neck of the woods in Waitakere. I think there's a lot being planted that, frankly, isn't eco-sourced at all, but claims to be. And I'm sure you know some of the culprits I might be thinking of anyway. But so really the question is, obviously, in terms of the strategy, what are we doing to really support and audit that? Because the industry sort of self-audits. Frankly, the industry seems to be like a race to the bottom of the barrel in terms of cost, and you end up with monocultures of native trees. You know, you can only have so many harakeke planted in any one place. So, you know, what's being done or what can be done to really support authentic eco-sourcing and the auditing of that? And I know iwi through Y262, for example, are interested in that space, and so the importance of partnering with iwi and iwi nurseries to ensure that what's being done has been done with integrity is one question. And the second is just the clarification, because I know native trees is a sort of priority, but wearing another hat, anytime I ask for a native tree, I always get pushed back that, oh no, you can't possibly plant a native in Auckland, you have to plant oaks and rubber tulip trees and whatever else because they all perform better somehow magically, which is interesting because I would think nature would know best. But so how hard are we pushing the prioritisation, because that is a real hard common, you know, wall that I come up against all the time. And the final bit is, could you just explain the interaction of this with, I know that council, the road corridors are included, but the planting of new trees and it's the maintenance question. It's another pushback I've got from AT for many years on vegetation and the road network sort of corridor. So sort of three questions, I guess: eco-sourcing and the iwi space, how much we're prioritising native trees, and if you could just clarify for me the AT point, please.
Through the chair, thank you, Edward, and good to see you as well. In terms of eco-sourcing, I agree with you. We're doing our best at the moment, but sometimes we don't quite know where the seed came from. So what I think would be a good solution is actually not own necessarily, but oversee the process from actual seed collection. So what we are doing under the Nahere program, we are still purchasing plants that are labeled as eco-sourced from some nurseries that we trust, but at the same time, we're starting a program of seed collection, and we are working with Mana Whenua on that. We're not there yet, but I do hope that that will be the only true eco-sourcing that we will be able to do in the future, because we have collected the seed there and we have grown it from a seed. It will take time, but I believe that might deliver the outcome we are seeking. Native and exotic trees. So majority of trees that we are planting is native. You may have seen it on the numbers, but we're always honest. Street environment, Nahere strategy is very clear that we have to plant native trees unless there are reasons that don't support the life of the native tree. And this could be also for functional reasons. For example, sometimes we plant fruit trees to provide some food source to school kids. But we also sometimes choose exotic trees in cases where having a large tree would not be possible. Having a large evergreen tree would cast a shade on a house that needs sunlight. And in those extreme cases, we might choose a deciduous tree so the house still retains sunlight. But I would like to think that we hold our Nahere strategy very close to our heart, and we are recognizing the need to plant native trees where we can. In extreme cases where the soil condition or compaction is such that our native trees would struggle, unless we invest heavily in remediation, we may choose some faster growing exotic trees, but we definitely recognize the need for planting native trees. And sorry, Edward, the maintenance, how do we maintain trees in road corridor? Yep. So in the maintenance of trees on public land, including a road corridor, sits with our team and with Auckland Council. So we have the delegated authority to maintain the trees. So we are making sure that we maintain trees in road corridor in accordance with the arboriculture practice and guidelines. Kira.
Thank you so much. Great questions. Councillor Walker, last question. Thank you.
Sure. So I'll just be real quick. Really good to have the feedback. I'll just run a few questions past you quickly. I see the reporting around the LiDAR and the like, and that's really good. I'm familiar with that. But it's really essential that we inform ourselves of the very, very mature trees that we're losing across Auckland. And that's real bad in some locations. The other question I'd put, and it's just by way of a suggestion in terms of eco-sourcing. The best eco-source nursery that we had in Auckland was Jeff Davidson's Orotia Native Plant Nursery, West Coast Road, Orotia. Since the demise of that, things have really gone downhill, and I'm familiar and I agree with the comments that Member Ashby has made. My recommendation is, if you want to have a chat to somebody, pick up the phone and talk to Jeff. If you haven't got his phone number, I can give it to you. His knowledge is invaluable, because that nursery was eco-sourcing in terms of microbiomes, the Waitakeris, other locations around Auckland. It just wasn't Auckland specific, because you have differences in native vegetation across Auckland, which may or may not be obvious. I mean, for example, in 1987, I customised a gardening and landscaping book for the Hibiscus Coast. That was 100-odd pages. It's different, okay? So there are differences. The other thing that we need to monitor, I would suggest, and I'd ask it by way of a question, is pruning techniques. Often I observe the target pruning techniques aren't up to it, and you can get death, disease organisms move in. There's also the opportunity for us to consider measurement tools for evaluating trees. I mean, in England, for example, they've got a couple. One of them is the Halliwell scale. Go to Germany. I'm not sure where you're from. If you are Germany, that's a compliment. But they value trees quite methodically. We don't. And the parting comment that may not be obvious is, and it goes to the question that Member Ashby raised, we need to look at what other cities are doing. For example, Melbourne is an excellent city to look at in terms of street trees. And they evaluate both natives and exotics, and they identify that in many locations exotics have got a strong part to play because natives, if they're stressed, suffer a variety of diseases. And we should remember, if we track back in time, that New Zealand was covered in eucalypts and Norfolk pines and a variety of things. So it's a matter of the spectrum that you look at. And we're succumbing to climate change now, and whether we like it or not, we're getting the incursions of things that are going to naturalise.
Oh, just a question.
So there's some questions by way of suggestions, Mr. Chair. Happy to have a conversation with you. This is a good start. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, should I comment, or is it okay to comment?
Yes,
or,
yes.
Thank you. In terms of our ability to assess the losses on private property, we have been dependent on LiDAR analysis, which is rather lengthy and costly. I'm pleased to let you know that we started artificial intelligence project that will hopefully enable us to assess the losses and gains of our canopy on a more frequent basis, say every 3 years. So hopefully we'll have a better understanding, and I'm actually hoping that it will be available to public at some stage, so we can all actually have a good understanding of what our canopy cover is doing. Really good point regarding Oratia. It was heartbreaking to see that the nursery was sold, and Jeff is still helping Melissa growing some offspring of Archie, the Pohutukawa tree at Karekare. So we're in touch, but it might be worth actually chatting with Jeff regarding eco-sourcing. Pruning techniques, completely agree. We need to continue to do better on how we prune trees, and I believe we have made some headways. We have improved our specification and our auditing regime to ensure that our cuts are spotless and it's inspiration to people who are visiting Auckland. Valuation, completely agree, and you'll be pleased to hear that we are starting to use a method called CTLA, which is a tree valuation method, and it enables us to put amenity value on trees. So, for example, when there is a proposal to remove tree and it is supported, at least we can reimburse the value of the tree. And collaboration with other cities, completely agree. I think international, there is lots of cities that we can get inspiration from. And you'll be pleased that we are working with, to hear that we are working with Melbourne. We are also working with Hangzhou, which is a city in China dubbed as a green city of the world.
Barcelona.
Barcelona, and we are also, you will not believe this one, Medellin in South America. They have some.
Yep, familiar with them. Yep.
So that's all, lots of positive steps. We have lots of work to do, but I'm hoping we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, there are no more questions, so I'll ask you to move back from the table. I appreciate the phenomenal amount of work that's going on.
Kia ora.
Yeah. Councillor Walker would like to move. I think Councillor Leone would like to second. Oh, sorry. Just really briefly, just apologise for the number of months this has taken. I asked David a number of months to come to committee to present, but things kept getting knocked back. But there has been a lot of questions on trees. We have ramped up this work significantly over the years. I remember talking myself and Pippa Coombe at the time, talking to Hal Davies around the urban Ngāhere plan and asking, well, how much are we planting? And he said, well, we need budget. So we worked with the Mayor at the time on the climate initiatives funding and also climate targeted rate to really ramp up the work that the community facilities teams and others were already doing, but just to now a far higher rate. I think we planted 1.6 million trees last year, and this year almost 800,000. We're heading towards 5,000 mature street trees every year, as well as all the other planting and significant work going on. To someone, I think Councillor Fletcher's comments on weeds, we worked on that regional parks planning around not just the planting, but the overall maintenance of those trees. Those budgets were put in there to make sure that weeding and other issues were there so trees won't succumb to to problems or issues with that, and so it wasn't wasted. If you look around the city, you look down at Key Street, there are now, there was 6 lanes of traffic down there, projects like that. There's 200 mature trees. There is 50 gardens, 20 rain gardens, and that is just the start on projects like that we're replicating along the city. I grew up in an area where it has the best tree cover, 35%. We walked to school under the shade of trees as kids, and I assumed everyone had that same experience. And as I grew, I realised that was not the case. So this is great to see that the spread to focus on those South Auckland local boards who had the worst tree cover, so that all kids have that same experience, that cleaned up air quality, stormwater, the other climate benefits to come. So just want to acknowledge the team. It's a phenomenal amount of work you're doing right across the city. We have Councillor Dalton would like to comment.
Thank you, and just to follow on from you, Chair, just a big thank you to David for the support that you gave when asked for it for our community in Randwick Park. So we've got a community down there who raised $12,000 to buy trees to plant in their berms, without understanding that there was quite a bit to it. You can't just go and plant trees in your berms. They needed to find out what was under the soil. They needed to know how to plant them, where to plant them, and they were pretty stuck. And I tried Auckland Transport and tried a few different people, but as soon as I got hold of David, it just happened like magic. So thank you to you and your team. I think Rob was out there helping them a lot with the physical planting. That is a community that had no trees, hardly any trees on their berms. And now they have beautiful, mature trees, and they did it as a community. They're really proud of themselves. They're proud of their place. And that is really thanks to you being able to drop everything and just go. So on top of all of your other work, you do stuff like that as well. So I appreciate you and your team. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Councillor. Right, all those in favour? Any opposed? No, of course not. Thank you very much. Right, next we're moving to item 13. Tony is not going to give a presentation. It's a pretty straightforward report. He'll introduce it, and then I know that Councillor Baker would like to move this one. Councillor Darby, would you like to second?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Kia ora, Mr Chair, councillors and IMSB members. I'll just give a brief introduction, then I'm happy to answer questions. I'm aware of the time you've spent today already at this meeting. So this is seeking consent to approve the next open space plan change. We've completed 4 to date since the AUP became operative in part. This will be the 5th one. It's a smaller one than normal, but a much larger one will be coming in 2025. It involves 31 land parcels, and they are a range of there's a range of reasons why they're in the plan change, and there's the 4 categories that I've mentioned in the report that really cover the reasons for their inclusion. They've been nominated by council departments, the community, local boards, and that's probably it, Mr Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Kia ora. Thank you, Tony. Yes, this is a plan change which follows decisions by various committees over time. So they're just following those decisions to ensure the right zoning. Any questions? Don't believe so. Right, thank you, Tony. Sorry to keep you waiting and then not
okay. Thank you,
questions.
Mr Chair. Thank you.
Right, all those in favour? Any opposed? No, thank you very much. Right, so item 14 we've already deferred. Sorry. Cool, so I think we will actually take, staff will be here to answer questions, but these are all, oh no, yes, 15.
16, 17, 18. So 15 we withdrew?
Yeah, I've got them in different numbers. 14 we withdrew,
Yeah,
15, 16 and 17 and 18 we're going to move all together. If there are any questions on those items, Councillor Baker would like to...
So, sorry, Colleen.
15 we already withdrew. I should have said that at the beginning of them. 16, 17, 18 we're moving together. I'll second Councillor Baker. Are there questions? There is. Councillor Darby.
Just a minute. This is the notification, sorry, we've got the wrong one up there.
No, sorry, we're just trying to speed this up for you all. Items 16, 17 and 18 are all making operative, so they're the last part of the process.
Okay, no, so that,
Nothing weird about it, just asking for your normal approval. We'll just do it all in one go for those separate 3 items.
And apologies, Councillor Darby, if you were waiting on item 15, that was withdrawn was based on not being ready. That was not ready, so.
And 14.
Yeah. Right, any other questions on those plan changes? No? All those in favour? Any opposed? No, thank you. Right, now we move to item 19, the Auckland Climate Grant Strategic Allocation.
So I think Rachel's on her way, unless we've got someone else online. So it might...
if we want to move to, Pippa's at the back, if we want to move to item 20.
Let's go for that. Yeah, if Pippa's here, that's fantastic. Thanks.
We're doing 20. So I'll move in. Councillor Dalton's keen to second this one. Got Pippa and Claudia if there are broader questions.
Tēnā koutou katoa, members of the committee, members of the IMSB. Ko Pippa Summerall tōku ingoa. I'm the manager of sport and recreation. The report, which is item 20, is seeking a decision on the distribution of investment in sport funding as allocated through your long-term plan. We're also seeking confirmation of the process for distribution of future funding. So a bit of background quickly, the investment in sport funding is allocated to active and the 4 RSTs for the purpose of sector development. The focus for this year's investment will be around the building climate resilience and starting to look at how the sector can respond to our climate emergency. This will require regional and local sector capability building, and an even split between active and the RSTs is therefore recommended. In consideration of the future funding decision pathway, staff refer to guidance in the community grants policy, which returns this to an operational decision. So the recommendation is that future funding distribution is aligned with that policy. I'll just take the rest as read. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, and sorry, Councillor Dalton will move that and Deputy Mayor's like to second. Questions, I think, from Councillor Baker and then Councillor Walker.
Yep, so just in regards to the focus on climate change and what is the expectation of the RSTs? Are they going to be having to use some of this funding to actually employ or have someone within them focusing on climate change? Or are we going to be saying to active, you pick it up, you have the resource and you make that resource available? Because for me, when there's, no, keep going, I'll make a comment at the end if I need to. So just, yeah, what's the expectation in regards to this with having a focus on climate change, and how will that affect the RSTs in being able to do what they do?
Thanks for the question. Through the chair, so obviously the climate response is huge and significant and needs a regional capability as well as local capability. So there's different focus for the RSTs, which will be on local capability, developing initiatives, which are going to affect local community clubs, for example, in the areas of mitigation and adaptation. And then active will provide a regional lens and be able to provide that regional oversight for regional climate initiatives.
So you're saying that each RST is going to be required to have someone within their employ, which will take up most of this money, to provide that advice when that advice can actually be done through active as they do in other areas?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the climate change is significant locally and regionally, and so yes, there will need to be local initiatives which will start to be built through this. This is going to take a long time to develop. It's not a capability that I know that the RSTs or active have at the moment, so we're going to ask them to start to build their capability in the first year and start to look to the future as to how they can start to build that sector development around climate change and capability.
Thank you, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to answer here Councillor Baker, but my experience this year, I've never had more contact from sports orgs on climate, both how to reduce emissions, but also adaptation, especially after the flood. So I spoke at both the Sports New Zealand conference and the active and the RSTs at, I think there's Go Media Stadium about this and the questions around how we work together. Obviously, people are going to work that up, but the focus was, you know, what do we do when our building is flooded? What do we do with insurance? What do we do with water storage? What do we do when our fields are in drought, in flood? So there was quite a lot of focus on that. So, but it will still be, as far as I know, the RSTs will be open to work local needs, not forced to be doing something specific. Councillor Filipaina.
Tēnā koe he mana. I think Councillor Walker may be next.
Sorry.
If not, I'll just carry on.
Apologies, Councillor. I hadn't put him on the list. Councillor Walker.
Happy for you to carry on, Alf.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. So look, I just got two pātai, tēnā kōrua, to our ladies. Just two questions. It may be unrelated, and if that's the case, to the chair, my apologies. I just want to sort of see what happens around closing the loop with the report from Robert Smith, and two, in regards to the relationship with Active and with Counties Manukau Sports. Tēnā kōrua.
Ngā mihi for the pātai. I think Dave Stewart is online, so I'm just testing your hair, Dave. If not, then I can answer.
Good, Koto. Yes, I'm online. I can answer some of that question for you. So you may remember a year ago that we had a workshop that talked through some of the mahi that Auckland Council, alongside our partners in the sports sector, have done to address the various I guess, recommendations that came out of the review that the North Harbour Sports Council undertook. There has been really significant progress, in my opinion, against those recommendations. That includes significantly enhanced relationships across the sports sector. In my opinion, the sports sector is in the best position it's been in a number of years in terms of the relationships between entities and the positivity that exists at the moment. I can go through any specific recommendations out of that review if you would like me to, but overall there's a really positive shift that's occurred through that time. Specifically around the relationship with Counties Manukau Sport, there's now a tripartite agreement in place between Active, CLM Community Sport and Counties Manukau Sport around the roles and responsibilities between those organisations. And there's now a direct funding agreement between Active and Counties Manukau Sport, which is now in its second year. Though the CEOs of those three organisations meet quarterly with one another to track how things are going and making sure that they're staying on touch. And I guess in a really positive indicator, the Active Chief Executive was part of the panel that appointed the new CEO of Counties Manukau Sport, which shows a really changed relationship between those partners. So yeah, I'm seeing some really positive signs there as well. So if there's any further questions, I can answer them, but I guess I'm seeing a really positive shift.
Yeah, kia ora, Chair. And Dave, no further questions. Ngā mihi ki a koe. Kia ora, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much. Councillor Walker.
Sure, so my question is, given that the regional sports trusts are competent, why wouldn't we just split the 552,000 and give it directly to the regional sports trusts? And the reason I ask that question is that my understanding is it's the regional sports trust that do the mahi. They do the delivery. Active just clips the ticket. And in fact, it clips to the ticket to the extent of $4 million that, frankly, I would rather go directly to the regional sports trust. So why can't we just split it up and it goes to them?
Good. Pippa or Dave, would you like to talk about the process to get here, Pippa, on the reason why the the split as it is and what the role of active with the RSTs are.
Sure, thanks for the question through the chair. So Active are a regional sports organisation which have an umbrella view over the whole region, and the regional sports trusts work within their rohe to work in a geographical area. And so having Active being funded to be able to look at a region through the regional lens and to support the RSTs to provide local knowledge into that regional lens is important. And so providing funding for Active to enable them to do that is the reason that we're going for the recommendation of an equal split between the RSTs and Active.
So just a supplementary question. With the regional sports trusts, I'll just repeat that. So it ain't me.
Councillor Watson, I think your mic is on. We can hear phone.
Try that one.
No, it's not me. So I'll just go back to it. So would the regional sports trusts have a preference to receive the money directly? And my understanding is that they do collaborate and they've got the competency. I really don't know what Active would be adding here, and I'm interested in getting as much value for money. And certainly I know from the regional sports trust that I've spoken to that they would prefer to get it directly.
Thanks for the question through the chair. So we have been in conversation with the CEOs of the Regional Sports Trust, and there's a general support for the split that we proposed through this recommendation, and that's the feedback that we've had thus far.
Do they have the option of having it directly?
Through the chair, yes, there's an option that they, as there is with your paper, to retain the status quo. So they are aware of that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Right. No.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I've got one.
Sorry, who is that on? I didn't have a...
It's Councillor
Sorry,
Watson.
I didn't see. Was it Councillor Watson?
Yeah, no, sorry about that. I just had to put it in the chat bar. I'm having trouble with my reception here, but you can hear me all right now?
Yes, sorry, I couldn't hear from the wings who that was. Councillor Watson, thank you.
Okay, so I just want to pick up on the options that are given to us in this paper, and that appear further on around about point 40, in fact. So the advantages of retaining option one, which is greater funding for the regional sports trust, is that they have a stability of income, whereas under the preferred option there is a funding difference. Some of them reasonably significant, 40,000, 24,000, because they run a pretty tight ship, those regional sports trusts. So Active still is a much better funded and resourced organisation, whereas the RSTs, they deliver on the smell of an oily rag in many occasions, and with the emphasis on delivering programs. So I just wanted to check that my reading of the advantages of retaining option one is this stability of income. It remains consistent with the previous year's funding, and obviously with greater funding, even albeit reasonably modest, it really enables that local climate related capability to be delivered better or with more resource. So I know Active say they can't employ a dedicated role, but they are a pretty well-staffed organisation. So I'm just, when I read option one and option two, option one, the points that are put in by the report seem more convincing to me than option two. So I just appreciate your comment on that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair, so yes, option one, it would continue the stability for the RSTs. I think that this year, with a shift in focus on climate, having that regional oversight and those regional initiatives that can be pulled together by Active will be incredibly valuable and will set the sector up for its longer-term climate change commitments and the ability to be able to spread things across the region, for example, to look at regional sports organisations, to bring them into the fold, and to provide that regional lens, which I think will help to support the sector moving forward in that space.
And perhaps if I can just add a comment to the, sorry to interrupt, this is Claudia and through the chair. In this year, we actually received the recommendation for this proposed split from one of the RSTs, and the RSTs are supporting the proposed split as being put forward here. And the reason for the proposed split is that there can be both a combined regional approach as well as a local approach, and that regional approach recommended and the regional funding here would support a more coordinated approach across the region and greater collaboration. So that's seen as an advantage, and given the improvement in the relationships that we've seen among Active and the RSTs, we've got a much greater degree of confidence that this can now occur.
I'll reserve my right to speak on this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Dave, did you have anything to add around that? I know that you had originally been working with the RSTs on this and Active. Otherwise, that's fine.
Yeah, kia ora, through the chair. So there has been a lot of work within that group to, I guess, refine roles and responsibilities between the different layers, and I guess similarly to how Auckland Council works between local boards and a regional governing body, it's a similar concept with Active working across the regional elements, and then the local RSTs working deeply in their local communities. So both have incredible value. They just deliver in different ways. Active in the group have done a piece of work that they call Te Ahu Whakamoa, which is looking at the sort of joint strategy between the organisations and making sure that those roles are clear and that the group is working off a combined and aligned strategic approach. So there's a lot of movement that's happened in this space, and I guess to the comments around relativity and funding, all sports organisations would love to receive greater levels of funding, I think, but that's probably true across community organisations as a whole. The group have been doing a lot of work to also diversify revenue streams as well, to make sure that not only is it government investment coming into these organisations, but also philanthropic funding and also commercial funding as well. So as a group, they all move forward. So Active's done some of that work, but they also distribute the outcomes such as that corporate funding through into the local RSCs as well. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Pippa, was there anything else to add? Otherwise, we can get you to move back from the table. Thank you so much for the work on this. I know it's been a lot of discussions and work behind the scenes, so thank you. Right, Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't know if councillors had the opportunity to contact their relative regional sports trust, but I certainly have done that with the one that serves the North Harbour region, and they're certainly keen to retain the status quo. And I can see why that would be the case, and I think, you know, particularly for counties Manukau, Sport Auckland, and Harbour Sport to a much lesser extent, really. But that level of stability and investment in organisations, and again, reflecting the feedback I've received, where you know, it is a struggle to get by, and from organisations that actually their expertise is in delivering programs as opposed to administering programs. And I think in times of financial constraint, my prioritisation goes to the organisations on the ground that are delivering. And in each case of these sports trusts, they are significant regions. So, you know, it's not just one little suburb of part of a ward. They're taking in multi-board, indeed multi-ward areas. So I think when I read the commentary put up by the officers for option 1 and option 2, retaining that level of investment and its consistency and enabling that more kind of place-based initiatives to be funded is the preferable one, and not the one that kind of adds the disproportionate resource to to the administrative bureaucratic body that that, with all due respect, as I said in my questioning, is very well resourced in terms of its staffing. So to that end, Mr. Chair, my preference is for option 1 and backing the local or regional sports trusts who do, I think, across the board such a good job. And I think that in this instance, even that small difference in funding for some of them, but significant in the case of some, is going to result in better local outcomes under this program. So I think it's important that I put that on the record, because it is informed by my conversation with that regional sports trust that is in my ward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, so similarly, I've had a few discussions, and obviously, people know me. I was employed in this sector for a short period of time, and so have a few relationships here. So did some digging around this morning, and so I'm happy to support the option that is recommended on the basis of what I've been told. And the only thing I am not comfortable about is the expectation that RSTs have to spend some of this money or deliver on the climate change. RSTs, as Councillor Watson just talked about, RSTs are there to increase opportunities for sport and active rec, building community capability and enabling healthy lifestyles. Active, and I appreciate what you said before, Chair, about those are things that can be delivered, and active, from my discussions this morning, are prepared and happy to provide that role to allow the RSTs to spend their money on the things that really matter in their communities. And so instead of it getting tied up into each of them having their own person doing the same stuff, it is stuff that Active can do. They are willing to do it. Active have just had a look at their strategy, and climate is a huge part of their revised strategy. So I don't believe we should be so prescriptive, and so that we should be leaving our RSTs to do what they do and leave Active to do the climate change advice and all of those things that the RSTs can tap into. It's too much, it's too prescriptive, we're sticking our nose where we don't need to, and I just let them do what they do.
Thanks, Councillor Baker. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, I prefer the status quo option 1 too, Chair. It might not get passed, to be honest, but I agree with Councillor Baker insofar as the prescriptive requirements in relation to climate. The RSTs are responsible for helping to get people playing sport first and foremost, and for those of us who have to fund a way forward in conjunction with the RSTs to try and unlock the barriers and to enable really good outcomes for community sports, including improved sports facilities. The challenge around this sector is participation, and I think that the requirement, this additional requirement, it's difficult because I'm not actually quite. It's not like they are being very well endowed. In fact, actually, they have very limited funding. That funding is going to be more constrained, and I think that these people are doing really good work. I would like to think that we can support them, but I'd like to be as least encumbered as possible in terms of the sorts of things that they will do. So, but frankly, I'm not quite sure if we're going to have a vote on options, but my preference, to be honest, is to fund these groups directly. I'm going to be going to an Active breakfast tomorrow, but the RSTs are frankly requiring more funding because they don't have enough funding. and because of the decision that we're about to take, they will get some funding, but it won't be as much as they could otherwise get.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other comments, questions?
I just want to agree with Councillor Newman's comments.
Thank you, Councillor.
And it's a pity we don't have that option put up by officers, because we might well find that that's the one we'd be going for. I'm happy to move an amendment in that respect.
Okay, are you moving an amendment?
Sure.
What is your amendment?
That the 552,000 is, well, I'll move option 1. I'll keep it simple.
You would need to...
Option 1 is in the agenda.
You would need to provide an amendment.
Okay, well, that we approve option 1 as detailed in the report, and I'm sure one of the officers can pick it up and run with it. So what is it, 0.39 of 40?
No, I'm not. So okay, if you just an amendment by replacement of a.
Basically, just adds option 1 to the first one.
Okay. Yep, I'm happy with that.
Do you have a seconder on that?
Happy to second, Mr. Chair.
I think. Okay. Were you seconding, Councillor Newman? No. Oh, Councillor Watson. Okay. Right, so would you like to speak to it briefly?
I don't need to speak to it. I think everybody's got the gist of it. It briefly, it just maximises the money going to the RSTs, and they're more than capable of collaborating. Sure. Active's got plenty of budget to assist them.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dalton.
Am I speaking to the amendment? Yeah.
Amendment is...
The amendment is up. I won't be supporting the amendment. I think I'm certainly going to support officer's recommendation. There's a lot to leverage from Active, and I'm curious about this. I think Councillor Watson was talking about staff, or it might have been you, Councillor Walker, I can't remember. Active have less staff than each RST, so they're not sitting there with staff that are more than anybody else. And they provide a lot of opportunities for leverage back out to the RSTs. They're not going to do that for free. And we are a partner. We keep thinking that it's a good idea to walk away from being a partner in so many things that we do for our communities. Active are an important partner for us, and the RSTs, they do like to work with Active. Sure, they'd like more money in their pockets, and they're also very good at getting other alternative funding as well. So I'm going with the recommendation by the officers and what's in this report. I support that work. I support the work that Jenna and her team are doing. They've certainly been a lot more engaged, absolutely a lot more engaged with RST out my way. And so I support that relationship continuing. And I believe that relationship is going to grow stronger through the LTP and through the next few years as we are rationalising all of our sporting areas, particularly from a council perspective. So I will be not supporting the amendment, and I'd like a division, please.
Thank you.
Can I speak very briefly to the amendment, Mr. Chair? I'll be very, very quick.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. So I'm going to be supporting what's in the report too, because what I've quoted in my brief reference to 0.40 is what's down there in black and white, and basically my reading of that is that it's a more beneficial outcome for the regional sports trust, and as I said, they're the organisations on the ground who deliver the programs. So I'm all for maximising the support to them. A number of them lose out on the option that's put up in terms of what they have been funded to date. So that's not a desirable outcome in my view. And I think, you know, what I'm certainly keen in signalling is the importance of their work on the ground, and in this area as much as any. And that's certainly, again, the feedback that I've received from the Sports Trust I've talked to. So me also going on what's in the report and what's been identified in terms of the pros for option 1. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Newman.
The funding's going to be there because funders are going to make the commitment to try and unlock the barriers for sport. I can speak from my own position, the Woody Licensing Trust, Rugby League, Netball, Bowls, Equestrian, that's from last month. There's more funding coming. But the point being that the regional sports, of course they're going to have staff out there because they have to have staff to deliver community sport. That's the challenge, Chair. I don't think this is about not supporting one group over the other. I think it's about trying to ensure that we address the need which is on the ground, which is community sport, which is what the Regional Sports Trust and CLM, which, you know, it's different from Counties Manukau Sport, that's what they seek to do. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillors. Look, I won't be supporting this. I have seen the emails from the RSTs supporting the process through. So I guess for me, I would have checked if I thought there were issues, but there was support from the consultation that Dave and Pippa did with the RSTs and Active on this. So I'd supported the way through, and no one has contacted me this week with this option up there and the discussions we had through workshops previously. So I won't support this amendment. I'll support what the RSTs and Active had discussed with the staff at the time. So thank you. All those in favour? Oh, you want division? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, members. You're voting on the amendment on your screen. Councillor Hills.
No, thank you.
IMSB member Ashby.
No.
Councillor Baker.
Nope.
Councillor Bartley.
No.
Councillor Dalton.
No.
Sorry, Deputy Chair Dalton.
Oh, sorry. No.
Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Ferry.
No.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher. Sorry, Councillor Fletcher's just left. IMSB member Hinare.
No.
Councillor Henderson.
Against.
Councillor Leone.
No.
Councillor Newman. Yep. Councillor Simpson. Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Williamson. Councillor Williamson.
No. Thank you. That was lost 12-3. Right, back to the substantive. I'll just speak briefly. Yes, my understanding was that there was support for this direction. I will ensure Councillor Baker, working with Pippa and Dave and the team, that the climate, you know, it's not as prescriptive. It does say that Active will take the regional lead. We'll ensure that we're not over exercising the authority in that space, but the feedback I have and what Active had and what I've had from the RSTs is that through the massive disruption our sports sector and recreation sector faced through the floods, that there was a priority around this, around access and what we do going forward. So, but I'm sure Pippa and Dave and I'm sure Jenna will, from Active, ensure that this is not a, you know, causing trouble for the RSTs on climate, that it's a positive outcome and they can take the regional lead in partnership with them all. I don't think there's any other debate on the original item. Right, all those in favour?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed, and record that, please.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Walker and Watson would like their names opposed to the resolutions, the substantive, sorry, long day. Thank you. And we'll go back to item 19, the Auckland Climate Grant Strategic Allocation. Fran is here, and Rachel. Thank you both for being here, and sorry for keeping you. Thanks for all your work on this, Fran. I know it's quite a mammoth task. I assume you're going to lead off, or is Rachel?
Kia ora koutou, through the chair. Thank you for having us here this afternoon. It's been a long day for all of you, I'm sure, so we don't have a presentation. Happy to take the report as read. What we're seeking from you this afternoon is the approval for the grant allocation for the 23-24 Auckland Climate Grant Strategic Funding Round. And just happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this one? No questions at this point. Councillor Leone, do you want to move? Councillor Walker to second. Thank you for the work on this again, and sorry that there were no questions. But all those in favour?
No problem at all. Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Right, made you walk all the way over here. Thank you. 21. Now we have Peru coming for the Waste Minimisation Fund allocation. Oh, yes. Yep, and a seconder. We'll just get Peru to briefly speak to it.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the allocation of the Waste Minimisation and Innovation Fund for 2023-24. The recommendations are under confidential, so we will talk to that more in that term. But this is a funding round that we do every year, and it is funded through the waste levy towards waste minimisation projects for the region.
Thank you. Any questions on this one? Councillor Walker?
Very quick question, don't need much of an answer. And that is the necessity, just referring back to my earlier question around the imperative to reduce emissions, and that we factor that in as strongly as we can in future rounds. Thanks. So the matter that I raised in terms of very important criteria for the allocation of the fund is around the imperative of reducing emissions. So, any response?
I was going to just say, through the chair, noted, and this will also align with the new waste plan that comes out, because we do have guidelines that sit behind the grant in line with the current waste plan, so we will amend it accordingly.
Thank you. Right. It's already been moved by you, and I've been.
I thought I did.
Right.
I'm losing the plot of it.
All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you. Right. I think we'll go to item 22. Right. We'll move to 22. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Right. Is there extraordinary business? No. We have a procedural motion to exclude. Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Walker. All those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. We're going into confidential for the waste plan. We're going to have a 5-minute break.